Ned Exley is leading out the Durham team and also keeping wicket today. Opening the batting for Northamptonshire, Ben Cohen, sponsored by Georgian House, and Rob Newton, sponsored by the Cube Disability and the Brand Ambassador for Curio Wealth Management. Keeping score today, Terry Owen and William Dobson.
Good morning from myself, Alex Winter. Welcome to a very gloomy Northampton for a crucial showdown in the promotion race in Division 2 of the Specsavers County Championship. Northamptonshire against Durham here. The floodlights are on, the skies are very grey, and Durham, unsurprisingly, have not contested the toss and are going to bowl first here. Slightly delayed starts. They had a look at 10 o'clock the start of the and there was a bit of weather around as well. A bit of light drizzle was falling, but thankfully it's cleared away enough. The floodlights are on, and it looks like a cracking morning to have a bowl, it must be said. Absolutely no decision for Durham to make whatsoever in deciding to field first here, and this is set to be a pretty tough challenge for Northamptonshire, who for the moment hold the whip hand in the promotion race. They begin the week second in the table, but both these sides arriving here in some cracking form, and it's said to be a real battle here for the next 4 days. But can Durham take advantage of conditions here which are very much in their favour? Chris Rushworth is going to get us underway from the Wilson end of the ground across from us, and Ben Curran is going to take the first ball of the match. Rob Newton is out to open the batting with him. There are 3 slips in place, third man down immediately to our left-hand side, because we have a very short boundary this week towards the Clark Road to our left-hand side. But we're ready to get underway, and Chris Rushworth with the first ball of the match runs in past the umpire, bowling right arm over, and Curran beaten immediately by one that bounces and lifts and goes past the outside edge. A cracking start for Rushworth, and immediate signs, as you would expect, against this new ball underneath the lights. This is going to be a very, very stiff challenge. Kit Harris is alongside me. Good morning.
Good morning, Alex. All well today, in spite of the, well, slightly wintry weather, early winter weather, isn't it? And it's really overcast, and you can almost feel the cloud as you walk around the outfield. Did you get that out in the open air?
Yeah, there's just that little dampness in the air, isn't there? As Rushworth comes in again from the far end. His head shimmering in the lights, and Curran dabbing a length ball down out towards mid-wicket. Fieldsman from mid-on rushes in, Ben Rainey there to collect, and there is no run.
Yeah, team news for Durham. Northamptonshire are unchanged from last week, but Durham, and I get this, Alex, they've decided to go with the extra batsman, leaving out Gareth Hart, retaining the youngster Scott Steele, who made his debut last week, and reintroducing Jack Burnham. So Eckersley will therefore bat 1 place down at 7. I think that's a smart move when it's so overcast.
Rushworth runs in again, past the stumps he goes, and bowls a bit fuller, but Curran backing across to defend, just around the off stump, pushing away out towards mid-off, and there is no run. So Northants here are Curran, Newton, then Alex Wakely, Rob Keogh, Richard Levy, Adam Rossington, the wicket-keeper, and captain Luke Proctor, Doug Bracewell over from New Zealand, Gareth Berg, the initial loan signing from Hampshire, and they will begin a 2-year contract next season, Brett Hutton and Ben Sanderson. So no change from the side that beat Leicestershire pretty comfortably in the end up at Grace Road last week, winning by 7 wickets there, chasing a little target down very comfortably on the final morning. As Rushworth comes in, no score yet for Northants, and goes maybe just past the outside edge again, maybe. Curran just withdrew the bat. Either way, it was a superb little area for Rushworth to be operating around. That 4th stump line going across the left-hander, and Curran maybe just about kept his bat inside the line, but nicely bowled nonetheless. And Durham of Alex Lees, Cameron Steele, Angus Robson, who's here on trial, BJ Watling, the New Zealander, Jack Burnham, Scott Steele, Ned Eckersley, also keeper and captain for Durham, as Rossington is for Northants, Ben Rain, Bryden Cars, Matt Salisbury, and Chris Rushworth, who's coming in here to complete not quite the opening over, bowls a bit fuller, and Curran drawn forward, plays back towards the bowler's left hand, and there is no run.
Yeah, both teams coming in off the back of a win. And, well, yeah, we can't quite fairly say this is a critical game, but it's certainly of enormous importance in terms of jostling for position. in the top 3. Remember, 3 get promoted. Well, it's going to take some doing to stop Lancashire from being champions, because they only need 5 points. So they could lose their next 2 games and still become champions on bonus points, but the other 2 positions are available.
Rushworth is in again, ball's full, and Curran drives a squirty outside edge in the air for a time, and just wide of point. The fieldsman comes across to collect, and there is no run to open this match. So Chris Rushworth begins with a maiden, and Northamptonshire yet to score here. Sent in under very, very cloudy skies, leaden skies, low cloud, grey cloud above our heads with a threat of drizzle. I drove through plenty of drizzle coming down this morning, and the floodlights on here at Wantage Road haven't been on for a championship match here. I'm pretty certain since the opening game of the season against Middlesex. They can only use the floodlights for a certain number of days in the season, and they've opted for the 2 games bookending the campaign here. First game in the first weekend of April was here at Wantage Road, where there was a bit of weather around, and we lost some time there as well, which was crucial in the end because it denied Northampton the chance to really press Middlesex quite hard in the second innings of that match despite following on. But David Milan saved the game with a fine century. With the floodlights back on here, as Bryden Cast is going to get the bowling underway from the Wantage Road end. It's also got 3 slips in place, no more, which is curious perhaps, with a new ball on the first morning. Third man is back as well, as is long leg, and Cast is going into Newton, the right-hander here, and Newton edging but short a third slip, and the ball runs away towards the Wilson stand to get Northants off the mark, and runs away to the boundary. Just bobbling away there and beating the slide, the third man running around to his left-hand side. So Newton gets Northants underway, but not how he would have wanted. Had a little feel for one that maybe just held its line away from the right-hander. A genuine nick, but it was short of the cordon. Kit.
Yeah, the ball didn't quite get up. It was a little bit fuller of a good length, and Newton not going hard at the ball, so it just kept low all the way, bounced well short.
Cast on his way again, short sleeve shirt, and Newton gets a back of a length ball here, and he can sit back and push away towards mid-off, and there is no run. It's a huge challenge here for Northants under the lights, isn't it? No real surprise that majority of teams really are having a bowl in September. That's why Northants, the fixtures have dropped quite well for them, with 2 away fixtures in September, where they can eschew the toss and choose to bowl first at 10:30.
We're very lucky to have the lights here, because I'm not sure we would be playing without them on.
Yeah, I think you're right. Cast is in again, full of length but wide, and Newton pays no attention. Just goes away a little bit, having passed the bat, and Eckersley to his right-hand side collects as an ambulance goes up Abington Avenue across from us in front of the county pub.
I think that's the first one that we've seen go away through the air, actually. That's the 9th ball of the innings so far. There hasn't been a lot of swing visible so far. Early days, but that one did go away appreciably in the air.
Feels like a morning for swing, doesn't it?
Yeah, it definitely does.
Little muggy as well as Cast sets off once again. Very full, but again too wide. And Newton not interested in playing that, allows it to go through to Eckersley once again.
No surprise that Bryden Cars is going to be opening the bowling alongside Rushworth. They've got options, you see. I think really Rain and Rimington could both open with the evergreen, ever-present, ever #1 in the bowling attack, Rushworth. But Cars had such a wonderful game last week at Lords that you would give him the new ball.
Yeah, 6 for in the second innings to complete victory there for Durham as Cast sets off again. Bowls back of a length though, and Newton able to get up on his toes and push away into the covers for a single. And Northants got a 5 without loss. All the runs to Newton so far, and it will bring the left-handed Ben Curran on to strike for the first time. Had a good chance to just make a little score for himself in the second innings at Leicester last week. Couldn't quite manage it, got himself to 40, but couldn't quite see Northants over the line there. And both this pair really have had, Newton more so, but Curran, when he's had his opportunities, hasn't quite been able to cash in so far. There's a fairly modest record coming into this week. Again, no more than 3 slips going down here for the left-handed Curran. And Cast is on his way to complete the second over. And it's down the leg side. A horror delivery. No chance for Eckersley, and that runs away for well. The umpire's given pies, but I'm not sure the keeper had too much of a chance there as the ball swung away and died on him. He dived full length to his right hand side and could get nothing on it. So bonus runs for Northants, and then 9 without loss after a couple of overs.
He's had a gentle start to his first class career. I think he signed this year, didn't he, Ben Curran, from his juniors? This is his 12th first class game, 564 runs at an average of 33, so that's the kind of start that shows talent and promise. But he hasn't yet got his first class 100 under his belt, 83 his top score so far. We've got theoretically 4 innings left in this county championship season to make something happen, but if he can make it happen today in these conditions, he will be a very fine young player indeed.
Indeed, yeah, real battle this for Curran and Newton, and if they can get through, conditions and the weather going to get him all the better as this match goes on. So third over of the match, and Rushworth from the Wilson end coming into Newton, the right-hander for the first time ever. Newton is on the back foot and pushing away out towards mid-on, and there is no run. So where have you been then, Kit? Where's your cricket taken you over the last few weeks?
As ever, I have been zipping back and forth between London and Reykjavik, playing cricket in both locations. The Icelandic cricket season has now come to an end as the temperatures, I don't know what you call it, below single figures, minus single figures now up in Iceland. It has been a productive season, but for me I found the freeze not very conducive to spin. Chester Street, eat your heart out.
Rushworth steps in again, and Newton defending around the 4th stump line here, pushing back up towards the bowler's left boot, and there is no run. So how many games have you got in this summer?
All told, I think I played my 20th yesterday.
Oh, that's good going.
Well, the thing is, when you don't really do anything with your life other than follow, commentate and write about cricket, no offence, but you have other sports that keep you going. There's always time for a match. At some point midweek, between games, between gigs. Have you managed to get out onto the cricket field much?
Yes, I've played a bit, yeah, most enjoyable. Probably played about 10 matches this year.
Amazing.
So not too bad, yeah. Rushworth once more, right arm over, and bowls leg side, or straighter rather, and Newton clips him away to square leg, and there is no run as far as Jack Burnham in there. So only 3 slips in place here, so nothing more than modest attacking field here for Rushworth. Third man also down here with a longer boundary to our right. Well, there are still a few concession stands lingering, been there for a while, haven't been removed after the end of the T20s. Point mid-off, mid-on, that man at forward square leg and long leg to our left, protecting the short rope to our left hand side towards the players' dressing rooms. Rushworth is on his way again, and Newton a little squared up, drawn forward, pushing out towards mid-off. Perhaps the most threatening ball that Rushworth has sent down so far. They're really targeting that off stump, full enough to probably hit the off stump as well. And Newton comes forward, prodding away at the middle of the pitch. Very jerky forward defensive stroke there as he just pushed away out towards Ben Ray. 9 without loss, Northants, on this murky morning. And Rushworth in his element, you would think, in these conditions, underneath the floodlights here in Northampton, just to the east of the town centre. Rushworth is in once more, and Newton edging here past third slip, but the third man is down, so already that man has saved his side 3 runs. Comes around to his left as Bryden Cast, got his sweater back on here between overs, and Newton goes to 6, Northants to 10 without loss. That'll bring the left-handed Curran back on strike to face the last ball of the over here.
Yeah, still yet to get off the mark. Facing Chris Rushworth is tricky at the best of times. He doesn't have express pace, and today he's so far been denied much lateral movement, but what he does have is tremendous accuracy and a very good cricket brain.
Comes in again, and Curran beaten. Just around that off-stump mark again. The ball in the previous over that went across him to perhaps beat the outside edge. Perhaps Curran played in the line, but that time definitely beaten. Curran just trying to defend from the crease, really. As he tends to do, he can get into trouble with his technique, but survives. 3 overs have been bowled here at Wantage Road. No toss took place, a 10:45 start. Still got 96 overs to get in today. No overs chalked off, 10 without loss. And so far, Northants okay in the opening exchanges, Kid.
Absolutely. See, I feel that if Chris Rushworth had an extra 5 miles an hour, he'd be even unluckier not to have played for England. But with his record, 487 wickets, best of 9 for 52, average of 22, he is one of the finest around.
Cast on his way, past the umpire he goes, full of length, very full, and Newton digging it out really. out towards Cameron Steele, coming to his right-hand side from mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, still no great swing there. He pitched the ball up a bit further, hoping to make it move. Just those two balls in the middle of Carr's first over that were wide and went wider to Rob Newton, the ones to move appreciably in the air. But the ball not doing the bidding of the atmosphere at the moment.
Carse, tall fella, goes in, bowls a bumper for the first time, and it goes over Newton's head. He paid no attention, and the ball swung back a little bit as Eckersley took it in the end by his right hip. Never too much joy out of the middle of this Wantage Road square. And the pitch looks pretty good as ever. Generally always looks a good deck here for Championship cricket. There's just that little bit of grass left on as ever to try and get a bit of pace and carry through, and generally we get some pretty competitive pitches here at Wantage Road. There's a bit in it for the bowlers, there's a bit of carry to bring the slips cordon into play, and just the ball coming onto the bat reasonably well as Carse is in again, and Newton is trying to drive, a bit of drift there away from the right-hander. Again, the bat was angled from Newton and he mistimed a stroke back up the wicket for no run.
We have some distant listeners, you know. Cameron Steele playing for Durham. His parents, Linda and John, are listening in Perth.
Tremendous stuff.
The further of the two Perths available to us.
Yes,
Western
indeed.
Australia we have.
Unfortunately, so you're going to have to sit down there. The fella who'd brought us that tremendous message, and hello to Cameron Steele's parents, just standing up to our left, delaying play. But we're back underway now. Carse going in. Down the leg side, though, and trying to pull away was Newton. He mistimed it completely and has been struck amidships. Yeah, he's down on his haunches here.
Inner thigh, back thigh on the back leg, I think.
He was through with the stroke a bit too quickly there. The ball was there to pull, it was drifting down the leg side again, maybe just shaped back actually, despite the fact that it was banged in probably 3/4 of the way down.
Judging from the way he's on his haunches, I think that might also have hit him on the inner thigh of the front leg, if you see what I'm saying, Alex.
Quite.
Between the inner thighs. Yeah, he's still not ready. We might need the man sitting next to us to stand up and interrupt play again for a bit here, just to buy Rob Newton a couple of extra minutes.
It's 10 without loss here, Northants. 2 balls to go in the 4th over of the morning, and Carse is ready again. Newton is ready again. And it's leg side-ish once more and clipped away. Oh, it's got past square leg and running away out towards the fence to our right-hand side. Fieldsman after it from long leg, doesn't get there. And Newton picks up a second boundary, and this time exactly where he wanted it to go. A little touch away across the square. It wasn't the smartest piece of fielding, it must be said. Looking to see who that was diving away to his right-hand side. Just couldn't get down in time. It was on the edge of one of the used wickets, diving into all sorts of rough down there. Would have taken a bit of skin off, but he has got a long-sleeved shirt on this reasonably chilly morning. Sort of mid-teens temperature-wise today. 14 without loss.
Not cold, is it?
No. And Newton goes to 10. Carse is in to complete the over. Bowls a bumper, and this time it's pulled successfully by Newton, and he picks up 4 more. Well, Carse has tested out the middle-ish of this wicket a few times, and hopefully he's going to learn his lesson pretty quickly. There's not too much joy from bowling short at Northampton, and that was easy pickings for Rob Newton to turn that one around the corner towards the deep backward square boundary to our right-hand side. So Newton is up and away. He's on to 14. And Northants 18 without loss after 4 overs, having been sent in. No toss took place when we did get underway at 10:45, Kit Harris.
Yes, it's a kind of pitch, this one, where if you try and find the middle of the pitch, you're only going to find the middle of the bat shortly afterwards. And, well, the first one that went for 4 was nicely timed off his pads, but could have been fielded. But the second one, that pull shot, well, he just sat on top of the bounce, rolled the wrist on it, kept it down. It was perfectly executed.
Rushworth, far end, is in for the 5th over of the game, and Curran is driving, squirting it past backward point and gets 4. It's a very short boundary this week to our left-hand side. That rope over there is no more than 60 yards away from the pitch, and Curran was driving a little loosely there, didn't really get his weight into the stroke. Thickish outside edge, jumped away in the air, but past backward point and flashing away towards the signal box to our left-hand side for another boundary. So Northants going along quite healthily so far in the 5th over, 22 without loss, and Curran is finally off the mark. And penned in so far by Rushworth, but given a fullish ball there to try and drive at. And Curran, putting his hands at the ball, found the boundary. Rushworth once more, past the umpire, short, and now Curran is trying to pull and get struck on the body. Wasn't all that short, and Curran admonishes himself really by trying to short arm jab that away, and I think he too now has been struck amidships as well, so both these opening pair have been pinned on the bullseye, I think, so far.
They're both down on their knees, one at each end, both of them readjusting what is rather euphemistically referred to as the abdominal protector. It only protects one very specific and quite squishy part of the abdomen, but now they both agonisingly, almost in stages, get back to their feet. It's funny, isn't it, that when a man gets hit in the box, the first thing that comes off are his gloves.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
Sure what?
I suppose what else can he take off, really?
That's right, yes.
Takes his gloves off, has a little gentle feel around to make sure that everything's where it needs to be. And Curran now rechecking his guard, fiddling with the top of both pads. Touch on the thigh guard as well. And settling down again to face Rushworth from the far end. 22 without loss. And Curran working one here to fine leg. It'll touch around the corner to quite a straight line. The ball runs slowly towards the members to our right hand side. There's a decent number in on the balcony there to our right hand side. We're a long way away from the members today. Normally we're perched up next to them. You can see what's going on in the committee balcony to the extreme left of the Spencer Pavilion over there. Well,
Yes.
we've left them behind today,
Well,
23 for naught.
It's lopsided, isn't it? We've moved some distance over towards the signal box in the selection of today's pitch. Slightly shorter boundary at the signal box end of the square as well.
Rushworth to Newton, and Newton is getting a ball that nips back a little bit here, but he pushes, trying to get forward, down towards mid-on, and there is no run. Newton on 14 here, Curran 5, this pair have got a lot of work ahead of them to try and get through this morning's cricket. Very tricky conditions here underneath this heavy grey cloud. 23 without loss, and Rushworth turning at the far end. Short sleeve shirt as ever. Mild day for him, I'm sure. Moves in and bowls quite full at the off stump. Nicely bowled, brings Newton forward, pushing off the inner half of the bat, again down towards mid-on. Steele is there, and there is no run.
5 games going on in Division 2 today. Remember, we may have started 15 minutes late, but Glamorgan Leicester in Wales and Lancashire Middlesex, Old Trafford, both started on time at 10:30. Glamorgan batting first, no wicket there, 22. And Lancashire also having first dig, no wicket there, 28. The 2 other games yet to get underway.
Rushworth in again, and Newton pulling again, but finds square leg, no run. Update now for BBC Weather, so bear with. 23 without loss here, Northamptonshire, in this promotion showdown. Northampton beginning the round in second place in the Division 2 table. Durham in fourth. Both these sides in tremendous form, and both having won last week. The victory for Northants, a fine one as well at Leicestershire. 23 points, pushing them to the cusp, really, of promotion. One more win could do it. Could that be this week here at Wantage Row? But much work to do in these early stages, because they've been sent in with the floodlights on here in Northampton. But Curran and Newton going okay so far. 5 overs in, 23 without loss, the home side. Well, back and away, and Bryden Castle it is from the Wantage Road end.
Here he comes, still his 3 slips as he bowls full outside off, and Curran just half leans into a cover drive and can't pierce the field on the offside. A very, very symmetrical field once you look past those 3 slips. 4 men in the ring, 2 on the drive, 2 square, so 2 on either side of the wicket, and a long leg and a 3rd man. So if you slung a mirror right down the middle and forgot about the slips, it's completely symmetrical. So Cars now chastened by 2 fours in the last over, bowls a tight line outside off. That's it. Fuller closer to off stump. Forget the short ball. Shoulder arms does Curran. The highest up the order of the 3 brothers. The ball is left alone through to the keeper. A couple of boundaries to Newton then it was in Cars' last over, and Curran too managed to get his first 4 away off Rushworth. Rushworth. They've both found the rope at this stage. You have to say that although Rushworth has bowled accurately, hasn't been too much to trouble Northamptonshire so far. Here is Carrs again. This is short, bit of width, hits it into the ground backward of point. Third man's got some action now as Curran races the single. Ran it quickly, but a great bit of fielding out there on the line has prevented any thought of 2. So Curran moves to 6. Newton is back on strike with 14. 24 without loss here at Wantage Road.
Yeah, it's good work from Rain there down in the deep, and Curran again just admonishing himself with that stroke. He was just throwing his hands again at a ball that was quite wide. Could argue it was there to hit, but early on in these conditions, ball doing a little bit. Generally better off letting those go through.
So the field moves round for the right-handed Newton. Here comes Carrs again. Tries for the LBW, full ball on leg stump, but it's half volley, and Newton times it away. He won't get 4, but they should get 3 here. It's a long, long run down towards the mid-wicket boundary, and the strike rotates again. So Newton moves from 14 to 17, the score from 24 to 27, and once again those slip fielders find that they have to cross over. Right-hand, left-hand combination requires great accuracy from both bowlers here. Well, Rushworth could really very rarely be accused of being inaccurate, but Carrs at the moment just straining for that accuracy a bit. So he's in again now. Curran back on strike. And here is Carrs. There's a nice line, a little bit short, and Curran mistimes a cut, comes off the bottom part of the bat and is fielded at backward point.
Hasn't quite settled so far, Bryden Carrs, has he? He's just bowled 2 lengths really. Short one there. It was a very full delivery for Newton the previous ball. It hasn't quite found that sort of off stump area. You can bang away all day around that sort of fourth stump line on a good length, as Rushworth is trying to do from the far end, but Carrs so far a little inconsistent. It's failing to build pressure really.
It's sometimes the way, isn't it? When you've got ideal bowling conditions, you feel really confident. You've bowled so well last week, you get a little bit overexcited as a youngster. As Carrs bowls a full ball this time, and Curran just tried to block it half-heartedly outside the off stump. Came off the inside edge of the bat, past the stumps down to long leg, where Rushworth has fielded and Curran has taken the single to retain the strike. He has 7, and it's 28 without loss at the end of that over. Carrs' 3 overs have gone for 18 and Rushworth's for 6.
I think he was thinking easy runs there, Ben Curran, just tried to block a very full delivery away. But it just swung back a little bit.
No change, we're going to have a switch around here. Shall I move up one, Alex?
Probably best idea, yeah.
Okay. So Chris Rushworth, he's been economic and miserly so far. No change in his field, still the 3 slips he's going to bowl to Curran now. Right arm over the wicket, nice line and length there, perfectly immaculate on the top of off stump, and Curran comes forward blocking.
All you need to do in these conditions, isn't it? Just bang away there.
Yes, absolutely. Well, it's, he's absolutely superb. You have a player like this guy, in a way, as a coaching team, you'd be delighted if he had international chances. At the same time, there is a bittersweet element to it, which is that you retain the services of an outstanding contributor. Coaches do tend to prefer for their player to get international honours. It's not totally self-serving in the county game. Rushworth in again, and Curran this time is hit on the pad. There's a huge appeal, absolutely enormous. He only came half forward, and it did look like a good shout. And maybe the umpire thought there that it was just going to whistle past the off stump. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, I don't think it was quite doing enough. It may have been a little high as well, as the way that Curran was fiddling there with sort of around his knee roll. The appeal wasn't overly convincing either. Looks like Peter Hartley at that far end turned it down. It's got to do a lot from the right arm over bowler to come back to get the left-hander LBW from that angle.
There's no need for him to bowl around the wicket to the left-hander at this stage, because his line's been so tight. He has made Curran play every time. This next ball doesn't make Curran play. Does a little bit wider outside the off stump there, and Curran very securely leaving it alone as it carries through to Ned Eckersley.
You don't mind that though, do you? Pushing one across him just to make him really think about where his off stump is. That's what the right arm over bowler does to the left-hander. If he can get that little bit of shake back in, can really threaten the off stump. Saw a superb spell here from Brett Hutton, who did just that a couple of weeks ago to Moeen Ali. And Moeen off, obviously a hideous form, was all over the place.
Just seems to be cooling a little bit now as Rushworth is in again, and this time it is the tight line, and Curran tentatively plays around his front pad, coming forward to a straightish ball. And it's backward of square leg where the ball is fielded. And there isn't a run.
You can almost see what Curran's trying to do is he tries to play late, he tries to play with soft hands, but it can also be his downfall.
Yep.
Because he can also just appear to be a little bit indecisive. But he's only a small man, so he doesn't have massive legs to come striding forward like Marcus Truskovic. But he can just get a little bit caught sometimes, I feel.
Rushworth plugging away from the far end, coming towards us, and this one is outside off, and it's angled down past Gully to third man for an easy single. Curran just waiting for the ball and guiding it off the face, moves to 8. 29 without loss here, Northamptonshire, having been asked to bat on an overcast, cloudy, muggy day. Walking across the outfield earlier on, there was a feeling of moisture in the air, almost drizzle. It's as though this murk is low cloud, hugging the low profile of this county town. But at the moment, Northamptonshire have batted relatively securely. Newton now faces Rushworth, outside off and left alone, just a little bit of shape away. And that concludes the over as we say goodbye to our host broadcaster Alex Winter for the time being. You're listening to Specsavers County Championship Division 2 promotion game here on BBC Radio Newcastle, BBC Northamptonshire. Kit Harris here from BBC's central office. I just take you to Division 1 where there's absolute carnage going on. It makes up for the fact that the Division 2 games are wicketless. Well, the top of the table clash there between Somerset and Hampshire. Hampshire chose to have a bat first in Southampton, and they are 18 for 4. Felix Organ, Tom Allsop, Sam Northeast and James Vince all gone. Holland and Dawson are batting. Kent 37 for 4 against Yorkshire. It's all happening, but crucially down here in Division 2, no wickets have fallen. We say hello for the first time today to our visiting broadcaster with Durham, Marty Emerson.
Good day. Here's Ben Rain into the attack for the first time from the pavilion end. That one stays long, goes past the outside edge of the bat. I'm just looking through my stats. Ben Rain, 78th game, and he has 47 wickets for this season. So he has a 50-wicket haul once. That was in 2015 when he took 61 for Leicestershire. And his best bowling was actually 6 for 27 this year against Sussex. He's had 8 fifers and he got 5 for 26 at Lord's last week as well in a Durham win. So the Durham lads actually stayed down here, travelled up to Northampton on Saturday, I think it was. So he comes in again now and bowls, and that's defended on a length. Ball's not really done much, has it? I've been watching from the commentary position behind you in the press box, and I think Durham were hoping it was going to nibble around a bit more and do a little bit more than it hasn't. It's a fairly flat track. Smallish boundaries, and I think Northampton will be more than happy with his start. 29 without loss.
I think Durham could be forgiven for thinking that it might have done more.
Yeah, well, I mean, how misty was it and murky earlier on?
And it still is a bit. There's
It's lifted a little bit though, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
Rain again, right arm over bowls. It's gone down the leg side and it's spilled by Eckersley, and there'll be a bye here, a leg bye. I don't think that hit the pad, did it? I think that was more a bye than a leg bye. What's he going to signal? Yeah, that's bye.
You got it.
Initially, I thought he was going to tap his thigh, and I was thinking, why?
So you've gone for the extra batsman, Marty. Gareth Hart not required today. That's not an injury.
Well, he's an
thing,
all-rounder. Yeah, but Jack Burnham had a back spasm, so he couldn't play at Lord's. I saw Jack on Saturday. He was playing for Whitburn in the final round of matches in the North East Premier League, and he said his back was fine, and he would be driving down here to join up with the rest of the team on Sunday morning, and he was expecting to play, and Nathan Remington's been left out as well as Matt Salisbury returns from injury. As Rain comes in again now and bowls. Oh, that's a good ball. Nearly a nibble there. That was the corridor of uncertainty. Newton, who's on 17, tentatively going forward to that one. Just missed the outside edge of the bat.
So you approve of the retaining of Scott Steele? I mean, he had a reasonably good debut, didn't he? Got some runs for the second
yeah, I said, he got caught at mid-on, and I said, how did you manage that? It was just a lofted catch, and he said, it was the only one I middled.
Bless him.
He said everything else had come off the toe of the bat. So, He's a promising prospect. He's done really well in one-day cricket and white ball stuff this year in the T20. Now that's worth a shout. That's worth a shout.
How was that not out?
Well, I think possibly maybe a little bit of bat in that.
Well, there ought to have been a little bit of bat in that, because I can't think of anything else. We've got a great view here. I can't think of anything else that could conceivably have saved Rob Newton there. And
it was on off stump, wasn't it?
Well, it just held its line, and Ben Rain, although he has gone very close to the wicket there, he seemed to me to get a little bit of movement back in, just a tiny bit. Very, very close call.
This is Newton's 98th first-class match. He's on 17 as rain comes in again from this pavilion end. It's played back into the ground and back to him. And that is the end of the over.
Very tidy.
Not bad at all. Where's his figures there? A maiden.
Yes, just the
bye.
Just the bye.
Yeah.
Ben Rain. Yeah. Well, Carr's. Yeah, he was excited. He had wickets and good performances under his belt from the week before at Lords, and perfect conditions, he would have thought, and probably just got a little bit over exuberant and couldn't quite find his line. Got some movement away from the bat, but he was quite wide. And
fairly small boundaries here, aren't they? This corner next to the pavilion, tiny boundary here. The way across the square, I mean, across the left-hand side of the square, I would say probably 2 wickets from where the net strips are. Rushworth's going to continue from the Abington Road end. This is his 5th over, none for 7 so far. Around the wicket he comes and bowls, and that's straying down the leg side. It's played to steal at square leg by Curran, who's on 8.
Yeah, I'm pleased that it was decided in the Durham hierarchy this week to stick with Scott Steele. Yes, you could forgive them for being tempted to retain Hart. He bats well. He's an extra bowling option, but Steele didn't really do much wrong. 2 and 39 in his debut, and to give him the opportunity, then take it away from him when Jack Burnham is back. Well, you've got to invest in youth and give him another chance, haven't you?
Rushworth round the wicket. Oh, that's a little bit too high. That nipped back in sharply though, and there's a shy at the stumps from Jack Burnham behind the slip cordon. Leg bye is signalled. That one came in sharply. Yeah, I think the other thing is, you're looking at the makeup of this team and the local lads as well. Scott Steele's family are from Durham. Their background's Durham City Cricket Club.
Yeah, there are juniors coming through.
Burnham, obviously a local lad. Rushworth, Rain are all from Sunderland. Rushworth's coming over the wicket now to bowl. And that's fended away short on the leg side by Newton. Dot ball as it goes to Burnham. Ned Eckersley captaining the side. BJ Watling making his debut. Bradley John is what the BJ stands for. And he's played a few tests for New Zealand now.
63 of them.
Yeah. 8,866 first-class runs. 28 years old. 16 centuries and 53 50s. Born in South Africa but moved to New Zealand when he was 10. Plays for the Northern Districts in New Zealand. Recently toured Sri Lanka as well. Rushworth now to Newton. Right arm over. And going for the Yorker length ball and off stump, but Newton was equal to it. Unfortunately, I was driving down yesterday. Didn't set off till about 3:30, and I came down with William, the Durham scorer, and he was looking through his phone to see what's on in Northampton for the next few days. And
did that take him long?
It didn't actually, because there was nothing happening. But then he discovered Jimmy Carr was on at the Durngate Theatre last night. But by the time we arrived in town, he was already on stage. So I was just a few yards from the Durngate Theatre in my hotel. Seen him a couple of times in Sunderland. He's brilliant. So had I planned it properly, I would have come earlier and gone to see him. Rushworth bowls again. Oh, and nearly an edge there, and that's the corridor of uncertainty again. And Newton not only moving his feet, but the bat was a long way from the body there, outside the line of off stump. The last time when we were down here last summer for a one-day cup game, we went to see Danny Baker at the Durngate Theatre, and they basically kicked everybody out at 11:30 and switched the lights off because they had to close. So I'm sure he would have gone until 1 in the morning if he'd had the option. If you want to get in touch, at Marty Cricket on Twitter, or you can email weircricket@yahoo.co.uk. Rushworth coming in for the final time in this 5th over. Bowls, and that's pulled off past square leg, and it's a short boundary. Will Rain get round and cut it off? He can't. He got a hand on it, but he's right on the ropes, and it rolls over the boundary rope. you're lucky if that's 50 yards, right in front of the old signal box, isn't it? The supporters club, old railway building, just on our left-hand side. End of the over, 35 without loss. BBC Northampton, BBC Newcastle, and lots of people bemoaning the fact that was the end of the summer last night when England beat Australia. Hang on, there's 2 weeks of county championship cricket left yet, so plenty going on. Hampshire and Somerset, I think Somerset had a bowling point in the first 20 minutes this morning.
Extraordinary.
And if you've seen the photograph from Daniel Norcross at the Rose Bowl, you can't tell where the wicket is. The track's so green, it's difficult to actually spot which one they're playing on.
Yes, weird to feel you need to produce a result pitch for Hampshire Somerset.
Rain, right arm over, pavilion end, left alone this time by Curran, who's on 8. Newton's highest score against Durham was 52 in 2017. I think that was in the rainy match at Chesley Street. He's had 118 against Durham Uni this year and 105 against Glamorgan. And Ben Curran actually made his debut against Durham in Chesley Street last year. Brothers Tom and Sam with Surrey, obviously, in England. Floodlights have been on here since about 9:30. Very misty morning, but the cloud cover has lifted a bit. In comes Rain, good ball. Now that left the batsman late on, very late on. That looked like it was heading towards middle and leg, and then suddenly it was past the off stump. Now seeing a little bit of movement from this ball.
Yes, it's taken a while to turn up, but Rain is managing to bowl the same kind of tight line that Rushworth has been bowling. Still the 3 slips, but no opportunity for them so far. The only half chance we've had was in the last over. Rain to Newton. Pretty good looking LBW decision that was turned down.
Rain again now to Curran. And he defends on a length. That pitch is right on off stump. We are behind the action, and there's a big side screen just down below us, but quite often when I've come to commentate here, half the time you only see, particularly in T20 matches, you see a third of the pitch. They used to have this huge skybox in front of us. I took a photograph of it one year, and you're just guessing where the ball's going around. It's 2/3 of the pitch, you couldn't see it. But Alex likes to be at his table at the front of the upper tier of the pavilion stand. Turner stand as Rain bowls again. That's gone off towards point. It's chased by Cameron Steele, one of 2 steals in the team today, no relation. Scott being the other. Derek says, good morning, just joined, sorry I'm late. Any chance you can link the other fellas? I don't like to leave them out. Is Stokes playing, he asks. Could you imagine Ben Stokes being here? Isn't it technically, it would be day 5 of the test today, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would indeed, yes, absolutely. It's still officially the test season in terms of the calendar that was published.
Yeah.
It's _ Alex Winter for your host broadcaster, and at Cricket Kit for me.
In comes the bowler. That's played off towards point again. No run there. _ Alex Winter. So the underscore's at the start of them.
It is, yes.
Is it?
Yeah.
I thought you were. Were you not Kit Cricket at one time?
No, Anthony Gibson at Somerset always says I'm Kit Cricket, but Kit Cricket doesn't work as a kind of double meaning. I'm going to go and get my cricket kit out of the cupboard, was what I was thinking. Yeah. Cricket kit, but there we are.
That's ball of Rain's second over, 35 without loss. Right arm over, he bowls. That's drilled straight back past him. That probably will go for 4. And it is. The rope's in a few yards there. That's gone for 4.
Gorgeous.
Just over pitch there. And a good start from Northampton's point of view.
First really drivable ball of the day. That Curran has been playing himself in steadily. He really hasn't timed everything. That one was gloriously done. Waited for the ball, half forward, all balanced, head above the foot, and drove it with a high left elbow. Lovely straight drive, and he's into double figures.
The Knots preparing for 2020 finals. They're 50 for none already. Stephen Mullaney 40, Ben Compton 10.
And yes, still no wicket in Div 2 coming up to the first hour. I'll give you a roundup of all the scores at the end of this over, because then that will be the first hour.
Rushworth from the Abington Road end comes in and bowls. Left alone, quite leavable by Newton. It was shortish of a length, plenty of bounce in it. He was able to watch it through to the keeper beyond the off stump.
One of those fantastic league seasons where so many teams in Division 2 have something to play for. Not only are there 3 promotion places, since next year it will be Division 1 that has 10 teams and Division 2 that has 8. The reverse of the status quo. But there are so many teams in Division 2 who could mathematically still get up.
Rushworth once more, bowls. Oh, good ball. Just misses the edge of the bat through to the keeper. That moved a little bit. On Newton, he has 21 of the 39 on the board, current 12. I reckon there's 5 teams in it. If you take obviously Lancashire have gone up, so I reckon it's Northamptonshire, Gloucestershire, Durham, Sussex and Glamorgan.
Wow.
Middlesex are too far adrift, and the thing that's held Middlesex back is their lack of batting points. And when you look at Durham, they've won more than any other team in that group, but they've got the worst batting points haul because they've only got 19 as well. So that could be a factor. Win these final 2 games, Durham, though, and I'd imagine they go up. Rushworth bowls. Inside edge. Oh, it's been put down, is it, or what? Well, the keeper dropped it, didn't he?
I think it dropped short.
Dropped short of the keeper. Well, I think that was inside edge onto the pad, so I think that took the LB out of the equation. But had that carried, that would have been a caught behind.
Yeah, I don't think there was a snick so much as a visible inside edge there. You could see it go through, unless our eyes are deceiving us. We're a lot further away from the action than the umpire is, but Rushworth into his 6th over.
Well, if he was appealing for LB, it was on height because it's gone over the stumps, so here he comes again, and balls, and that's played back along the floor to him from around about off stump.
Do you ever tire, Marty, of watching Chris Rushworth bowl?
No. How many wickets has he got this year? 63, is it? His best was 83 in the championship in 2015, I think it was.
He just doesn't have bad seasons.
62 this year. 5th year of 50 wickets.
10th consecutive season for Durham.
Yeah. Benefit year this year as well. Here he comes again and bowls, and that's defended. That's slightly wide of off stump, played up towards mid-off, no run there. 39 without loss, and 2 balls, 1 ball left. I was going to say, I thought there was only 1 ball left for the over. The scoreboard ticks over, 39 without loss here on the BBC. So have you driven up from Croydon this morning? Did you get the train?
I came last night.
Oh, you've come last night.
I perpetually live in fear of getting cut in traffic and
yeah, especially the
not turning up.
M25.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nightmare. Rushworth comes in here and bowls again, and that's driven. That's a nice shot. Oh, good stop from Salisbury. Diving across to his right at mid-off. I thought that was away for 4, and he's just managed to get a hand on that. Stops a 4. Dot ball, end of the over, 39 without loss.
Let me stroll you around Div 2 before Alex Winter comes back to replace me. And no, don't be excited for any wickets, because there haven't been any of them in the hour that we've had so far. Glamorgan, Leicestershire, Cardiff, 34 without loss. Glamorgan, their opening batsman Steve Selman and Craig Breathwaite from the West Indies. Lancashire, Middlesex at Old Trafford. Lancashire batting first, 49 without loss. Jennings and Davies, the 2 openers there. Of course, here no wicket, and they've just started after an hour's delay at New Road, where Worcestershire are going to bat first against Gloucestershire.
Oh, good ball from Rain, really tight line there. Played and missed by Curran, who's on 12.
Nothing happening though at Derby, where they've sat around for an hour. Bad light has delayed the start there. Sussex kicking their heels. They haven't even had a toss at this stage, but they are at this moment having an inspection. So, well, in Division 1, Hampshire now 5 down against Somerset, having chosen to bat first on a pitch which Dan Norcross described on Twitter as good grief.
Rain in. Oh, another good ball. I'm not sure if Curran's playing and missing these or leaving them playing inside the line.
It's tricky with the left-hander, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's one of the things that makes it difficult to judge. When the ball is angled across a left-handed batsman by a right-arm seamer, they draw their bat inside the line. It's so late to leave it that it very often kids you into thinking that it was a play and miss.
Everybody should leave it in the manner of Steve Smith, and it becomes obvious.
Yeah, absolutely. Steve Smith couldn't leave in a more emphatic way if he threw the bat over square leg.
In comes Rain once more. Balls. Oh, it's tickled down the leg side for 4. No fine leg in place. Chris Rushworth was leg by signal. Chris Rushworth was round at long leg. Now, I was watching the Australia batting a few weeks ago, and one of the lads in the pub kept saying, how come this Smith's getting all these runs? He keeps playing and missing. And I said, he's not, he's leaving the ball.
Yeah.
He said, he's not, he's trying to hit it. I said, that's definitely a leave, it's a theatrical leave.
A very, very eccentric man. Any batsman who says he can't carry on batting if he at any point catches a glimpse of his own shoelaces is not all there in the eccentricity stakes. But it works.
Rain, pavilion end, bowls. That swings away from Curran. And a good start from Northampton's point of view. Put in by Durham in a misty morning under the floodlights. 43 without loss. Very solid start from them. Two form teams here. Durham 8 unbeaten. They've won 5 of those. And Northampton 7 unbeaten since a rain-affected draw at Durham in June when the last 2 days were wiped out. But at that point in time, it was the only ground in the country that actually had any cricket on it. Everything else was wiped out everywhere the day before. So they're 7 unbeaten, and they've won the last 3 Northants. As rain comes in here and bowls, it's a little bit too high, thuds into the thigh pad, drops short on the offside. The BBC cricket page on the BBC website. This year we are looking for your best county championship 11. So have a look on. There's a short list or a long list already been drawn up, including players from varying teams. I think Chris Rushworth, with his 62 wickets so far, will be an absolute shoo-in. I think he's the leading wicket taker in the country in both divisions, isn't he?
I think Simon Harmer's ahead of him.
Is he? In Division 1.
Let's fetch that.
Yeah. Rain in again, turned off towards fine leg for 1 run. No long leg for 1 run.
Yes, if you're going to leave Chris Rushworth out of your all-season County Championship 11, you're going to have to prepare a very good reason why. But there are. The thing is, I suppose you could almost leave Chris out on the basis that you picked him the last couple of seasons in the all year 11, and you thought you'd give him a rest this year.
Well, Bryden Cast is going to replace him now from the Abington Road end. Cast just straying on his line a little bit earlier.
Changing bowler at the Lindrussell end will be Bryden Cast.
Yeah, it didn't quite click for him when he was bowling from this end, Bryden Cast.
On for 18 and 3 overs earlier. He went for a few 4s. Tighter lines needed. He said his 6-wicket haul at Lords on Thursday afternoon. He came out after lunch and took 5 for 11 in 4.4 overs and said it was down to the lamb chops he'd had at lunch. Here he comes then, and that's a wideish half volley, and it's played out towards wide mid-off. Salisbury collects it, 1 run.
Here you go, Simon Harmer.
Yeah.
74 wickets.
Oh, has he? Wow.
18.48 the average. Essex and Surrey hasn't got underway in Division 1. Try not to flood you guys with too much in the way of Division 1 information, because it is not the division that we are focusing on right now, but letting you know about Essex and Somerset's battle for the top is probably worth it. Rushy, 68 wickets at 17.73. Jeetan Patel with 60 is third. Ollie Robinson, 58, is fourth. Lewis Gregory, 57. Next.
Pulled away sharply for 4 behind square leg. Straying on his line again, and Newton moves on to 25, 49 without loss. Excellent start from Northants.
Flamboyant shot that. Picked it up outside the off stump. That was a.
That's a first-class list you're looking at there, then, isn't it?
Yeah, first class
in the county
season,
championship, I'm on about 62 for Rushworth.
Yep.
So, I wonder what Harmer's got in the county championship.
All right, let's have a check that up.
I'm not meaning to be.
No, I doubt Simon Harmer's got 12 non-championship wickets, but it's worth a check.
Cast in again. Oh, that moved late, and Newton playing at it, fishing away outside the off stump. It's gone through to the keeper. I'm just looking for a nibble or something here to break this opening stand.
I mean, splitting hairs statistically slightly here. I mean, the point is that's being made is that Rushworth again is having a superlative season, and the only bowler I think in Division 2 who you might have a tussle with for best bowler in the division might be Ollie Robinson at Sussex. What a year he's had, Rushworth.
Carson tries a Yorker length ball on off stump, played up to Rushworth at mid on. No run. Rob Newton began the day on 370 runs at an average of 24.6. He's had 1 century, 105, which was against Glamorgan in Cardiff on that absolute flat track at the beginning of the year when thousands of runs were scored. In comes Cars again, and that's an edge, but it's controlled along the floor to third man. There's the 50 up. 50 for Northants in 12.5 overs. Great start for them.
Yes, Simon Harmer, 71 wickets in the county championship, so just 1 extra first-class wicket in a friendly game. So he leads Division 1. Rushworth, you said 62 in Div 2. And the question which
so
I
what was
asked...
Harmer? What was it, sorry?
Harmer 71 in the
right.
championship.
Oh, good. Last ball of the over. Cars, bowls, kept out low, and off to go to mid on it goes.
I mean, the question I asked Alex Winter, Marty, is, why hasn't Chris Rushworth got a look in with England? Did you have a ready reason for that?
Well, he was asked if he'd be ready for a call-up in 2015, I think it was, and James Whittaker, who's here as the match liaison officer, was the chief of selectors at the time, and Rushy was waiting for the phone call, and they went and called up Mark Footed instead, who I gather now doesn't have a club anymore. But Footed didn't play anyway, so...
Yes, yeah.
Rain, new over from him, pavilion end, just played off the mid-wicket. This hasn't gone, I would imagine, anyway near the way Durham were hoping it would today. Misty conditions, damp day, overcast, floodlights on, and no wicket.
Finally have a wicket in Division 2. Lancashire have lost, in fact, just as I was about to say they've lost a wicket, they've lost 2. Both openers gone. Jennings has gone for 22, Davis for 16. 49 for 2, Lancashire are in Manchester. Derbyshire and Sussex still waiting for a start. In fact, they've been given a start time, 12 o'clock.
This is left outside the off stump.
There's a team in every game in Division 2 who might be expected to have a chance of going up. But, I think this is certainly a particularly exciting one because, of course, both teams have a very good chance of going up. And I don't believe there are many people around the country who, if you offered them their team being promoted from Division 2 and Durham going up with them, Durham fan or not, I think most people would say they'd quite like to see Durham get into Division 1, given the rough ride they've had at times over the last few years.
Rain again bowls. Played short on the leg side. It's a dot ball from Newton. Well, I thought there was so much damage done and they lost so many key players. 3,500 runs from your top of your order with Stoneman, Jennings and Borthwick leaving, and then Paul Coghlan going. And Graham Onions wanted a 2-year contract and was only offered 1. And I looked at the players who were having to come in and play in the first team who probably weren't ready, and I thought you were looking at a 4 or 5 year job. I think Paul Collingwood was of the opinion it was a 5-year job as well. Rain comes in and bowls. That swings quite a long way after it passes the stumps. And Rain stands and stares at the stumps with his hands clamped on his chin in disbelief that he didn't actually get a little click there. The wage cap does end this season, so they are free, I suppose, to spend a bit more money on players next year.
Do Durham have enough money to
well, I
exceed
think
the wage
generally
cap?
now they're not really on the ECB watch list anymore. There are a number of clubs are. I think Durham are at the least of the ECB's worries really at the moment, as Rain comes in again, edged and gone, taken at first slip, and that one came up sharply on Newton. He's out for 26, just popped on him a little bit. I think that might be Angus Robson at first slip. He's one of 2 numberless players on the Durham side. It looks like him from here. And that is the end of Newton. And Ben Rain gets the first wicket of the day, 50 for 1.
Sharp lift to that and a very good ball, and I think it slightly took Newton by surprise because Rain's stock ball was the foolish one, just swinging gently back into the right-hander. That ball he banged in a touch shorter, well, it was not short of a length, but on a good length, just reared up, had some real nip to it, Newton looked surprised by it, took the shoulder of the bat and threw at very, very comfortable height to first slip. He's gone. Caught Robson, bowled Rain for 26 and 50 for 1 now. Finally Durham have the breakthrough.
Angus Robson was playing against his brother Sam last week. Angus got 64 in Durham's second innings. Sam got 65 in Middlesex's second innings, but Angus ended up on the winning team, and it was the first time they played each other. The parents were listening in Sydney.
Alex Wakely, sponsored by John White Shoes and Halfway.
30 years old. He's played the most first-class games for this home 11. 145th first-class game, 6,807 runs, averaging but 31. He is a moderate county player, but certainly a very, very loyal one. He signed for this club in 2007.
Well, he when Durham and Northampton played each other in June, he just relinquished the captaincy. And he's the only captain to have won 2 trophies here as well, including the 2016 T20 when they beat Durham in the final as it was pouring down at Edgbaston. I think on that occasion Northampton had been something like 9 for 3 or 10 for 3 or something and fought back. Rain to finish off this over. 14th over, comes in and bowls to Wakely. How did that not hit the off stump? How did that not hit the off stump?
Right, I'm going to bid you farewell, Martin Emerson, and
how did that not hit?
In a few moments you'll have the return of
Okay.
BBC Northampton's Alex Winter.
Kit Harris back with us a little bit later on. I think Alex is a bit mystified by that as well. Did the stump become invisible all of a sudden there? Pitched and stayed low and Wakely got nowhere near it.
Twas a beauty, wasn't it? Great delivery first up, and Wakely did did well not to lose his off-stump or get an outside edge.
Here's Carse. Oh, that was a wide-ish ball, and Curran's played at it, and he should have left it well alone. It's flown through to the keeper.
Yeah, loose one from Curran. A couple of times here he's had a waft outside his off-stump. Bit of a tempter there from Carse here. Changing ends. Wasn't particularly good first up from this Wantage Road end, it must be said. 3 overs for 18 he sent down.
Here he comes again. Curran on strike, and that's flicked off down towards fine leg to Cameron Steele for 1. What's with the shirt job going on here? You take your coat off, your jumper off, what's happening?
I was a bit warm actually. Really? Yeah.
Do you know how I found him?
I've got
just by sheer chance yesterday, raking around in the cupboard at home. I found me little £1 gloves from Northampton Market from last year. You know, the match that never happened.
Oh,
of the rain.
indeed, yes. I
thought I'm going to need a pair of gloves. I went to Northampton Market and bought a pair for £1.
I covered an entire championship match last year without leaving my house.
Yes, you did. In comes Carse, that's left alone outside the off stump. I think you covered the abandonment of the game quite well from your bed on the final morning, as I ran you from Sunderland in an absolute blind panic.
Yeah, that was crazy, that rain on the final day that never arrived.
God, yeah. For those of you not quite sure what we're talking about here, Durham arrived on a Thursday night last year. It was the first away game of the season. Beautiful sunny evening. Players were playing golf, and then the next day woke up to a bit of drizzle, which wasn't really forecast. Got to the ground, and the umpires called it off at 9:30 on day 1 as Carse comes in again and bowls. That's through to the keeper. And what had happened was they'd relayed the outfield here, and then you had that beast from the east, so the ground had never really had the chance to settle. Similar thing had happened to Durham around about 2009, 2010 when they had the terrible winter, and they'd put all this new drainage in and then put sand in, but the pitch was just deadened for a year because of the terrible winter that they had. But the weather forecast kept changing last year, so the day 2 was the day when I think they thought they were going to get some play. As Carse comes in again and bowls, tries a Yorker, kept out well there by Wakely, who's yet to get off the mark. Toe of the bat job, pulling his foot out the road there. Anyway, I came up and I didn't even get here on day 2 because I got a text off John Lewis, the Durham coach, at 9 o'clock to say it was already off. And then I only came on day 3 to collect my kit because on day 4 it was going to be the end of the world. Suddenly, I get a text message off John Lewis on day 4, and I'm back in Sunderland saying, looks like we might get a game in after all. I'm like, what? Here comes Carse. It's pushed off towards mid-wicket. No run there. Collected by Burnham. And I responded, oh yeah, whatever. And I thought, he doesn't do humour like that. And I rang him up, and he said the weather that was due to come on that final day, which was effectively going to turn Northampton into a swimming pool and most of the southeast of England, just shifted and never got across here. But there'd been that much rain had fallen the previous 3 days, they knocked it on the head anyway. And I think it was the first time they'd lost a match here since 1979, something like that.
Yeah, it was a very long time ago, a good quarter of a century plus. Yeah, I've got a feeling it was 1983, but close enough.
Yeah, I've got it in my notes.
Yeah.
Just lazily not looking at them. Rain, 51 for 1, new over from the pavilion end. That's defended on a length by Curran. What time is it?
You've got a computer screen in front of you.
I know, you know what? I didn't know, just look at that, yeah. I've got long sleeves on today for the first time in months.
Yeah, a little autumnal today, but the sun should be back with us for the next few days, we're told.
It's meant to be quite nice, isn't it, for tomorrow?
Yeah, replay of that Newton wicket. He just felt for one. It did bounce a little, but he just felt for it.
In comes the bowler, straight as a die, pushed up towards mid-off and stopped by the tumbling Carse. Yeah, just got a little bit big on him, I think, didn't it?
Yeah, he walked off looking at the pitch, and it did move away a little and did bounce a wee bit too, but it started wide enough that he could have let it go. But it was nicely bowled, angled in from Rain. Just forced Newton to have a feel outside the off stump, but he could have probably left it on line and length, really. It was never going to threaten the off stump.
In comes Rain again and bowls. Oh! Inside edge, away for 4. Wow. Inside edge, away for 4. Down the fine leg, and that's gone right through him.
A little bit of nip back from Rain. Pushing forward was Curran. Thick inside edge, slice of luck there. It's been stuck for a while, Curran. Second streaky boundary for he.
Captain Cook says poor bowling this morning, too many 4 balls in these conditions. It's just starting to do a little bit now, isn't it, I think?
Well, they've just started to settle. Yeah, that first half an hour, 45 minutes, they were poor, Durham. Didn't quite find the length at all.
What time did you set off this morning from your place?
Just after 8 o'clock I left to get down here with the morning traffic. These 1:30
Manky
10
Monday morning.
Yes. Very ropey around Leicester as always, but particularly on a Monday.
You're up near East Midlands Airport, aren't you?
Correct, yes.
You not fly from there to Northampton International? There's nothing around here.
One day I could park my private jet at Sarwell Aerodrome, which is just off to the east of us.
That's the way to do it.
To be honest, it would probably take a lot longer.
Probably.
Helicopter from the local cricket ground. That would be the best way. Could land on the outfield here.
55 for 1. Curran on 19 as Rain bowls and gets to that late. Plays it up towards mid-off. I think there's quite a few people in my hotel who are here for the match. Heard Northern Voices this morning, and there was some lads at the bar with Barmy Army t-shirts on. 2 balls left of the over. Curran is on 19. 3 slips in place as Rain bowls. That's played off towards point, and an attempted snatch by Cameron Steele. He misses it. It's going off behind him to Scott Steele on the boundary. I just saying, Alex, this boundary to the little supporters club is only about 50 yards, isn't it?
Yeah, very short. This is pretty much as far as we can go across for a first-class game here. They do use pitches further across for second-team games, but yeah, this is about as far as we'll go. They may actually go one more further across, actually, for first-team matches here.
Remember the opening match of 2014 they played here, and they were way across the other side of the square. There's Rain bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump, that's the end of the over. 56 for 1. I think the groundsman said then on that occasion they were 50 yards exactly towards the groundsman's hut.
Yeah, the rope pulled in from Abington Park this week away to our right-hand side. Often the short part of the ground, the part of the ground that is targeted particularly in the T20 matches here, away to our right-hand side of the boundary, just cuts in a little bit. But this week, the short boundary towards the Clark Road to our left.
1981 it was, Leicestershire, the last abandonment before last year. So I said 79 and you went for 83.
Split the difference,
Yeah.
job done.
Right in the middle, weren't we? Who's this cast then from the far end? Oh, that's erratic. That's gone towards first slip. Keeper takes it, full stretch. Not signalled as a wide though. Yeah, these half-10 starts are a thing, aren't they?
Yeah, I'm grateful for only one match here at Wantage Road in September, really, at 10:30.
Yeah. Cast bowls, and that's defended by Curran, who's on 20. Runs up towards mid-on to Chris Rushworth. Finishing Bristol next week, is it?
Indeed, yeah.
With Sir Bob.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it could be another promotion showdown that. Gloucester's began this little block of championship matches in second place with a bit of a gap over fourth. Beaten by Sussex last week with not too many points either, so the Gloucester's on the back foot going to Worcester this week, and they're fielding first, and Worcester are 20 for 1.
Cast comes in and bowls. Oh, that's left alone, and that angles back sharply as it passes the stumps and ends up being taken down the leg side. But it came round the outside of the off stump. Quite a bit of late swing there. I'm just wondering, from a financial point of view, what the board would feel here about promotion, because in 2014 I don't think they won a game, and they've been feeling the repercussions of it since, haven't they?
Well, to an extent, yeah. I mean, the financial issues weren't caused by that poor season. Obviously, would have affected the T20 campaign receipts.
Oh, that's done a bit. That's gone the other way this time, through to the keeper. Pitched on a length and shot away past off stump.
Yeah, it was a beauty. Yeah, Northampton really struggled back in 2014, but they're a different club now. We're 5 years down the line, and I'm sure they would have learned the lessons of that disastrous season, really. That battling draw on the first day of the first week of the campaign here against Durham
you were here, weren't you?
was about as good as it got. There were some promising signs. A few of the younger players, Ollie Stone and Rob Keogh and Ben Decker, all got their chances that year.
This is pushed off towards point this time, low off the bat from Curran, who remains on 20. Yeah, there was the last pair of the crease, weren't they?
Yeah, 9 down.
Yeah.
Clung on.
Moazarullah and
clung on for a draw.
Who was the other one?
You're testing me now.
Oh, I don't expect you to remember that. But I do have it written down somewhere. Rob Newton and Moazarullah were the two men that Durham couldn't get out. I think they batted together for about 11 or 12 overs at the end of the game. Cast comes in now and bowls, and Curran plays that off towards backward point to Burnham. It's a dot ball. It's the end of the over.
And the other promotion rivals for these two sides here, Sussex, haven't got underway so far. They're at the racecourse ground in Derby, and they can actually start there at 12 o'clock, so a delay. But superb opposition ready for Sussex to face this week, with Derbyshire with their minds firmly focused on events on Saturday at Edgbaston. Their first appearance at T20 final stage. It's been a wonderful summer for them in the short form, and desperate, I'm sure, to have a good crack at Essex in the second semi-final on Saturday afternoon.
Rain, pavilion end, bowling here to Wakely, plays that off towards the covers, no run there. This will be my last over, won't it? What's the time now?
Again, you've got a computer screen. You've got two watches in front of you. It's 11:56.
To do an update for BBC Newcastle in a few minutes. Floodlights remain on here, but the sky's lifted a bit, hasn't it? I.e. the clouds lifted. It was quite mizzly earlier on, but the cloud base seems to have gone up a bit. We can certainly see quite clearly now the trees on the hill in the distance, which were shrouded in mist earlier today. Rain to Wakely. He bowls, that's off the pad when it was going down the leg side, and they go for a quick single here. Oh, and the throw from a roundabout square leg from Cameron Steele was really on target at the bowler's end, but it hit a bit of a divot and shot up over the stumps. The score moves on. Oh, it's a bit of bat onto pad that was, because Wakely's now been attributed with the single. He's off the mark. Furious applause there from getting off the mark.
I don't think it was his old man who was up to our left-hand side. Both his parents are here, actually. Dog in tow.
Rain. Right arm over bowls, and that's left alone by Curran as it swings away towards the keeper in the slip cordon. It's got a problem here, that I'm behind the bowler's arm and need to go off and do a bulletin.
You've got 2 minutes, don't worry.
Yeah, he's halfway through his over. 57 for 1. Rain comes in and bowls again. Oh, and a play and a miss from Curran, well wide of off stump as well. It was a fairly lazy looking shot, that.
Yeah, a few times he's wafted Curran and looked a bit ugly and admonished himself, but he hasn't quite resisted the urge to have a bit of a dip at those wide deliveries so far. Tempting length and rain, and he was indeed tempted.
The ugly waft. Would that be a real ale pub? You reckon? Wouldn't be selling bottles of beer for £105 like the pub we were in the other night in London. I noticed they were still in the fridge. An American craft ale for £105. Rain bowls. Defended on a length there by Curran. Obviously there were other bottles of beer that were at a more bargain price of 65 quid.
What on earth?
I know.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Must have gold in it or something.
Plenty of good beer in and around London. You have to go to America to fetch it.
No, true. We actually probably weren't that far from the brewery at Chiswick where we were. Last ball of the over. Rain comes in and bowls. Oh, that leaves the batsman late. That's just the sort of thing that Rain was doing at Lord's the other day, just nibbling it away late. That's the end of the over. I'll be back a bit later on. 57 for 1. BBC Radio Northampton, BBC Newcastle.
Thank you very much, Martin Emerson. So a solid hour and a quarter here for Northants. Newton the man out so far for 26. But Northants going okay in the gloaming here in Northampton. Sent in at 10:45, slightly delayed start because of the drizzle that was around. No toss took place, understandably. And Durham beginning to settle. It wasn't a great opening 45 minutes for them, but they are beginning to find their areas as Cass continues from the Wilson end, running in towards us, right arm over, bowls to Wakely. Full toss though, and driven away. Off the toe of the bat it seemed. The timing not perfect out towards the cover fence, but the timing good enough to find the boundary to our right hand side. Lowish full toss there from Bryden Cass. And Wakely pushing forward, does inspect the toe of his bat. Didn't time it perfectly, but did get it away to our right hand side, out towards the covers over there. The groundsman's tractor parked in front of the bank of white seats on the far side of the ground. Wakely goes to 5, 61 for 1, the 19th over of the morning here. And Northants now with an eye on lunch in 29 minutes time as Cass moves in past the umpire again and bowls a full delivery angling into Wakely's off stump, and he's forward pushing away towards mid-off. And there is no run as far as Matt Salisbury in there. Hello again, Kit Harris.
Hello, Alex. Well, typical Gloucester. Things seem to go their way, don't they? Third place in Division 2. They've only been playing at New Road for 29 minutes. The start was delayed by an hour, but they've already got a bowling point. Worcestershire 24 for 3. And Mitchell, Rutherford and Milton all done so far.
Cast in again, and Wakely beaten. Slightly back of a length, and Wakely a bit squared up. It's straightened on him, and in truth I think he missed it by quite some distance. The ball going over where a fourth stump might have been, and Wakely the latest to come down and inspect the wicket on a good length. What we've seen so far has been what we've seen throughout the year so far really here at Northampton. There's a bit in it for the bowlers if you get it right. If If you bat well, runs to be had. The ball coming onto the bat quite well normally. Casts in again, wide of the off stump though. Wakely steps across, covers up, shoulders, arms, and it's through to Eckersley behind the stump. Still with 3 slips for company, no more attacking than that. Third man has been down throughout the morning so far. Then point, mid off, mid on man just in front of square leg to our left, and long leg to our left hand side as well. 61 for 1 Northants. Floodlights on here in Northampton. It's Cast once again, bounding in from the far end. Full event strikes Wakely on the pad. Cry for LBW. Umpire says not out. It looked to be sliding down. The appeal wasn't too vociferous, and umpire Peter Hartley didn't pay too much attention. Very full and angled in, and Wakely will probably feel he might have missed out there. Chance to flick leg side out towards the short boundary to our left.
Yeah,
Early
good
status here for Wakely. Yeah,
Good call from the umpire there.
looked good. Yeah. Update now for FM listings on BBC Radio Northampton, so bear with. .61 for 1 here Northamptonshire in this crucial promotion battle, second playing fourth with 2 games to go in the season. Very gloomy here at Wantage Road. The floodlights on. Northampton sent in, no toss took place, and they've lost Rob Newton, pushing at a ball he probably could have left and edging to first slip. He fell for 26, but Ben Curran, his opening partner, is still there on 20, and the former captain Alex Wakely is now alongside him on 5. 19 overs gone here in Northampton, and the home side 61 for 1. Back with you online.
Alex, they're finally underway at Derby. It's taken them an hour and a half to get conditions just right for play, but now we have all 5 games in Division 2 underway. Derbyshire are going to bat first against Sussex. They come. Still the 2 wickets down for the leaders, Lancashire, 83 for 2. Yes, the game will focus on, for giving you assiduous updates and attention, will be Worcestershire-Gloucestershire, because both the teams here, Northamptonshire in second and Durham in fourth, will be particularly interested not only in the result of that game, the progress of that game, but also particularly interested in Gloucester not getting too much out of it, I should say.
Here is Matt Salisbury for the first time. Wantage Road end, goes into Curran and doesn't send the ball down. Lost his run completely there. He went into the crease, threw his action, and didn't let the ball go.
It's not often you see a bowler go 100% through with his action in that situation. He was an effort ball. He put everything into his action there, but just didn't let go of the ball.
Very strange. 61 for 1, and Salisbury going in once again to get his spell underway. This time let's go with the ball. And Curran back and across, pushing away to the bowler's right hand side, and there is no run. So Salisbury so far this season, 16 wickets at 23. This is 5th match of the campaign, and a job to do as 4th seamer really. Ben Rain, end of his opening burst, 6 overs 2 mains, 1 for 11 has been pretty good. Rushworth probably only okay, I think. 6 overs 2 mains, 0 for 11 from the top end, before being replaced by Cass. There's a horrible bumper here from Salisbury, surely needs to be penalised. They got way above the batsman's head. Well, the umpires look at each other and, well, decide it's only one of the 2 permitted short balls allowed for the over there, but that was a real horrible drag down from Salisbury that ballooned up over Curran. Said he paid no attention whatsoever, and Eckersley, weight of the ball to land back in his gloves. The ball went through so slowly. So an indifferent start here for Matt Salisbury. Short sleeve shirt and dark hair, goes in, bowls full now and gets driven firmly by Curran, but straight there to mid-off, and there's no run.
Now then, Alex, what's that smell? There's a very characteristic sort of smell here, and it rather evokes, listeners, when you go to those moving diorama exhibitions like the Canterbury Tales and Jorvik in York, where they've made it smell medieval. It smells like that.
As in a bit of silage or something. Salisbury in, and Curran just about keeping the bat inside of the line of one that goes across him here into the arms of Eckersley behind the stumps. No run.
It's not as bad as silage, and there's something slightly more industrial about it, but it's very medieval. What is that? Is that a factory around here? Is it some shoemaking situation going on?
No idea at all. There's no shoemaking anymore in the immediate
right?
in the immediate vicinity of the ground. There are still a couple of shoemakers
Yeah, I rather formed the
in and around
impression
Northampton.
that Northampton was self-sufficient in shoes.
Salisbury once again, full of length, and Curran driving once more. This time can only find Ben Rain out at mid-on for no run. 61 for 1.
Yes, well, it adds to the rustic atmosphere here. Is it rustic, or is it... Yes, it's rustic / post-apocalyptic. There's a kind of low stratus. It's really murky all round the ground. In fact, it's murking up a bit more as the trees in the distance are falling into the shroud of gloom.
Salisbury once again, full of length, and Curran this time defending. Down towards Ben Rain at mid-on, and the over comes to an end. So in the end, Salisbury sent down a maiden there to begin his work for the match. We've had 19 overs, 20 overs now as the ball flicks over to our right-hand side. Curran is there on 20, Wakely is there on 5, and Northants having been sent in. 61 for 1, the man out, Rob Newton, getting a ball that bounced a little bit outside his off stump, but on length and on line he could have probably allowed that to pass through. He fell for 26, having looked in reasonable touch actually, but his opening partner Curran is there with the former captain Wakely. He looked pretty good last week, Alex Wakely, particularly in the first innings. It was in tremendous form, it seemed. Facing Bryden Carse here from the far end and letting one go outside the off stump that bounces nicely into the arms of Eckersley around hip height. Eckersley up on his toes to claim that. Rising delivery. Wakely paid no attention. It was very, very unfortunate to be strangled down the leg side. Was Wakely in the first innings last week. But in the second innings, able to get Northants over the line with an unbeaten 40. 44 he made, 37 in the first innings, but he looks set for way, way more than that. Timed the ball perfectly from the off. Waiting here for Carse, 3 slips in place. Getting a full delivery at the stumps that Wakely is a little slow to get forward to, but does get down the defend, pushing back up towards the bowler's left hand. And there's no run. Wakely just wanders across to square leg, gathers his thoughts. Has it got a little drearier in the distance?
Yeah, it has. Yeah, definitely. You know, when you watch on those nature TV shows, when you go to the Amazon, somewhere really tropical, in the rainforest, and it's the afternoon and there's been a heat haze all morning, and then the plants and trees start to transpire that humid
Carse in again. Wakely just about keeps the bat inside the line of one here that was around about the off stump, but just nipped away a touch, and Wakely watched it carefully and let it go.
Yeah, the trees in the distance have got that kind of mist around them, so it's if you transport a nature documentary in the Amazon and put it in Northampton, it's like that. It's a tropical transpiration.
Needless to say, I don't think a nature documentary has ever been filmed in Northampton.
It's just a question of time. Once they run out of tropical areas and deserts and ice caps, the greenhouses of the back gardens of Northampton will come there.
Carse in again, full of length, and Wakely forward, almost got himself outside the line, was playing a little across it down towards mid-on, and there was no run. 61 for 1. The wetlands of the River Nen could provide, I suppose, some interest.
Well, yeah, it wouldn't.
I'm sure some spurious satellite channel is looking for some kind of material.
You've probably had Spring Watch or Badger Watch or something around here. One of those squirrel documentaries where they do the assault courses.
Carse again, outside the off stump though, a couple of feet or so, and Wakely letting it pass by again.
What was it called? Daylight robbery, that's what it was called. Where they would set up assault courses in the back garden, and squirrels would have to, over a week, would learn how to do the assault course in order to get the peanuts at the end. That's Northampton.
I dare say I missed that programme.
Well, you haven't lived, Alex, frankly.
Last ball of Carse's 8th over coming up. 5th of this spell from the far, and that's been much better, but he's bowled a half volley and getting put away, threw it off for 4 runs. Wakely leaning into it, didn't quite get his foot out to the pitch of the ball, but his hands were good and the length was such that he only needed to push it gently to time it away out towards the Wilson stand. So Wakely's most convincing stroke so far. He's got 9, and that rather ruined a decent over there from Cast, who's been much better since changing to the top end. 3 very loose overs to begin with from this wanted road end, but now we're at the top end of finding his areas, but going for a boundary there. So 65 for 1. Curran is there on 20, and Wakely with that boundary goes to 9.
Now then, it's around about this time of year that the county management, not just Northamptonshire and Durham, counties all around the English domestic setup, start to think about player contracts. Who's up for renewal, where they might get a transfer from another team.
Here is Salisbury going away from us, his second over into Curran, who drives, squirty outside edge, only as far as backward point. Steele is there, no run.
So if you want to play a little bit of I am the manager, I am the director of cricket, dear listener, there's a few people in this game on both sides whose contracts are up for renewal now and have not yet been renegotiated. You can have a think. I'll tell you who they are in a minute. You can have a think about who you would offer an extension to and who you might look to release.
Salisbury is in again, down the leg side though, and Curran has a hint of a flick at it. Just about get the bat into the line though, and it goes through to Eckersley, going to his right hand side and there to collect.
That's fine, unless transactions have already been concluded behind closed doors and not yet made public. We have in Northamptonshire's side, Keogh, Levy and Rossington, all out of contract at the end of the month. Well, now for me, I would have thought that was a pretty straightforward situation. I would re-offer to all of them.
Salisbury once again. Curran forward with an angled bat, defending down towards Steele at mid-off for no run. That's Scott Steele in there at mid-off, by the way, wearing 55. Cameron Steele at backward point is wearing 14.
And any update on those three? Do you know if they're in discussions about how long they might be extended for?
I had a feeling that Adam Rossington had extended his contract. I could be wrong. Keogh definitely is certainly out of contract, as is Levy. You're right on both fronts there, as Curran playing forward here. One goes across him, past the outside edge. He just held his hands inside the line, trying desperately not to push at one, as it goes through to Eckersley once again.
You are right. Aren't you on the ball? Aren't you on the ball? In June, Rossington signed an extension to the end of 2021. There we go. So yes, Keogh and Levy. I can't see a good argument for letting go of either of those two. Decent contributors.
Salisbury is in again, strikes the batsman on the pad, a pitched outside leg. The ball runs away down towards third slip, and there is no run. 65 for 1 here in Northants, with the floodlights on, and the floodlights now taking greater effect. It's almost got brighter because that sort of drizzle has come in, and I think that the floodlights are reflecting off that even lower cloud that has just come across. No initial move from the ground staff though, which is a good sign, but it certainly looks as if it's drizzling at the least to the north of us. Probing stuff so far here from Salisbury, who goes in again to Curran, and he drives and gets a thickish inside edge down to Rain mid-on, and the over comes to an end. 65 for 1 then. Curran is 20, Wakely is 9. A maiden there for Matt Salisbury.
4 of the Durham 11 who are out of contract. Well, it's not entirely fair to say that Scott Steele, playing his second first-class game, is out of contract at the end of the year, because he just signed a summer deal, but certainly it's good for him to have these opportunities to get some runs and earn himself a longer-term contract, perhaps. Angus Robson is out of contract. He had a 2-year deal.
There is definitely some drizzle falling. I can feel it up here in the front of the Ken Turner stand, and a few of the committee members to our right are beginning to retreat indoors down there, but still there is no move from the ground staff, so we'll continue as Rushworth returns to the attack.
Here he comes as the cloud closes in. He bowls now, beats the outside edge of Wakely. That was lovely, a lifting ball on a length over the middle stump. Wakely just played inside the line, whistles through to the wicket-keeper. I'm not sure it's so much, it's drizzle, but it's actually it's the low cloud that's just coming in steadily. The trees in the background that I described a moment ago are now just fading into a wall of white as that low cloud comes in. Nathan Rimington and Jack Burnham are the other two of the Durham 11 who will be in contract discussions at the moment. It's Rushworth again to Wakely, outside
Oh,
off, and
dear.
beaten again. That was another lifter. It left Wakely. He just pulled the bat inside the line at the last moment. And
Oh, you're a generous man, Kit. Very generous man. I think Wakely was having a bit of a feel for one there.
he followed it a bit.
Just a bit of bounce there from Rushworth. Just bowled that heavy ball.
Yes, he's brainy, isn't he, Rushworth? He knows his game. Always plays within his abilities and backs his abilities, and he has plenty of abilities to back. You know, we can now feel that drizzle coming up into the balcony as here comes Rushworth to Wakely again. This time gets a length ball on Midland leg and just walks across his stumps, defends it into the onside.
Ian has tweeted, hello Ian,
Hi, Ian.
_ Alex Winter to say, is there a financial benefit to playing in Division 1? Well, there's more prize money on offer in Division 1, and with some of the bigger counties there, particularly the likes of Surrey and Yorkshire, quite often you can get a boost to your crowd numbers.
I dare say that it's slightly more appealing to potential sponsors.
Quite, yeah.
Rushworth getting into his stride now in his second spell as he bowls, just opens up Wakely a little bit, squares him up, leading edge on the ground into the covers. Wakely on 9, yet to get into double figures, 65 for 1 though, to bear in mind that given the conditions are not great for batting, the bowling has been at least accurate. But,
It's got better, hasn't it, as the session has gone on. They have settled.
but it's a steady start for Northamptonshire.
It's very murky now, isn't it?
Now the drizzle's even got Martin Emerson drawing his writing pad inside his anorak. Next ball is too straight. Wakely just walks across his stumps and defends to mid wicket.
Nothing significant, but there's just the odd.
The ball will just start to get slippery now, won't
It's
it?
a very, very fine layer of moisture that's coming across us. But again, I cannot see any movement from the ground staff to our right-hand side.
Yep. Well, I tell you what, if the umpires decide to stay out in these conditions, then you'd say well done umpires, because many an umpire would stroll off at this point. I would almost forgive them for doing so if I weren't so desperately unforgiving towards umpires at the worst of times. Rushworth again, outside off, in the channel. What is it you call it? The fire exit of indecision.
Thank you, Damien Fleming.
Left alone. That concludes a tidy over from Rushworth. A maiden, 7 overs he's bowled for 11, 65 for 1, with Wakely on 9 and Curran on 20.
What was Fleming's elegant variation for it in the winter? It was something like Avenue of Apprehension.
Oh,
That's
my
what it
goodness
was.
me.
Yeah, Avenue of Apprehension.
That's a particularly elegant variation.
Which was slightly taking artistic license a bit too far.
I think fire exit of indecision is more satirical, but Avenue of Apprehension, there's a worry that that's actually meant sincerely, isn't it? That wouldn't be a good thing. Salisbury into his next over now, full to left-handed Curran, walks into a strange defensive shot, neither forward nor back, but certainly very solid. He's played well. Been absolutely lovely for Curran to take advantage of the 4 innings he has remaining in first-class cricket to notch that so far elusive maiden championship 100. It's only his 12th game. He showed some promise, but it would be a great way to sign off his debut professional season. Certainly in these conditions it would be no little feat. This one's on leg stump and he taps it away as easy as you like to long leg, where a good sliding stop from Rushworth had ball in hand and foot on line. I wonder at which point they were together. So do the umpires. They're having a wonder right now as 2 are completed. One man in the, it's a whole section of the crowd there are saying to the umpire 4-4. Yes, the guys in the blues are really quite keen that was a 4, but 2 it is, according to the umpires. Curran to 22. 67 for 1.
He slid much further than he thought there, Rushworth, didn't he?
The Blues weren't impressed with that. It was Salisbury to Curran again. This is a very straight ball, and Curran's walking into that defensive shot back to the bowler. Those are the first runs that Salisbury's conceded. His first 2 overs were maidens. But, Rushworth has an immense towel on the floor down there at long leg, and He's mopping himself with it, and I dare say in a minute he's going to pick up and find it's less of a towel and more of a flannel, as it sits there slowly but irresistibly soaking up the atmospheric moisture that's all around us now. Salisbury's next ball is on off, and Curran drops it into the offside, lunges forward and yells, "Wait!" So nonplussed Wakely takes a stride down the pitch and then back to the non-striker's end as he realises a run is unthinkable. This point.
And the weather forecast suggesting this thick cloud going to stick with us for most of the day. So we're relying on these lights because we certainly wouldn't be playing without them.
Curran faces Salisbury outside off, follows the ball, and that one's just an off cutter there, just moved away a touch off the seam. No great pace from Salisbury, but that was a good nut. I can tell you that the antagonists in this game, Gloucester, the third team, sitting between Northampton in second and Durham in fourth, now have a fourth Worcestershire wicket, 48 for 4. Mitchell, Rutherford, Haynes and Milton, 4 to go.
Very good start there for the Gloucesters.
New road. And here is Rush. Salisbury, last ball of the over, full, driven, no footwork from Curran. Played it lumpily to mid-off for no run. Concludes the over. Curran 22, Wakely 9, 67 for 1. And the league leaders have the third wicket down, 90 for 3, Lancashire. Remember, they need 5 points to secure the title.
And deservedly so too. They've largely swept all before them. I've had a couple of teams putting up decent resistance, including Northamptonshire, who pushed them all the way here at Wantage Road back in July. Leicestershire also clung on for a very valuable draw at Liverpool.
Next ball from Rushworth is short, wide, cut, forward a square for 4. What a gorgeous shot, an imperious shot of confidence from Alex Wakely, and a rare bad ball. Well, you don't see a Rushworth long hop very often in a game, but Wakely had to help himself to that, and he did. Filled his boots, and into double figures he goes. 13, 71 for 1. Cracking shot, Alex.
It was nicely put away. Stinking delivery, mind. The worst we've seen from Rushworth today. First sign of ground staff movement. Craig has just wandered across the Northampton ground staff to his tractor on the far side of the ground. He's just lingering there next to the tractor in case umpires feel that this moisture gets a bit heavier and we're going to go off. But it's if you didn't know cricket was taking place, you wouldn't believe it, would you?
They might not have started in these conditions.
Yeah. This is very similar to 10 o'clock when they got together at the advertised start time and decided it wasn't good enough. But
well, fair play for carrying on.
Indeed, yeah.
Rushworth again now to make amends to Wakely, and he does. A lovely ball there. That's back in Rushworth territory. Short of length, over off stump, and Wakely leaves it on length.
Believe at 10:30 a light meter reading was taken. So that has set the standard for the game.
Okay, Martin Emerson took a light meter reading, which no doubt reinforced the murk, but his on a scale of 1,000, it's 300, he says. Okay, and yes, you may have just heard him saying that, Martin Emerson, off the microphone, that as soon as it slides below 300, Martin's experience is when they come off. Martin's experience is pretty comprehensive on these things. Lovely ball from Rushworth now. Wakely groping forward in the murk. The ball just jags away off the seam, an inch or two. It's enough to challenge in Northampton's number 3.
Type of situation where, as a batsman, you're just begging to be taken off there because it really is murky. And well, Alex Wakely is coming down. I have a word here with Peter Hartley about the light. You see, and it has got much worse, hasn't it? That cloud that's come over.
We're not talking here about the situation which the listener will be used to, where we think, I think the umpires might be going to take them off here. When you think, well, there's an argument for staying on. I think really now that they ought to go off. Rushworth's next ball, and it's flown away off the outside edge. It's beaten third slip, it's beaten third man, and it's 4. Well, that will only serve, I think, to reinforce that the conditions are barely playable, but nevertheless, Wakely, with that thick slice of the outside edge of his bat, has got another boundary. 2 in the over. By no means as convincing as the previous one. 17 he has now, 75 for 1, Northamptonshire.
It was angled in and just nipped away a little bit. Wakely playing a little across it thick edge, but got away with it. He's begging for the umpires to take them off here. The umpires are having a look at each other now. I think they're trying to hold on for lunch, to be honest, because we're only 3 minutes away from the interval. But Wakely is crying to go off. He's got his bat on his shoulder here. He's ready to turn and march off. Russell Warren is in conversation with his partner, and they are going off.
Yep.
Yeah,
They haven't even taken a reading.
And I think that is a sensible decision, because the weather really has closed in here. So stumps being drawn for the moment, and that almost certainly will be luncheon here at Wantage Road. Because we saw those clouds across from us getting a bit lower and a bit heavier, and it looked like drizzle was on its way. I haven't got too much in the way of moisture really, but there's definitely enough of it in the air, and the cloud is very, very low at the moment. So I think that's a very fair decision to take the players off. Sometimes, as Kit was saying, you can get a situation where you're thinking, what are the umpires doing? Floodlights are on, get them out there. But obviously does come a point where it tips beyond what's fair to both teams. The umpires, in fairness to them, have kept them out there for a while with the light closing in, but have now decided that enough is enough. And midway through the 25th over of the morning, we are going off. And that is lunch. Confirmed that we will get the lunch break here at Wantage Road. So Northampton 75 for 1, and if play is okay, the light is okay, in 40 minutes time we'll be getting back out there at probably a shade after 1:05. So we will see you then. But for the moment, from Martin, Kit and myself, Alex, 75 for 1 Northants. Welcome back to Wantage Road with myself, Alex Winter. We're after a slight delay after lunch. We are getting back underway here. There's still a bit of drizzle in the air around Wantage Road, and some rain has been falling over lunch, which is why the covers came on. And we had a slight delay of around probably 15 minutes or so, but we are now getting back underway with Northamptonshire 75 for 1, Wakely on 22, Curran on 22, Wakely on 17. They're meant to resume here for the home side, and Chris Rushworth has got a couple of balls of his 8th over to finish off from the Wilson end. In he comes with 3 slips in place, bowling to the right-handed Alex Wakely, and Wakely lets a full of length ball go, fraction outside the off stump, and it's through to Eckersley. So 1 wicket to fall in that morning session was Rob Newton. Felt for one that just bounced a bit outside the off stump, and he edged a first slip good catch from Angus Robson around head height. Went quite quickly to him, but clung on well. Wakely here got together with Curran for a little stand of 25 to get Northants to that slightly elongated interval. And now back out here facing Rushworth as Wakely one comes back sharply and beats the inside edge. Sharp movement from Chris Rushworth. Wakely almost cut in two, but survives. He's there on 17. Curran is 22. And we are back underway here at Wantage Road. Martin Emerson is alongside me. Good day.
It's like spring cleaning this now, isn't it? Mopping everything up.
A bit of water on our commentary table, so a bit of mopping up to do there after
really
lunch.
Grey, mine, isn't it? And lots of little clouds still.
Yeah.
But we can see the trees in the distance.
Yeah, that's good news.
That's key.
Indeed. Ben Rain is going to open up from the Wantage Road end. Was good in the morning session for a 6-over burst for only 11 runs and got the wicket of Newton. Can he find a second breakthrough here after luncheon? 3 slips also for him, quite wide those slips as well. Goes in, swings one gently back into Curran, the left-hander, who's forward and pushing away out towards square leg for no run. So really the rain came at the right time, didn't it? Because we went off around 28 minutes past 12 o'clock.
Yeah, it was gloomy though, so you could understand why Alex Wakely was asking the umpires if they could go off, because he edged one as well, didn't he? So, but it was getting rather damp at that time as well. So.
Yeah, nothing significant in terms of rainfall, but enough.
Yeah, mizzle.
Yeah,
it's been mizzle.
Absolutely. Yeah, here's Rain on his way again, short sleeve shirt, and Curran forward, angled bat, playing down towards point, and there is no run.
I think that last delivery from Rain got him right underneath the thigh pad because he was limping away off towards square leg, so I mean, a little bruise there later.
But I did manage to put our covers on.
It's quite a good sheet, this, isn't it?
A little blue tarpaulin, yeah.
It's dry.
Bought it a while ago. Keeps everything intact. 75 for 1. Rain going in past umpire Russell Warren, and Curran again playing with an angled bat, this time steers it away down to third man in the distance, and they jog through for a single. So the first runs of the afternoon session. Curran goes to 23, 76 for 1 Northamptonshire. It's got a bit cooler this afternoon as well, hasn't it?
This tarpaulin and my coat sort of blend into one.
They do.
How do you claim for a tarpaulin on X's? Is that under miscellaneous items?
Yeah, something like protected equipment or something like that, yeah. It wasn't much, don't worry. I haven't been spending too much of the licence fee payers' money.
Well.
Rain into Wakely. Right-hander, and Wakely is forward. Around about the off stump. Pushing down towards mid-off. And there is no run. Someone's car alarm blaring away in the distance.
I wouldn't know if that was the car I'm driving or not. It's stopped now, isn't it? Well, your tarpaulin costs a few pennies, but it's protecting thousands of pounds worth of commentary equipment, isn't it?
Absolutely.
So does the job.
Well worth the cash. Haven't had much use for it this year, to be honest. As Rain sets off and goes in again to Alex Wakely, and Wakely is pushing off the back foot here, out towards third man. Fieldsman comes around the boundary, rush within the deep in front of the bank of yellow seats, and they go through for a single. So Wakely is off the mark for the afternoon session, goes to 18, and Northampton's got a 77 for 1.
Been a poor summer, I think.
Well, in terms of rainfall here for Championship cricket, there hasn't been too much. There was one day against Leicestershire that was almost entirely lost. And there was a bit of time first game of the season lost against Middlesex, but that's been about it really, I think. Can't really recall any other significant periods of time in Championship cricket being lost. As Rain goes into the left-handed Curran. And Curran is getting a very full delivery, almost Yorker length, that he digs out down towards mid-on, and there is no run to end the over. So that's the first complete one done after the lunch break. And Northampton are 77 for 1 there at Wantage Road, having been sent in at what was a 10:45 start time in the end. Curran 23 and Wakely 18. But Northants, like everybody else, losing plenty of T20 cricket in August.
Yeah. Well, Durham had a really bad one-day cup campaign because every game away from home was affected by the weather. Ironically, every game at home took place. But they lost matches at Grantham and Leeds. Games at Warwickshire and Worcestershire were affected as well.
Rushworth far end. Sprints into Wakely. And Wakely is forward, getting a thickish inside edge. It flies down towards the long leg. It was a good piece of fielding by Ben Rain in the end, to our left in front of the dressing rooms. And they took a single. Wakely goes to 19, 78 for 1. Yeah, I remember that game at New Row. They got a real rough end of the DL, didn't they?
Oh, yeah. Couldn't have happened at a worse time, really. You're just building an innings. It rains for about 3 hours. And then the other team come on and then throw 9 or 10 wickets in a negligible run chase.
And that game at Yorkshire, they needed a win in it. That was last day of the group stage.
Just started raining about 30 overs in, and that was it. Grantham, they never got on, which was a shame because I was looking forward to that.
Yeah, new outground. Alex Hell's comeback that was going to be, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Rushworth to Curran, and Curran defending in his crease out into the cover as Wakely was considering a single that Curran was never interested for, and there is no run.
Just thinking, last week they lost about 15 overs through bad light last week at Lord's, so I reckon I think they've lost about 622 overs so far this season.
Yeah,
The worst was that really wet summer of 2012 where Durham, I think, lost about 1,200 overs that year in all competitions. It's horrendous.
Rushworth running in towards us in his short sleeve shirt. Balls to Curran, back of a length and pulled away through square leg. That'll be 4. Rushworth just dropping short. And we've seen there is not too much to be had from dropping short on this wicket. Rarely is the case at Northampton. And that was an easy put away for Curran with a short arm jab. And the ball running away off the slightly damp outfield as well, which won't help Durham. 82 for 1 and Curran goes to 27.
Notts heading down to Division 2 after 2 years up. Haven't won a game yet this season. Worcestershire didn't manage to win a match in 2009. Neither did Derbyshire in 2013 or Northampton 2014. Notts today have gone like a train against Warwickshire. Stephen Mullaney had 90 on the board before lunch.
Goodness me.
They are 156 for 2.
Prepared a flat one, decided to have some fun.
Joe Clark 40.
Attack the best form of defence perhaps. Rushworth here for the first time, I think, is going to come round the wicket to Curran. Comes into the left-hander again, ball's very full and gets driven down the ground. Pleasant looking stroke, won't run for 4, but they will get at least a couple of runs out towards the Wilson stand. They come trotting back for that second run. And in that Wilson stand there is still somebody there with an umbrella up. Guess there is still just a bit of mizzle in the air, and we can see coming towards us a cloud that is slightly darker in shade than the ones directly above the ground, and just in the distance as well actually. It's getting a little bit murkier out there as well, suggesting a bit
back
more.
Around 300 again.
Suggesting it is closing in a little bit as well.
We're in goal offable territory once more. Normally when it gets down to about 300, they go off.
84 for 1. Curran is 29 now, and he's blocking one out towards point, and there is no run as far as Jack Burnham in there, just moving away to his right-hand side to collect. Well, the umpires have been very keen to keep the players out there because they played probably an over longer than most umpires may have done in the morning session when it really closed in, and it was clear that some moisture was falling. Alex Wakely was begging Peter Hartley to take them off the ground. Eventually they did show a couple of balls and probably one over shy of the lunch break as Rushworth comes in again to complete the over, and Curran is getting a ball angled back into him that he plays away towards square leg and is disappointed about not having nudged that away for a single. Finds square leg and the over comes to an end. So Curran is 29, Wakely is 19, and Northampton sent in will be delighted with their position really, given the conditions, given the floodlights blazing on since about 9 o'clock this morning really, given the gloom and the new ball. It's 27 overs old now. I'll be very pleased indeed at 84 for 1.
Yeah, I think they switched the lights on about 9:30, something like that, because one or two people on the ground weren't sure they could. So when they did come on, it was a bit of a surprise.
Rain going in to Wakely, flicks through mid-wicket. Don't think this will run for 4 either. Running out towards the concession stands away to our right. They do turn and come back for 3. Yeah, it's a greasy outfield, isn't it? Saw Rushworth earlier on slide in the deep, and two fieldsmen have
Scott
here.
Steele there has slid about 10 yards on his thigh. But one thing I think that's noticeable since we've come back out is how slow the outfield is now compared to this morning.
Yeah.
So there's been a lot of drizzle out there. These sides, by the way, have met 19 times in the county championship. Durham have only won 3, and they've only got 1 win here, which was in 1999. And that was the season where they actually finished high enough up the league that when it was split into divisions 1 and 2 the following year, for the first time they were in the first division.
87 for 1. Wakely goes to 22, and the left-handed Curran is back on strike. 3 slips go down. Rain in right arm over, and Curran leaving well here. It was a nice line from Rain, half a foot or so outside the off stump, and just gently moving back in, having passed the bat really, but Curran watched it carefully, strode forward and allowed it to pass through. The grandstaff are poised away to our right hand side by their tractor, and yet there is a bit of moisture falling again.
You know, against the black back of the side screen. I think we're going to have one of those afternoons. Alex Wakely's having a chat with the umpire again.
You don't blame him one bit. because if you're a batting side now, you want to be in the pavilion, really. As rain goes up again, and this one goes away from the left-handed Curran. Keeps a little low as well, actually, outside his off stump. It just darted away, and Curran was considering playing, did well enough just to keep his hands inside the line. And it bounces on its way through to Eckersley. 87 for 1. The scoreboard has flicked formats again away to our right. It's done that a couple of times either side of lunch. I'm a bigger fan of this format, to be honest. The form which the board is in now. Let's flick back again. Back it goes. 87 for 1. Oh no, there it goes again. Rain is in, and Curran defending very late. Inside edge, sharp single towards square leg. Curran will have to hurry. Curran is home, there's buzzers, and it'll run away for 4. The throw is at the non-striker's end, and I think it is Scott Steele backing up at mid-on. The ball scuttled through, maybe just caught the footholds at this non-striker's end, went very low through, and wasn't able to be backed up. So that will be 5 to Curran there for a little inside edge, and he will go to 34. There he goes on the board to our right, which is flicked across again to the other format, where it does say 92 for 1.
Ben Rain won't be happy about that. I can't remember a direct hit this year, you know, from Durham's fielders. Scott Steele's just come and given the ball a polish and dried it, and then thrown it straight past Ben Rain, and it's ended up back on the floor again. So Matt Salisbury's now drying it instead. Thinking of the promotion push and Gloucestershire and Glamorgan, I can't remember either being in Division 1. Can you? Were Gloucestershire there in the early years? I don't think Glamorgan have been there.
Both sides have had at least 1 year.
Right.
Gloucestershire went up. It was
Were they about 2003 or something?
Yeah, early 2000s. I think they went up and down twice, Gloucestershire.
Right.
But yeah, not for a very long time have they been in the top tier in first class cricket. As Rain is into the right-handed Wakely, and Wakely is clipping leg side this time for 4, I fancy. Out towards the groundsman shed. Away it goes to our right-hand side and over the rope for 4. Had a go at that stroke previously in the over that was noted away for a couple. 3 in fact they took. And this time Wakely times it much better. It went through Cameron Steele out there at square leg, diving to his left. The ground fielding hasn't been brilliant from Durham so far in this game. There's been a few slips and misses, and again, even though the timing was good there from Wakely, it wasn't too far away from the fieldsman and might have been saved. But Wakely goes to 26 and Northampton 96 for 1, and at a pretty good spot as Rain goes away from us again. Wakely again is looking to flick leg side. This time it runs down the ground via a big leading edge and forces mid-off to go chasing back down beneath us, and they get a single. Wakely didn't realise the single was available straight away there. He was looking to clip it away leg side. Slight error, but gets away with it and goes to 27. He'll keep the bowling. I think the score will flick to 97 for 1 in a moment or so.
I wouldn't want to be fielding on that square at all. It's just so battered and bruised and patchy, and patches of mud here, there and everywhere. You're not going to know where the ball's going. Hits a little dint or a divot and away it goes. But I don't think the fielding's been particularly good from Durham today. I think from a bowling point now it must be quite difficult to be keeping the ball dry and have any semblance of control over it. But the bowling really, I would say, has just been fairly ordinary, and Northants will have had harder days than this at 97 for 1. Be more than happy in the light as well.
Yeah.
The conditions, they're making batting look quite simple here at the moment.
You're right about the ball though, because it can't be too easy to keep it dry. To really grip the ball properly perhaps. As Rushworth from the far end moves into Wakely, very full and driven but no timing on the stroke, and the ball bobbles down towards mid-on for no run. Yeah, every time the ball rolls across the square or the outfield, it'll be picking up moisture that's continuing to fall. It is only very light, but it's enough just to put a little layer of moisture across our tarpaulin in front of us.
From a fielding point of view, this reminds me of fielding down at the rugby stand down at South Shields for Whitburn, and you never know if you're going to get a mouthful of ball or not with all the stump marks. And tap and get one in the chin.
Rushworth once again, right arm over. Wakely letting one go just outside the off stump. Nice leave from Wakely. It was a tightish line, shaping back a fraction as he strode forward and shouldered arms. It's through to Eckersley behind the stumps.
Bernard. When your number one listener, Bernard says, I must apologise for missing the morning session. I was thinking the game started tomorrow. I must keep a better track of which day it is. Bernard, I feel royally let down there. Unbelievably so.
He's with us now, don't worry.
Yeah.
It's 97 for 1, Bernard. Northants going well, having been sent in as Rushworth steps in once more, wide of the off stump, further wide of the off stump than the previous ball this time, and Wakely with a more comfortable leave. Again, shouldering arms. Again, a little bit of ABS really after bat swing. Eckersley taking it up by his left hip.
Can you turn that on, the ABS off and on like you can in a car or not?
Can you turn the ABS off?
ABS, it's auto braking, isn't it? Auto braking.
Yeah.
System. Yeah, I think.
Why would you
Yeah,
want?
you can, can't
Why
you?
would you want to turn it off?
I don't know, some people just prefer it that way, don't they? Cars these days won't even let you switch lanes. Steering wheel vibrates or anything.
Rushworth once more to Wakely, shorter length and pushed away off the back foot by Wakely. Think just for a single across the edge of the square, yeah. Steele of the Scott variety going across to collect, and they get a gentle run to take Wakely to 28, 98 for 1 the score. Does your vehicle do that? Wobbles when you go
yeah,
offline?
I'm in a hire car at the minute, and it's I got a fright in my life yesterday. Just suddenly the steering wheel was battling with me, and I thought, what's happening here? And it gives you a jolt, and then I realised that it once I think you have to have the indicator on every time before it will let you switch lanes, so I turned it off. I turned the lane depart thing off.
Rushworth round the wicket to Curran, the left-hander, who's beaten for the first time, I fancy, really, since lunch. Just pushing at a full ball there. He walks away to square leg. Hasn't been completely sure outside his off stump so far, Curran. But he is there, he is battling it out, and he's there on 34, 98 for 1. The drizzle gets, well, I think, a little firmer.
I'm just looking at the screen of my mobile phone, and lots of little droplets now coming down. It's very damp air, this.
Ground staff poised. Can just about still see.
I don't think we'll be long for this world.
A couple of the buildings across from us. Very low, heavy cloud throughout the day so far, as Rushworth is in again, and Curran is driving with no timing off, low on the bat, out towards mid-off, and the over comes to an end. 98 for 1 at Northamptonshire. Curran is 34, Wakely is 28. The man out in the morning session was Newton for 26, caught by Angus Robson at first slip off rain. Northants having compiled initially a pretty smart half-century stand for the opening wicket, but they will be delighted in a crucial game this. Second against fourth at the start of the round. Northants with a 14-point advantage over Durham coming into this game, but all to play for.
Ben Rain from the pavilion end coming in here to bowl to Wakely. Right arm over, and that whacks into Wakely's thigh pad, and he limps away towards the leg side.
Ouch.
That'll be your bag of ice job later on. I think if they're going to go off, it'll be in this over. Otherwise, they'll stay on, if you get my drift. If you were driving now and you had your car headlights on, you'd just be seeing loads of drizzle, wouldn't you, in the atmosphere? Very damp. It's just low cloud. Just continuing to sweep from the Midlands down here and across towards the southeast today. Rain balls, that's a cracking leave that from Wakely. He certainly knew where his off stump was there, because the ball nearly clipped it. Couldn't have been much distance between the ball and stump there. Through to the keeper.
It's also the type of rain that doesn't really activate your automatic windscreen wipers, does it?
Yeah. And it's like bacon fat, isn't it? As you're driving, somebody's spraying bacon fat on your windscreen. You never get the windscreen clear. I hope I've painted the picture for you. 20-2 on day one here. Rain bowling. Oh, that's gone past the off stump again, and they're appealing. Ben Rain's now turning around in disbelief that it hasn't been given. I've never heard anything, did you?
Oh, I didn't hear anything now. They sort of half went up behind the bat, and then Rain, I don't think he was overly convinced. None of them looked too disappointed, put it that way.
Got the sort of impression there from Rain. He's played in mist from where we're sitting. as if the penny had dropped, that there was something, and he joined in belatedly and then got rather animated. But
and we've got a perfect view here, looking straight down the umpire's hat.
Never heard a thing there on the mic. 98 for 1 still. BBC Radio Northampton, BBC Newcastle. Rain in, past the umpire and bowls. That's another leave. Through to the keeper it goes. Rain this season's heading for 50 wickets in the campaign for only the second time. So he's taken 47, and then he got one this morning, didn't he? 48. So the only time he's done it, he got 61 for Leicestershire in 2015. Best figures this year, 6 for 27 against Sussex. Got 5 for 26 at Lords last week. 8 5 for. Here he comes again and bowls to Wakely. That's worth a shout. Not out. Perhaps going down the leg side. Umpires just signalled that leg side sign there.
Yeah, didn't get too far forward, Wakely.
It's Russell Warren at this end.
Yeah.
He had the Durham match at Middlesex last week.
Yeah, just nipped back a bit, beat the inside edge. No, nipping down. Height certainly wasn't an issue.
It doesn't particularly look that comfortable for Wakely at the moment, does it? He's on 28 from 47, but this over's causing him a few problems. And there's how many balls left of it? 1 ball left of it. This is the 30th over. Rain in, and he gets bat on ball that time. The ball swings in, angles in towards the bottom of middle stump, and plays it out to the covers to Jack Burnham, end of the over.
But Russell Worrell here just, well, he was about to, I thought, approaching his colleague, but he was just going down the wicket a stride or two to kick a bit of debris away. Wanders back to his mark.
Has it brightened up slightly?
And on we go, ever so slightly perhaps.
Just do this over from Rushworth, and then Kit can jump back in. Here's Rushworth coming in from the Abington Road end. Wilson end of the ground. Right arm round, bowls. Squirts off one-hander down to fine leg there off Curran. Moves on to 99 for 1. Curran 35. Coming towards 1:45. I think it's slightly brightened up a bit now. Is that actually the sun up there? Or is that imagination?
I don't think, I think the sun is a long way away today.
Is it?
A long way away.
Rushworth in, bowls, pitched right up towards off stump, played up to Matt Salisbury at mid on no run there. I think it's right above us, which we, the fringe of this roof.
It's a mirage.
A mirage, is it? No. Is it a blur or is it an oasis? Which camp were you in, blur or oasis?
Very much oasis.
Were you?
Yeah.
Bit of a mank, were you? I thought you would have been blur. Rushworth running in to bowl to Wakely. Oh,
Hey!
he's left it and he's got him off stump. And that is wicket number 63 for Rushworth. And I said in the previous over, Wakely didn't particularly look that comfortable. And he's gone, but it's Rushworth who's got him rather than Rain. And that was what you would call a bad leave.
Yes, indeed, but it's a cracking delivery that's jagged back sharply from Rushworth. Wakely has been getting across and trying to let anything go, but that was significant movement from Chris Rushworth, really jagged back, and well, in the end it clattered the top of the off stump. It's a superb piece of bowling, inducing the error, but it always looks a bit ugly when you're removed offering no shot. So Wakely's battling 28 comes to an end. Useful little stand there for the second wicket, 50 for the opening wicket, 49 for the second wicket, and a bit of a platform to just get Northants going in very difficult conditions here. It is the 31st over, 99 for 2, but all can change very quickly given the conditions. But from where it pitched, I think Wakely was was fair enough in his decision to let it go, but really did jag back sharply.
Just never looks good when the batsman leaves it, though, does it?
And I suppose the only thing you could say as well is it probably wasn't the length to let it comfortably go either. There was always that chance that the off stump was going to be threatened because it was fairly full, as has proved the case. So Wakely gone, one for Rushworth. Now into this middle order, who like to play their strokes, but Keogh here off the back of a splendid 132 in the first innings at Grace Road, but conditions here could not be more different.
Yeah, Rushworth then coming into bowl again, and up it's a bouncer, which he leaves alone. What's Keogh's top score? Got any score? He hasn't really done anything against Durham. Highest score against Durham's only 17. Played minor counties for Bedfordshire 2009 to 2016. 78th match, 3,603 runs though, 910 50s.
Yeah, it's a decent touch all summer, really.
Yeah, 150 in that daft match at Cardiff as well this year.
Yeah, doesn't count for too much, those runs.
Rushworth in. Oh, is that an edge behind low? And he's gone second ball. And he followed it. And that one just moved the other way, and Durham have a bowling point. And 2 wickets fall in 3 balls. And Keogh has gone, and he just, it was like a magnetic charm, wasn't it? He just couldn't resist trying to have a little nibble there. It was the faintest of edges. It went really low. It was a good take by Eckersley. And suddenly, they're 99 for 3 and a bowling point for Durham.
Well, it's been said quite often how great a leveller cricket can be, and Keogh finding out all about it there. 132 and playing like a dream at Grace Road last week, and a second ball duck for him here. Classic stuff from Rushworth. Open with the bumper, pushing Keogh back, and a full delivery on around that full stump line, just moving one away, forced to play really because he's just seen the man before him out shouldering arms, so forced to come forward to play. Healthy enough edge and good catch from Eckersley down low. So Durham just settling into things here. Very friendly bowling conditions, but you've got to bowl well to use those conditions, and they probably haven't done so in the opening 30 overs. But that was a decent delivery from Rushworth, setting Keogh up, and he's got him second ball. So Levy and Rossington to come, and then we're into the all-rounders. Big opportunity here for Durham in these very poor conditions, really, to try and get among the Northants order after a bright start. It can all change very quickly, and a position of strength for Northamptonshire has just become one much more even at 99 for 3.
So Rushworth bowling Wakely for 28 to a ball that Wakely left it, nipped back and took his off stump out the ground, and then 2 balls later Keogh nibbles one behind. Richard Levy now the new man. He's is that right? He's only played 2 championship matches this season.
Indeed, yeah.
Just out of a form reason or injury or selection. Rushworth comes in now to bowl to him. Oh, he's left that and it's gone over middle stump. That's a good lead. 99 for 3.
Yeah, applause for Rushworth. Well left from Levy. That's what Wakely perhaps will regret, the length he left his delivery from. As I say, was going to threaten the off stump from that length if it came back enough, and it most certainly did. And then Rushworth following up with the wicket of Keogh. So home side under some pressure all of a sudden. Conditions remain perfect to bowl in, with the floodlights shining brightly. Couldn't ask for more than this as a bowling side.
Rain, the new over from the pavilion end. Oh, Curran's had a go at that one. What's he doing there? That's leaving him all day long, way beyond off stump, and he's tried to drive at it, and he's played and missed. Luckily for him. What was he thinking of?
Very lucky to miss that. That would have been a tremendously ugly way to get out to the edge of that wide delivery. Just a wild slash at it and missed. Not rest here with Curran. Played well so far for his 35, backing up his second innings effort at Grace Road last week. Scrapped away well.
Rain bowls, Curran plays and misses at that one. That pitch is on a length and that moves away from the off stump to the keeper quite low. Looking back towards the trees on the hill, it looks like it's filling in again now. We're just going to have these bands of drizzle coming through, aren't we?
Yeah, it's just a question of whether it's heavy enough to take us off, because obviously the umpires are happy with this light. That cloud is a little bit greyer over there in the distance. Breeze is almost directly northerly today. It's only very gentle. Just bringing in these bands of weather.
Rain to Curran, bowls, defended on a length, round about off stump. William, the Durham scorer, has sent me a message asking if we want any blankets, bringing that.
I've been out here in much colder.
Yes, as everybody on the circuit will testify to. It's the first time I've done a championship match outdoors here. That's our tarpaulin. The noise you can hear, we're not into a packet of crisps or anything. Curran's on 35, 99 for 3 as Rain balls. He just goes slightly back into his crease there to play that one up to Scott Steele at mid-off. Doesn't look like there's any moisture in the air at the minute.
Yeah, just all the time threatening, isn't it?
Yeah.
All the time threatening, but there's no particular rain on the radar or the forecast ready for this afternoon. Just very heavy air.
Dense air.
Yeah.
Rain. Right arm over. Oof, that's a good leave. I tell you what, not only is that a good leave, but as Curran was pulling the bat out the road there, it nearly bounced back down onto the ball. So he nearly clipped it behind. Goes for a little walk, so I think he realises that was quite close.
Yeah, it's a real battle, this. And it is a real chance for Durham to try and get ahead of the game with 3 days of decent weather to come. And the wicket generally easing here at Wantage Road as the game goes on. This is a fantastic chance to get right ahead of the game in a big contest as well.
You only need a run to get to the 100 mark, but it's been a while in coming as Curran plays one-handed inside the line there. It's gone through to the keeper. Do you know Levy's top score against Durham in the championship?
No.
11. He's had some good knocks in white ball stuff, hasn't he? But I was surprised to see that yesterday when I was doing my notes. 11.
How many times has he played Durham in the championship?
4 or 5, I think. The problem is, in the last few seasons, they've only played each other once, haven't they?
Yeah.
They were meant to play each other twice last year, but didn't because one game was lost. This year you had 2 days of 4 at Durham. I think the season before 2017 they played in the rain at Durham, didn't they? That was
to get that game finished, it was, yeah. And then there was a 3-dayer as well.
Rushworth from the Lamington Road end bowling here to Levy. That's gone off towards point. In fact, did Durham not lose last year in 2 days at Chesley Street? Because I think they lost.
I think
4 matches last year where they lost in 2 days.
I think it could have been 2 days, yeah. Yeah, you're right. And the year before was that
the rainy game went
dashing
down the
effort in the
final
rain.
over.
It did, yeah.
Players were sliding all over the place. Durham were in the field. I remember Cobb should have been caught and the ball slithered out of Keaton Jennings' hands and went across the ropes.
Possibly, yeah.
It's like a bar of soap. Rushworth comes in a ball to Levy. He plays up down into the ground. No run there. He is, of course, from South Africa. He's played 13 2020 internationals for them. In first-class cricket, this is his 104th game. He's got plenty of runs because he's had 10 hundreds and 31 half centuries. He's got 4 centuries for Northants. But the last one, 115, was against Notts 2 seasons ago. But I doubt he's played much county championship cricket in that period, really. Since that game, anyway, 2 years ago. Third ball of the over. And slightly over pitched and steered up to Salisbury at mid-on, no run there. He's played for Cape Cobras, Mumbai Indians, Somerset as well. It's been a while ago.
That is a long time ago, yeah. That's when he first came into county cricket. His overseas stint was down there, then he played a bit as the overseas here before signing a deal as a domestic player.
He's been associated with Northants for 5 seasons now. He's for Western Province as well. As Rushworth comes in and bowls to him. Oh, that didn't move. Wow. That's pitched and gone off at an angle. Wow, that was unplayable. That was almost as if somebody took control of the ball with a mouse there, wasn't it?
It did too much, didn't it?
Yeah.
Missed the bat by a good half an inch. Very good stuff from Rushworth.
I'll do a couple more balls and I'll have to go and do an update for BBC Newcastle. Kit can come back in and join Alex. 2 balls left of this over. Rushworth bowls. This is played off the inside edge towards Burnham at mid-wicket. Close in on that leg side. He's actually in front of the umpire, Russell Warren. About a 50-yard boundary, I would say. Last ball of the 33rd over, still 99 for 3. They haven't had a run in about 4 overs now. They've lost 2 wickets in that process as well. Levy waits as Rushworth comes in and bowls. And that's hammered away. There's your runs. That's a nice 4. Straight through mid-wicket. Just veered towards leg stump there, Rushworth. And he's off the mark. 7th ball, he gets a 4. That's the 100 as well. 100 for 3. 103 for 3. After 33 overs. I'll be back a little bit later. What time am I coming back, Alex?
You can have half an hour off if you like.
Right, okay.
See you soon, Martin Emerson, alongside myself, Alex Winder, and Kit Harris will be back alongside me shortly. So 103 for 3, and this innings rather in the balance for the moment. Northants have had 2 useful partnerships so far, but their loss of 2 wickets without adding a run has very much brought Durham back into proceedings, and the ball doing plenty into these very heavy skies with mizzle falling. It's rain from the 1-2 drone and bowls to Curran, who's pushing in the air off the back foot, but the ball landing well short of point, and there is no run, and Curran has just got a bit stuck in the last few overs here. He's had a couple of injudicious strokes outside the off stump where he's played and missed, and here trying to force at one slightly away from his body. The ball, fortunately for him, not carrying out to backward point. Cameron still the man over there. 3 slips still in place as rain goes in past the umpire and ball's very full, and Curran is trying to drive, and because he's not really any kind of touch here after lunch so far, he's rather missed out there, getting a thick inside edge into the pad, and the ball goes nowhere at all. He remains 35 not out, but he's done a good job for his side so far, trying to grind things out, trying to get through the new ball, which he's done so, but still plenty happening for Durham to encourage them. I fancy the mizzle has just got a bit stronger now as rain goes in again and straight to the delivery. Curran trying to work it from a length around the corner, gets struck on the thigh pad. There is no run, and Kit Harris is back alongside. Good day.
Is it? It's about to get not very nice again.
Yeah, there's definitely some more significant mizzle falling. We can see down beneath us on the black of the side screen that some heavier stuff is now falling. Craig, the groundsman, is wandering across to his tractor to our right hand side. Already patrolled actually that tractor. I don't think it's going to be too long until it's needed. But this mizzle so far after lunch is our habit of just staying away enough as rain is in again, and Curran well forward, solid forward defence, plays down to mid-on, no run.
Yeah, rain is in again is a very apt expression for what's going on at the moment. Rain from either ends. Human version of it running away from us here, and the Turner stand, and the atmospheric version of it coming in with the newest part of the ground as those trees start to fade into grey.
They do, don't they? Yeah. It is just closing in a bit, but not getting here too quickly as rain bowls again right arm over, and Curran just feeling for one, thick outside edge. A chase across for third man will cut this off, and they get just a single. He's in a good sort of 10 yards off the rope down there, man at third man. And as such, had to run backwards to his right hand side to collect that. Was running quite quickly off the edge of Curran, who now is 36, and Northants get a 104 for 3. But Northants would dearly love to go back into the pavilion. We're only one more delay away from losing over, so we've lost 28 minutes so far in the day. We can have half an hour's grace period before any overs are lost. But currently we've still got a mighty 62 scheduled for the day.
And it's getting cold now.
It is in the air. Temperature dying a little bit as Levy here pushes off the back foot. Oh, he gets 4. Squeeze it away past backward point. Diving away to his right. There was a bit of length and a bit of width to work with there for Levy, and he was back and pushing quite merrily actually. Showed good timing. But diving Jack Burnham couldn't cut it off, and the latest example of how Durham could just be that little bit sharper with their ground fielding today. Boundary to Levy, his second. He now has 8. And Northants are 108 for 3. Umpires have a little look up towards the skies, but again, keen to keep us out there as much as possible, which you can never complain about.
If anything, I think this is the first time I've worked at a county cricket match where I think, come on umpires, let's go inside.
It's not a great day for playing or watching, is it really? It's a pretty good day for bowling though, as Rushworth comes in around the wicket from the far end, and Curran here is in his crease defending towards mid-on, and there is no run. Still 3 slips in place. The field has stayed exactly the same all day. Third man point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and long leg. Update now for FM listeners on BBC Radio Northampton, so bear with. Extremely gloomy here in Northampton, and Northants trying to battle away in perfect bowling conditions, and one of the best exponents of such conditions operating from the far end, and he's bowled Ben Curran. It's a 3rd wicket for Chris Rushworth in very quick succession here, and Northants, who were 99 for 1 are now 108 for 4. Alex Wakely earlier on falling when well set, shouldering arms, lost his off stump, and then Rob Keogh, last week's Centurion, fell second ball for a duck. Richard Levy still there on 8, but now Ben Curran has gone for 36, and Durham beginning to get on top at 108 for 4. Back with you online, and Rushworth has struck again. Curran a little slow with his footwork, and it has seen his downfall now. One has nipped back and clattered back the off stump, and Curran's resistance is ended, and all of a sudden Northants have lost 3 for 9 runs and are in a spot of bother kit.
Yes, you've got to feel sorry for Ben Curran there, because he did a lot of hard graft out there. He was got out there. He was dismissed by a good ball. He's played like an opener for the 2 hours of play we've had so far, and he got himself firmly in. 36, a little above his average in his brief first-class career so far of 33. I think we've seen enough of him to think that he's got a good technique for an opener, and I'm sorry to see him cut off in his prime, but at the same time, yet again, when a breakthrough is needed, Rushworth is seemingly there with the goods. I mean, here comes a man who, well, his cricket career was in the balance. Certainly the medium-term part of his cricket career was in the balance at the start of the season, out of contract in 2019, I think on a 1-year contract. Wakely was captain. Now he's a captain, 3-year contract, and Adam Rossington is in at number 6.
Facing Chris Rushworth on a roll, and he bowls very full first ball, and Rossington trying to get forward is playing down to mid-on, and there is no run. So the type of scoreline here that you probably would have expected, given conditions here today. I think it was a real bonus for Northants to be as well off as they were at 99 for 1, but you always just sense that if Durham could get one, they could run through a few cheaply, but to pick up another set batsman, Ben Curran, as well, is a big bonus, and suddenly 2 fresh men out there. Rushworth from the far end. Bowls right arm over to Rossington, brings one back. He's in his crease defending, back up towards the bowler's right hand, and there is no run. Yeah, just been pointed out to me that maybe the ball is just skidding through a bit with a layer of moisture on the wicket perhaps, and just coming on a bit quicker than perhaps before lunch.
Yeah, the mizzle, as you call it, is still, it's still in two minds about whether it's going to set in just yet. It's just eased off a touch, but it hasn't stopped. Still there is that murk and mist beyond the ground past our eye line in those trees.
Rushworth once more very full. Rossington playing forward, thick outside edge, runs down to third man. It has been in position throughout the day and has saved plenty of runs so far. Been a good move. Rossington is away, 109 for 4. Northampton's looking for some more resistance now, but plenty of stroke makers to come here.
Yes, it's a good, solid, deepish batting order, Northamptonshire. Rossington's 76th first-class game, 3,770 first-class runs he now has, an average of 34. They do bat deep, though.
They do, yeah, a lot of batting for Northampton. They're going to need every bit of it as Rushworth is into Levy, and Levy is forward, pushing down towards mid-off. And the over comes to an end, so suddenly Chris Rushworth has got 3 for, and Durham are on a bit of a roll at 109 for 4 Northamptonshire.
Just to give you a sense of this consistency, of the Northampton's top 9, all of them average within very narrow margin for a batting order. Those top 9, the lowest batting average is Doug Bracewell's 26, and the highest is Richard Levy's 36. So there's no extravagant record there, but certainly no one who is mediocre either.
There surely has to be more weather approaching, because it's disappearing from view, isn't it?
Yep.
Across from us, those buildings and the trees in the distance. Just a slight incline away from Northampton town centre here, not particularly hilly until you get a bit further up, but there is a bit of an incline there that we can see. And we're seeing less and less of it. Matt Salisbury is into the attack, replacing Ben Rain. Goes into Rossington, brings one back, first ball, strikes the pad. Jagged back quite sharply, that bit the inside edge, and the ball runs away to third man. They pick up a leg by 110 for 4. Now scores elsewhere. Gloucester's going well at New Road. Worcestershire 112 for 5. No toss took place there. So a similar scoreline to here. At Hove, where Sussex are playing Derbyshire. Derbyshire 56 for 3. And sorry, that game is at the racecourse ground in Derby. No toss took place. Sussex bowling first. Salisbury to Levy, full of length, full outside the off stump and let go. So a bowling point on the board reasonably early on there for Sussex, who were certainly the coming side. Good win for them last week against Gloucestershire at Bristol. And they'll be back at Hove in the final round of the season, I think, to play Worcestershire. Worcestershire, like Derbyshire, in action on finals day on Saturday at Edgbaston. Salisbury goes a bit wider on the bowling crease, but bowls even wider outside Levy's off stump, and again he pays no attention. Glamorgan 105 for 1. Still just about in this promotion shake-up as well, but they need a couple of wins from the last 2 games to challenge the top 3. But a good start there. No toss took place there either down in Cardiff, but Glamorgan going well, 105 for 1. And at Old Trafford, Lancashire 174 for 5. 147 for 5 against Middlesex. No toss took place at Old Trafford either, as Salisbury is into Levy again, and he clips through the leg side for 4. He is such a sweet time with the ball, Richard Levy, and that was no more than an ease out through square leg. Yet again, you could maybe say that it perhaps should have been saved, but whether it's the conditions, whether the ball isn't being perhaps picked up as well as it might be in the gloom, but the ground fielding hasn't been particularly good today. But that was timed well by Levy, and he picks up a 3rd boundary, dealing exclusively in boundaries so far. Levy's got to 12, 114 for 4, as that again Mizzle gets a little bit stronger. The ground staff since lunch have been poised throughout, away to our right, to bring the covers on as and when over there. That game at Old Trafford, incidentally, shouldn't really affect the battle for 2nd and 3rd. Middlesex losing to Durham last week are pretty much knocked out of the equation to reach the top 3. As Salisbury goes in again, and Levy getting a full ball outside the off stump that he strides forward to and lets go through. And Lancashire needing 5 points to be confirmed as Division 2 champions, which will be richly deserved. Division 1 boards at Headingley, Kent 168 for 5 against Yorkshire. Already relegated Nottinghamshire having a good time of it at Trent Bridge against Warwickshire. No toss took place, but Notts at 212 for 2. Tremendous century there for Stephen Mullaney. The Notts captain is on to 133 now as Levy drives pleasantly, but only as far as mid-off. And there is no run. And Joe Clark, great to see him back in the runs. Has had a really torrid summer. He's on to 63, not out. End of the over here, 114 for 4 Northamptonshire. Other games going on at Southampton. Hampshire won 3-3 for 7 against Somerset, title chasing Somerset. And a great start down there. Hampshire won the toss, chose to bat first. Goodness, what a day it's been for Somerset down there. And Somerset's title challengers Essex haven't been able to get out yet at Chelmsford against Surrey. But they are going to start, according to my screen, at 2:15. Here is Rushworth continuing a fine spell from the far end. Bowls to Adam Rossington, the Northants captain, brings one back, strikes him on the pad, and the ball bobbles down towards slip. And there is no run.
Surrey are going to have a bat against the title challengers, and that's a brave call. I'm assuming that it's been bad light. It must be pretty murky there, and to bat first against Essex in those conditions will require a little bit of grit and determination. That is the decision, after all, that Hampshire made against Somerset. It's a really exciting tussle at the top of that table.
Rushworth once more, Rossington in his crease, playing down towards forward square leg. Fielder comes across to collect Jack Burnham. And there's no run, 114 for 4 here. Yeah, whatever happens, still very much likely to be alive. The title race next week with Somerset playing Essex at Taunton.
Oh, it's a scheduler's dream, isn't it? Alan Fordham at the English Cricket Board, who puts together the domestic schedule, will be rightly feeling very pleased with himself.
He gets some stick, Alan Fordham, the former Northants batsman, but he's had a huge slice of luck there. Rushworth into Rossington once again, outside the off stump and flicked away in the air, but passed backward point. Just be a single, I fancied, a wide third man. Yeah, Cameron Steele's done well there, running around to his right-hand side in front of the members to cut it off. And just a single to Rossington, goes to 2, 115 for 4.
He does get a lot of stick as the domestic scheduler. Not so much him and the way he does it, more sort of a more impersonal stick. Well, the schedule looks very strange. Some of it, I agree, is worth sticking. The championship game that appears halfway through the blast is particularly unusual.
Rushworth to Levy. Levy getting forward there, covering that one that just nips back a wee bit. He plays firmly back up towards the bowler, and there is no run. Yeah, that was terribly, terribly silly, wasn't it?
It's the second time we've had that.
Really, really stupid. You should have just played the blast games a week before, got that done and dusted, and then you could have had a nice round of championship matches across the bank holiday weekend.
Well,
We'd have started on the Sunday.
The one-day cup worked really well. Holden was in a nice slice of 5 weeks. But he also gets some stick, which I feel a bit of sympathy over, really, when he gets the stick about the championship starting in April and ending in September. I'll tell you why.
Rushworth to Levy again, very full, but Levy well forward again, playing to mid-off, no run, 115 for 4.
And this argument, well, why is the championship in April and September? Of course, it's a good point. You'd rather not play the championship at the fringes of the season. But the question for me is, well, do you want professional cricket in April? Because if you do, you've got to pick a competition to have then. And of course it can't be the blast, because you want that for kids on their holidays and families. If it's the one-day cup, 50 overs, well, one rainy day across the country and that's a whole round gone.
Rushworth in and Levy pushing to mid-on, no run, and the over comes to an end. We've got a mighty 59 still to go in the day, 115 for 4.
Do you see what I mean? Do you want, if you want cricket to start in April and end in September, what are you going to put in April, if not some early rounds of the championship?
I would start with the one-day cup.
So what have you got? You got a wet week and you lose maybe 3?
Well, so be it. Do you want reserve days?
The thing is, the one-day cup, this is certainly what we infer from the ECB, and not unfairly, is that they've rather relegated List A 50 over cricket.
Absolutely.
With next year having the 100 scheduled at the same time. But now England has won the World Cup. Here again is next ball from Salisbury, just tight line outside off, and Rossington, who has 2 to his name early in his innings, comes forward defensively. You know, you won the World Cup. Much has been made of how much the England international setup focused on 50-over cricket for 4 years. They put all their eggs in one basket, so they say, making sure they won the World Cup. It would have been, well, not exactly embarrassing, but very disappointing not to win it. Well, they did win it. Okay, well, do you tick that box? You say, well, I've done that now. Salisbury, and again, tailing in, little bit of late movement, and as the ball comes back down the pitch from the lunge of Rossington, Waitley tumbles in his follow-through to pick up the ball. Do you say, right, we're going to put Test cricket on the back burner for another 4 years and try and win it again? Well, it looks like the answer to that is, no, we don't. Do we say, well, we've achieved our aim of winning the World Cup, so let's just set 50-over cricket to one side, let's launch this new competition, because it might do something for the game, and we'll refocus on the Test side. Well, that is what they've decided, for better or worse, for right or wrong. Salisbury's next ball is a good line and length, and Rossington is deep in his crease, drilling it with a straight bat to mid-off, and there's no run. How do you feel about that? I mean, do you think that's a good change of tack at this point?
Yeah, I think so, definitely. And I just think moving the One Day Cup to April, the white kookaburra, well, the entirety of One Day cricket is affected less adversely by the weather in terms of overhead conditions than Championship cricket, because the white kookaburra ball doesn't swing.
Good point. Yeah, that is a good point. Salisbury next ball, a little bit of tailing in this time, very full ball, and Rossington comes half forward. This time punches to mid-on.
The criticism is always why we're giving our batsmen no chance in April when the ball is zipping around, but it's going to make less of an impact on the one-day game with that white kookaburra ball, and the pitches tend to be very, very flat, don't they? And I'm sure even in April, given some decent conditions in which to prepare those wickets, could be equally as batting friendly.
Next one from Salisbury, again tidy. And once more, Rossington coming forward, just happy to play himself in. Salisbury, while not looking exactly penetrative, has been very economical. He's got 1 ball left in his 5th over. He's only gone for 6 runs so far.
And it's what they used to do in Australia a few years ago. I think they've changed it now, but they used to have almost like a tournament-style event. So all the state teams would go to one city and play in the entirety of the competition there for the first month of the season.
Last ball of the over then, tight line and length again, and Rossington is not backwards in coming forwards, and he played out a maiden there. 115 for 4, Northamptonshire, as just at this moment, although it's still really murky and the mist still lingers over the distant trees, just that drizzle has eased off almost to a halt.
Yeah, again, it's holding off enough.
The umpires seem to feel that they just wait out there a bit, it might get better. It's very umpiry of them. Peter Hartley is a Yorkshireman, so he won't have it in his blood, this walking off at the first sign of inclement overhead conditions.
So yeah, I'd have 3 or 4 weeks of one-day cricket to start the season. Maybe you could push the final back to the start of June, maybe a bit more spectator-friendly, perhaps. And then yeah, have a long period of Championship cricket and 3 or 4 weeks off in July and August to play your T20.
As you heard, Bryden Cast is back. First ball is short and it's pulled away over square leg for 4. That was a loosener, and well, Levy is so good square of the wicket. He just waited on the ball and drilled it away just backward of square. 1 bounce before it hit the signal box. Levy moves to a very nearly runnable 16 off 18 balls, 119 for 4. And Cars, for all that he bowled superbly in the Middlesex game at Lord's, just been a little flashy with the ball so far, you might say. Hasn't bowled badly, but he hasn't bowled well. There's been a 4 ball in each over. He's tried to get that hostility and pace. This time he gets bat and pad together. I think there was an inside edge. There were 2 noises as he went big on the appeal there, but Levy was more interested in seeing if the ball had rolled past the slips for a single than checking out the umpire's signal.
Yeah, obviously didn't hit it because there was an appeal for a catch behind, which I think carried, otherwise Eckersley wouldn't have been appealing, so maybe that would have been sliding down the LBW appeal.
It's the first over that we've seen the third slip out. That third slip has gone to cover. Here is Cars again, edged, and first slip has taken the catch. That is Angus Robson. It was a good ball, a lifter on off stump, and disillusioned Richard Levy has to tear himself away from the crease. 16 off 20 balls, he's gone, and there, well, his real turnaround here, the 5th wicket for Durham, as Northamptonshire, having made a very good start, had got themselves into a spot of bother. Levy, 16, caught Robson, bowled Cars. Cars has the breakthrough, 119 for 5.
Just going to hold its line there, thick outside edge, very nicely held. Levy falls, another failure for him. And Northants now in real bother. In truth, you could anticipate a scoreline like this, given the conditions. They're just going to have to try and scrap and battle away to try and get a bit deeper into the day, because they know really that surely we're not going to get all these remaining overs in. 57 of them remaining after this. Given the lights, given the cloud, given the drizzle that's around as well, they're probably going to need 3 hours of batting, perhaps to get off the tee, to get deeper into the afternoon, maybe to get the umpires to consider the light. But Durham doing what the home supporters would have been fearing would have occurred in the morning session, really. But they've ran through 4 cheap ones now. 4 for 20 Northants have lost here just after the tea break, the lunch break, sorry. You know, nice position at 99 for 1, but suddenly a few decent deliveries, a few errors from new batsmen have just changed the position of this game remarkably, and Durham now in the position they felt they probably needed to be in, having decided to bowl first.
And possibly feared they might not be in after Northants did so well. Here's the first ball. Proctor is the new batsman at number 7. Just lets it go outside the off stump. Carl's immediately bowling a good line to the left-hander. Proctor it is ahead of Berg, which for my money is right. It's 93rd first-class game, 4,014 runs at an average of just over 30, Berg's being just under 30. He can score hundreds, 137 his best, but it's not by any means an easy situation to bat in now. 2 balls left in the over as Cars bowls to him, another lifter, an off-cutter this time, seaming away from the left-hander, and Proctor not obliged to play at it.
Yeah, with Richard Levy, you're always likely to get that nick to carry, because he's got a massive bat to start with, which helps, with huge edges on it, and he's a big fella. He goes fairly hard at the ball. When he times the ball, it rockets away, but sometimes in his defence it can hinder him, and that edge carrying very healthily to Robson.
Cars bowls, bat and pad together, sort of smothering the ball coming forward. It was much fuller this time. Inside edge onto pad, I think, and the appeal was stifled. So Cars, having bowled a rather worrying looking loosener at the start of that over, has roared back with a wicket. And that's his first. 1 for 37 he has off 9. He's sent Richard Levy, no less, back to the pavilion. 119 for 5.
Look how dark it is in the distance, directly across from us, and to the east actually as well. It is really, really nasty, but I think it's a slight northeasterly that's coming, sorry, slight northwesterly that's coming towards us, so that weather directly across from us is maybe just going to slip by.
Right, still here we have Salisbury bowling to Rossington, who just waits for the ball, defends on the back foot. He has 2 slips. They haven't put a third one in. Rossington, he's still quite new at the crease. He's faced 14 balls for 2. The thing is, even though these batsmen have recently arrived, the third slip seems like a bit of a luxury because there isn't a lot of away movement. That's the thing. And that gap in the covers, well, Durham feel they're better off trying to plug that rather than go all out on attack behind the bat. Next ball, it tails in anyway, that's the other thing. Salisbury's getting the ball to move back into the right-handed Rossington. He defends that one again, as it just shapes towards him. Salisbury's skill here is bowling as the stock bowler. someone who's not going to go for runs, especially if Cars is trying to get the ball to fly. Again, as very parsimonious. Salisbury, 6 runs conceded, and he's into his 6th over. Just getting that little bit of movement. He's in again. Angled run. This time there's no movement, and it's almost a half volley. Rossington is half forward in a cover drive, which is defended by the cover fielder.
Conditions couldn't be much worse for batting, could they?
Could be much worse for anything. It is difficult to. I mean, this is a good weather for a bit of rugby.
Yeah.
Pretty good weather for a long distance run, I think. But there's not much. Very good weather for sitting indoors watching the Antiques Roadshow. A small tray of cakes, but you wouldn't want to be a spin bowler out here. Another bit of tail back in late to Rossington, who only just got the bat down to it on time. Well, he knew that's what the ball was going to do, but visibility isn't great for playing this.
Yeah, there's been seam movement throughout the day as well, perhaps more so than swing. You can't really attribute that to the floodlights or the overhead, so maybe it is just a case of Durham locating a better length. Because as ever at Northampton, if you bowl well, if you bowl good areas, there is always a bit of help for you.
So Salisbury again, that shape back in. Rossington comes more positively forward this time and drives the ball as far as mid-on. They've got all the time in the world, Rossington and Proctor, to try and play themselves in, but the conditions don't get any easier. The one thing I wonder, Alex, about this weather is whether if you were standing where those trees are in the distance and looking at the county ground, whether we look as miserable and cloudy as they do.
Yeah.
It may be that it's just low cloud rather than something that's rolling in towards us. Last ball of the over then. Salisbury beats the bat. Well, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Rossington just drew it inside the line at the last moment. Let's give him credit for that. Nevertheless, it is another maiden. Salisbury now has an economy rate of exactly 1 for his 6 overs. 4 of them have been maidens. We say total pip to BBC Northampton's Alex Winter. Just having a bit of a switch around. The rustling you can hear isn't some enormous and sustaining crisp packet. It's the tarpaulin that we have protecting our various electrical bits and bobs. Bye-bye, Alex. Proctor now facing Cars. Good length ball on off stump, and Proctor just drills it into the onside. BBC Newcastle and BBC Northampton here, as well as BBC Sport website and the Sport app, covering every single ball of every single game in the Specsavers County Championship at the moment. My name's Kit Harris.
And remember, of course, you can have your vote on the BBC Cricket website as your player of the year for the County Championship. The poll is up and live.
You can indeed, Martin Emerson. As Cars' next ball. Oh, it's hit the thigh pad. No, it hasn't.
I don't think that's hit the thigh.
That's the 3rd time it's done it, and Proctor is on all fours. It's been stunned in the box. He came forward, the ball just lifted a touch, and that has really hurt him. Oh dear, now no one's laughing.
He got one of the Middlesex players the other day, the West Indian, who was making his debut from Barbados, felled him, and he was crawling around the crease.
He's in agony, isn't he?
Yeah,
it's
that's
funny.
nasty,
Now, if he had been hit on the head or hit on the hand, the umpires would have gone to him straight away. But because he has been hit in the gentleman's delicate area, the umpires have chosen that instead there's nothing much needed, and they've gone to have a chat with each other, which is a bit
Drizzle's
unsympathetic.
coming in again now. That's why they're having a chat. It's suddenly got really. Well, those trees are disappearing at the far end of the ground again. Feel the drizzle here. They're looking at the weather encroaching, and poor Luke Proctor, 5 balls, no runs yet, and he's on the floor.
He's still on the floor.
He doesn't look well at all.
He's changed his position from on all fours to now sitting with his knees drawn up to his chest, his elbows on his knees, looking a bit like a footballer who's just had his team knocked out in the 2nd leg of the semi-finals. Well, I hope something hasn't been knocked out of between his legs, because he looks an absolute picture of frustration and discomfort. There are 2 medical men out there attending to him. There's very little that they can do. Sometimes with a nasty knock on the body, you've got the option of some freeze spray or some deep heat, but I should think
bag of peas is all your options are here.
I think either of those would only serve to make the discomfort even more profound.
Who did he get last week again? What's that West Indian player's name?
Proctor is still on the floor.
Miguel Cummins, he fouled last week. You know, he's quick, Cars.
Yeah, and he gets lift, he gets a sharp bounce. Just coming in from the far end towards us. He has got a bit of nip, only in his second over. He's bowled 8 balls in this spell from the far end. He's already got the wicket of Richard Levy. Caught at first slip, and Proctor is now going down on his back with his head raised, as though he's halfway through a sit-up.
There's just nothing you can do. The pain just...
Yeah.
It's just sickening.
It is sickening. I mean,
it's horrendous.
Yes, Martin Emerson's not being metaphorical there. You feel sick as a man with that kind of injury. Right, he's been helped to his feet at last. He's decided that the pain he's experiencing around his box, or inside his box, bless him, has finally subsided below the 50% mark. In go a couple of painkillers into his mouth, I hasten to add. More water. And he's just contemplating his existence, rearranging his
probably
equipment.
In any frame of mind to contemplate anything at the minute.
I think he may be contemplating why he didn't become a golfer.
Yeah, or a vet.
Yes. Working in a post office. There are so many things he could have done, which didn't involve.
What would you rather do than have to go through this pain?
It happened to me when I was 7, Martin.
7.
So I can still remember it.
Yeah, it's happened a few times to me as well. Well, he's going to continue on here. The drizzle suddenly got really heavy, and I'm putting my hood back up now.
It would. Yeah, there you can hear it.
It's just fallen off.
That sound. It's a lot like a sound effects tape of someone crawling into a tent. That's Martin just putting his anorak on. And well,
it's quite a miserable day here today, isn't it? It's like this across the southeast, apparently.
Right, here is Cars again at last to Proctor. 4 balls left in the over. He goes for the same ball again, and this time Proctor really well actually. He rides the bounce and glides it down wide of third slip for a single to get off the strike, and very nicely Cars just as Proctor runs through for the single, just gives him a pat on the arm to say good for you, and Proctor is off the mark and down on his haunches at the non-striker's end. 120 for 5 as this misty drizzle now turns into a kind of drizzly mist. It's just getting a bit heavier now. Right-hander back on strike. Rossington now faces Cars, and another ball outside off. His line has been very good, both sides of the wicket. And Rossington this time guides it to third man to get a single and rotate the strikes. 3 to him, 121 for 5.
It's an awful lot riding on these final 2 weeks of the season, but in this weather today, it does feel like the end of year malarkey, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah, it does. It's yesterday.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be sunny apparently and warm, so and it's going to get warmer as the week goes on. So by the weekend, it's going to be lovely weather again.
Yesterday was gorgeous in the south and hot. Cars to Proctor. Awkward length again, very straight. Proctor just moves across his stumps and plays it into the onside. There isn't a run. Now that rain just easing off again. There's always something. The umpire's sticking with it.
Peter Hartley and Russell Warren, the umpires. Russell Warren had the Durham game last week at Lord's, along with Richard Kettleborough.
Cars coming in. Last ball of the over now. Bowls to Proctor outside off. Little bit of movement away, and he leaves it alone. And it's collected behind. 121 for 5. Let's just mention what's going on at Derby. For Sussex have just got their second bowling point. In fact, David Visa has taken the last 3 wickets and 2 in 2 balls, that being Critchley and McKernan. 75 for 6, Derbyshire. Lancashire 182 for 5. Little bit of a recovery there against Middlesex. Liam Livingstone is not out, 84. Worcestershire also recovering a touch, 141 for 5 against Gloucestershire. That's a partnership of 70 between Vessels and Barnard. And Glamorgan making serene progress against Leicestershire, 121 for 1.
Salisbury bowling here from the pavilion end to Rossington, who's on 3. That's defended on a length. Ed Barnard, who has family links to Burnham Field Cricket Club in Durham, has just gone past 2,000 first-class runs today.
Oh, very nice.
His uncle tweeted me last night to say hopefully Barnard might have some say in whether Durham can go up or not. So, Salisbury in bowls. Ooh, defended right on the length there. He got right behind the ball, Rossington, on that occasion. Remember, it were 99 for 1 Northampton. Rushworth got Wakely for 28. He left the ball, came back in and took his off stump. Keogh went for a second ball, duck caught behind by Eckersley. And then Rushworth bowled Curran, middle stump for 36. That was 108 for 4 and then 119 for 5 when Levy was caught by Angus Robson at first slip off the bowling of Bryden Cars. Salisbury gives that delivery a little bit more width there, and it's cracked off the back foot out into the covers to Burnham, no run. Surely the umpires are going to take them off now. It's raining here. It's like being in the middle of a fog.
It is, yeah, it is. It's like we're halfway up Snowdon.
Yeah. Yeah, and you've forgotten your coat on.
Yeah. We've got to Clogwen
these
Station.
people who set off in flip-flops up Snowdon, not expecting the weather to change. But this is pretty miserable now. In fact, the church steeple just across to our left starting to disappear from view as Salisbury bowls. It's pushed off towards short extra cover to Lee's, no run there by Rossington. That church steeple there, about 2015 I think, 2014, I was here for a T20 on a Friday night, and I went along the street to the little shop. And as I was going along the street, I suddenly got this most horrendous headache, and I thought, whoa. Just stopped me in my tracks, and I thought, that's a weird headache. Where's that come from? And I looked up, and the sky had gone green, and it was a thunder headache. And it was just, there was so much electricity in the air.
Do you get thunder headaches?
Yeah. In comes Salisbury, defended on a length. Anyway, it started a thunder and lightning, and I remember sitting at the back of this stand, and this fork lightning came down and hit that church steeple. And they delayed the start of the game, and then they started to play, and the outfield was really wet, and it was dead risky, I think, that they started to play that game. And David Sales slipped while he was fielding in the covers and damaged his knee ligaments and never played for Northants again. And another squall came in, and that was the end of that match. And then the following year it was rained off. I think they've lost 4 in 5 here to the weather on a T20 matches. Salisbury once more to Rossington. Rossington drives a slightly over pitch ball up to steal it. Mid on, no run there. And that is the end of the over. 121 for 5. BBC Northampton with you, BBC Newcastle.
Marty, what's the thunder headache?
Well, it's just the air gets so oppressive with the static electricity and everything, and it causes a headache for me. And I think it affects my mum like that as well. Other people
You've got an electric head.
Something like that.
Hang on a minute.
Yeah, just in certain, very humid, close conditions like that. Yeah.
When I was a kid, the BBC used to have this children's TV thing called Friday Film Special.
Right. Here's Cars from the Abington Road, and played and missed there from Proctor. It leaves him, goes through the keeper. Friday, what film special?
Friday Film Special. And it was
I can't remember that.
45-minute film for kids.
Uh-huh.
And there was an episode. There was an episode of it that was called, not altogether politically correctly, Electric Eskimo, which was the story of an Inuit boy who had been struck by lightning in Greenland. Not that lightning in Greenland would ever happen. I mean, incredibly rare that would ever happen. And he'd come to England and found that he could power electric things when there was a thunderstorm.
Right. Cars in, bowls. It's a shortish one left alone by Proctor. I haven't got that power now.
You might have though. Have you tried jump starting a car when you feel, what did you say, when you feel static in your head?
Well, it's when it gets really close and there's a lot of electricity in the air. I bet a lot of people end up with headaches from this thunderstorms.
Right, I'm totally googling this.
Come on, back me up on this. Marty Cricket on Twitter.
Yeah, Marty Cricket kit, thunder headaches.
Cast balls, driven. That was a wideish half volley. It's gone down to third man for 1. Salisbury collects it right down to our right hand side.
Oh look, there it is on the Mayo Clinic.
On the what?
The Mayo Clinic.
The Mayo Clinic? What's that?
Private clinic, very well known.
Other clinics probably exist.
Other salad dressings, no doubt. Thunder headaches.
Brian Thurback's just emailed me a picture of the sunny conditions in Sunderland and says you should have stayed at home. Here comes Cars Bowles, and that's driven out through the covers here by Rossington. He should get 2, chased by Ben Rain.
Oh no, wait a minute. It's a metaphor, this thunder headache thing. It says it's a headache that just starts suddenly.
Yeah, well that did.
Lightning, National Health Service, other health services are not available. Lightning could cause headaches and migraines.
Well, there you are.
Okay.
Stuart Manger says, I'm so sorry for you down there. It's absolutely fantastic here in Sedbergh today and genuinely hot. John Hutchison says, greetings, Bonnie lad, from sunny Bolton. And he said, I was like Bernard and didn't realise today was the first day. As your only 2 listeners, can you send us a reminder of when play starts in the future, says John. 124 for 5. Cars comes in and bowls to Rossington. That's pushed out towards the covers. He thinks of a little single and then changes his mind because the ball's gone straight to Rain, who's quite close in.
They say that cows sit down when it's going to rain. Do you have any other anatomical?
Well, I passed
weather
a field of
forecasting?
cows the other day on the train on Friday near York, and they were all lying down, and it was blue skies. So I think cows just get lazy, don't they?
I mean, do you like get a nosebleed if there's going to be snow or anything like that? Weather forecasting body.
In comes the ball. That's whipped away off the hips for 4. Just straight towards the leg side there. Bryden Carson, Rossington saw it coming and smacked it towards the supporters club stand for 4.
Intentional
yes,
wind for a high pollen count.
Can smell snow.
You can smell.
My mum can, yeah.
We're learning all kinds of things about the Emerson family.
My mum got kicked in the nose at a party when she was a kid. Somebody was doing a sort of handstand and had tap shoes on and broke her nose, and she's been able to smell snow ever since.
The Emerson family.
I think where we live, you can. The atmosphere changes when you've got snow coming in off the North Sea, but we don't get it that often.
Who needs
anyway.
a Stevenson screen with your family around?
Exactly.
You should be hooked up to the Met Office's system of weather reporting.
We are.
Amazing.
My left arm twitches and I'm making that bit up. Craig Porrett's emails. Team of the year. I've put my county championship team of the year in. Well done. It's on the BBC website as Salisbury continues from the pavilion end here. Bowling to Proctor. He tries a Yorker length ball played up to Rain at mid-on. So his team of the year is Alex Lees, Ned Eckersley, Ben Rain and Chris Rushworth. He said I've put Bunny Onions in as well at number 11 to make it as Durham as possible. There you are.
Yeah, Onions, one of those guys who just seemed to fall out of favour, no fault of his own.
Salisbury bowls pushed up towards Rain again at mid-on.
He's been unlucky with injuries.
Well,
but,
what
England's loss is the county system's
He
game.
only played about 12 tests, didn't he? But he was offered a 1-year contract with Durham to play red ball cricket only, with incremental payments if they played any white ball stuff, and he'd already had a 2-year offer from Lancashire with a bit of coaching in it as well. So
and Durham didn't feel they could match the offer? Was that just purely financial, I suppose?
It wasn't just that. There was more to it than that as Salisbury comes in here to bowl. And that's driven straight for 4. Lovely shot. It's just missed the Pilosaurus below us, but it was angled in, over pitched and hammered away there by Proctor. He moves on to 6, and that's 132 for 5.
Marty, that's the shot of the day. That is the shot of the day.
Sounded nice.
Absolutely wonderful. You'll have heard the fantastic crack of leather on wood when he hit it.
Yeah.
But it flew off the bat right past the umpire. The umpire didn't have time to move. He didn't need to. Neither did a single fielder. What a great shot.
It was just a little bit over pitched, wasn't it? That's the problem. You can lean into those ones because you playing the ball down into the ground easily. There's not enough bounce in it to leave the batsman in any doubt. The trees, by the way, have completely disappeared now in the distance. So I think this drizzle might start to get a bit heavier in a minute, and they might end up taking them off here. 132 for 5. Salisbury from the pavilion end bowls, and And that's a full length ball on off stump. It's dug out, Yorker length. It goes just behind point for 1. So Proctor moves on to 7.
Mini recovery here. Last
Yeah.
wicket at 119. That was
Well,
a
they lost
flatter
4
of
for
wicket.
20 after lunch, didn't they? So
Okay, so nothing for another 14 here. Just the smallest, greenest shoots, just stopping the decline. But
wow, Stephen Mullaney's got to 150 off 140 balls. He had 100 just after lunch. Firing along. No pressure on Notts anymore, they're down. Oh, that's a good ball from Salisbury's. That's deviated off the seam there, and Rossington's ended up playing the wrong line. Nearly nibbled it behind.
quick check at Division 1, where Hampshire, having been 88 for 7 against Somerset, have now got it together at their ground. 166 for 7 now. Dawson 81 and Keith Barker. There's a guy whose cricket career just succeeds and succeeds. 39 not out, number 9.
Salisbury bowls. Pushed away late there by Rossington up towards mid-on. Keith Barker was Durham's nemesis. He took 50 wickets against them in about 4 years.
Great quality all-rounder.
Yeah.
Great all-rounder.
Former professional footballer, wasn't he? Was he Walsall or somewhere?
Natural sportsman.
Rotherham or somewhere like that?
They finally got themselves underway at Chelmsford as well, where Surrey in the 8th over have rocketed along to 36 without loss. Stoneman and Borthwick, the openers.
Umpires are having a discussion here. I said they might take them off now. This drizzle's getting heavier.
Yeah, why not?
What time is it?
It's 14:48.
So what's the earliest that can go to tea?
Now, go and have some tea.
Yeah, about 2 minutes' time, isn't it?
Half an
Yeah,
hour.
off they come.
Yeah, it's that's fine, isn't it? I mean, that we criticise the umpires all the way through the season for being a bit lily-livered about taking the fielders off, but on this occasion, it's drizzly. They've stuck out there. They really have. They've made a good effort. The drizzle's not getting better. It's not getting worse, but they've just had enough, and the batsmen will be delighted. And I think, to be honest, Marty, I think even the fielders
Yeah.
will be content enough to come off in this weather.
Going to be an early tea, this, by the looks of things. And one of those frustrating days.
Yeah, it is frustrating, but let's be honest, given the position that Northamptonshire were in, having been put into bat in tricky circumstances, good pitch, tiny bit of live grass on it, but good pitch, wicked overcast conditions, Northamptonshire had done very well to get to 99 for 1, with Curran on 36, Wakely on 28, but then came, what a surprise, Chris Rushworth coming back for his second spell, turned things around with 3 quick wickets. Wakely was out, bowled by Rushworth, 28. Keogh followed just a couple of balls later, caught behind, same bowler without scoring. Then, after a watchful innings, Curran, who had made his way to a very careful and prudent 36, was bowled by Rushworth off stump, nearly coming out of the ground for the left-hander. Off he went. Then it was 108 for 4, and then Cars came back, switching ends from where he opened, and he was caught at first slip by Robson as Levy for 16. That was 119 for 5, so as Martin Emerson said, 4 wickets falling for 20. 133 for 5 it is now, with Rossington on 9, Proctor on 7. This is me, Kit Harrison, Martin Emerson and Alex Winter here for the BBC, just leaving you now to go and get a cup of tea, or maybe tune in to Worcester at home, or maybe even Hampshire at home for some action. All the games being covered on our stations, but just for the time being with this bad weather, not this one. We look forward to your company when it's better.
Welcome back to Wanted Row with myself, Alex Winter, where the players are resuming after a slightly earlier tea with Northamptonshire 133 for 5. And the good news is that that weather that was blown in just before the interval, probably half an hour ago now, has all been blown away. And we now probably have the best conditions of the day. The skies are a bit lighter, it's a bit clearer in the distance. And for the moment, we are set if not quite fair, then just about okay to get back underway. We've still got a mighty 52 overs left in the day. There's surely no chance that the light will hold for all of them, but we are in for an extended evening session, one would think, and some work to do for Northants, who lost 4 for 20 in 8 overs after lunch to slip from a really good position at 99 for 1 to 133 for 5. And it was this man that did the damage, Chris Rushworth, with 3 of those wickets, and he's going to open things up once again from the Wilson end of the ground. There are 3 slips in place, as there have been for most of the day, and Rushworth is coming in to the left-handed Luke Proctor. Rushworth right arm over, full of length, and Proctor plays it back to him, and there's no run to begin the evening session. Hello again, Martin Emerson.
Hello. 65 wickets now for Chris Rushworth this year. I think his best was he got 88 first-class wickets in 2015, but that included 5 for the MCC. So can he do it? It's an innings and a bit left in this match, and plus next week 2 potential innings against Glamorgan. Does seem a lot brighter now, doesn't it?
Yeah, probably the brightest conditions of the day, I suggest now, as Rushworth is in again. Past the umpire he goes, and Proctor is back to push away towards point, and there is no run. So he took 88, did you say, in 2015?
Yeah.
He's
I
down
think that
65.
was the year. Can you remember there was one year where he decided to go alcohol-free for a year?
No, I don't know.
Part of a charity drive,
Okay.
and that was the year he went alcohol-free and had an absolute stormer. And it looked like that was the year he was going to get called up by England as well, and then it just didn't happen. Could still do a job for England now, couldn't he, in this next test? So when does that start? Friday?
Rushworth, far end, running in towards us. Running into Proctor, bowling very full. Proctor driving in the air for a moment. Back at the bowler, gets down low to make a good save. Just took a bang on the wrist there, Chris Rushworth. 133 for 5. Well, England do have some decisions to make ahead of their next series in New Zealand, because it's only 2 test matches, and that series doesn't actually count towards the World Test Championship. And if they are thinking about managing workloads, etc.,
Why not? Because it's only 2 tests.
Well, but it seems like a bit of a nothing, meaningless series, really. We went to New Zealand to play a test series.
Wasn't that long ago, was it?
Yeah, a couple of winters back now, as Rushworth is in again, and Proctor was driving firmly once more, this time down towards mid-on. Good sliding save from the fielder to his right.
I gather there's
no
absolutely no plan for England to play Bangladesh in the near future either.
No,
So,
it's not part of the Future Tours programme for the moment, but they will have to play them in the period of the World Test Championship, because everyone has to play each other, I think, in at least a 2 test series, home and away. I thought
if you were in a 2 test series, there were more points to be had across the 2 games than what you would get per match in a 5 test series.
That's true, yeah. For every test series there are 120 points available. Rushworth round the wicket now. Proctor in his crease, working one leg side, but only as far as Scott Steele at forward short leg, and there's no run. 133 for 5 here, Northants, first over after tea. Yeah, so New Zealand and Sri Lanka, who played the 2 test series and drew 1 apiece, gained more points than England and Australia did for scrapping it out for a 2-2 draw over a 5-match series, which seems bizarre. But it's to try and ensure that it's not just the teams who play the most test matches, who, let's be face it, can afford to play the most test matches, that pick up more points. Rushworth once more, very full. Proctor driving, but squared up here. Thick outside edge runs along the ground to third man to our left-hand side. Matt Salisbury is over there, out towards the little block of white seats towards the players' dressing rooms. And the over comes to an end with a single to Proctor, who's got 8. Rossington is 9. And Northants are 134 for 5. Trying to rebuild here after that loss of 4 wickets for 20 mid-afternoon. They lost Alex Wakely for 28 shouldering arms to Rushworth. 2 balls later, Rob Keir was caught behind for a duck. And then Richard Levy fended at 1 from Bryden Carse, edge to slip for 16. Ben Curran's resistance was also ended by Rushworth, one that nipped back. He went for 36. And they were all after. Newton was the only wicket to go down in the morning. He was caught at first slip for 26 off Ben Rain, who's going to open the bowling here from the Wantage Road end after tea. So work to do for Northants to try and scrap up to bonus point territory, still a long way away, and they're in need of a partnership. They do bat deep, bowling conditions perfect for the visitors. Rain goes in, right arm over, and Proctor is beaten, pushing forward as he edged behind. Yes, he's gone! Rain's first ball after tee, a feather edge through from Proctor, an easy catch for Eckersley, and Durham had their 6th wicket and a second bowling bonus point, full of length across the left-handed Proctor, playing forward, a thin edge behind, and Proctor has gone for 8, and a great start to Durham after tee. 1-3-4 for 6.
Yeah, couldn't really hear anything there. It was as if it was just a half-hearted appeal. But a feather, and off he goes. And how many ones did they have there? 15 for that partnership. So the partnerships have been 50, 49, none, 9, 11 and 15.
So another failure for Proctor, who fell for a second ball duck last week at Grace Road. Got a beauty late in the day from Colin Ackerman, one that spun out of the footholds and took out his off stump. Northants do have this extended lineup, but someone's got to make a score here. Someone's got to try and stick around with Adam Rossington, who's been out there for 31 deliveries so far for his 9 runs. But 1-3-4 for 6. The type of scoreline that the home supporters would have been fearing at 10:30 this morning in these conditions, and the type of situation that Durham would have been desperately hoping for, having chosen to bowl under this heavy cloud. But sea movement has been perhaps the chief cause of all these wickets today. So what can Northants try to do to squeeze themselves up to a score to keep them in the game? Not quite there yet. They need 180, 190 minimum, you would suggest. Rolled over for 150, 160, then they're behind in the game.
Since lunch, since that they were 99 for 1, they've lost 5 for 35.
And quite the collapse. Durham have very much improved with the ball. They've got themselves together, in much better areas. Rain all day has been excellent, really. And Rushworth plucked out 3 wickets of his own.
Doug Bracewell, a new man.
2 slips in place for the right-handed New Zealander, who's forward first ball inside edge, surely via the pad. There's going to be a single here wide of slip. They were all appealing there, and somebody suggested they might go and collect the ball. So Bracewell was able to get off the mark, clear, certainly from where I was looking down, straight over the umpire's hat. Clear inside edge, I thought. The appeal wasn't too vociferous. And they get a run.
BJ Watling, who's making his debut for Durham, and Doug Bracewell, New Zealand internationals. And do you know, it's Bracewell's 100th first-class match today.
Splendid.
And do you know, it's 100 days to Christmas, apparently.
Goodness.
It's worrying, isn't it?
That is worrying. It's worrying that people would bring that up, actually.
It was mentioned on the telly this morning, or the radio, can't remember which.
1-3-5 for 6. Rossington is back on strike, getting a wide ball to cut, and he'll get 4 here, out towards the cupboard stand to our left. A very rare bad delivery sent down by Ben Rain today. He's been pretty consistent. He's just dragged one short and wide there, and Rossington has cashed in. So he's into double figures, goes to 13. And Northants to 1-3-9 for 6. They batted well this year, Northants. Just got the tempo of their innings much better than in previous seasons. And I've got a good haul of batting points. One of the most productive hauls in the division. As Rain goes in again, and Rossington gets one here that bounces and goes away from him. He was playing inside the line. It goes through. A good carry to Eckersley behind the stumps. A few times today we've seen the carry better from the Wilson end as opposed to this Wantage Road end, but that one did carry through quite nicely. 34 batting bonus points for Northamptonshire this season, actually leads the division.
And that's the worry for Durham, isn't it? They've only got 19. So 15 points fewer than Northants and Gloucestershire, Durham, on the batting points.
Rain goes in again, and Rossington in his crease is defending away out towards extra cover, and there is no run.
Glamorgan have got 11 more batting points than Durham, and Sussex have got 10 more. Yet, if you look at this, Durham have won 5 out of the other. So Lancashire are away, they're up. Northants, Gloucestershire, Durham, Sussex, and Glamorgan. Durham are the only team to have won 5 out of that lot, but it's that lack of batting points that's causing them problems.
Yeah, Northampton and Gloucester actually have the most batting points in the whole country, because no one in Division 1 can match 34, as Rossington defends a full straight delivery here back up towards the bowler, and the second over after tea is complete. A successful one for Ben Rain. Prox are the latest to go for just 8, and Northants find themselves in more bother than they've been in possibly all season, really. 139 for 6. Rossington 13, Bracewell 1. But in these conditions, and the wicket that has offered enough for the seam bowlers, it's been very tricky stuff when Durham have bowled in the right areas.
I was mentioning before the rain came earlier about the thunder headache I got here once during a T20 match.
Oh, you
that
mentioned
storm,
this, yeah.
That storm that came in when David Sales injured his knee. And I think Kit didn't believe me that I get headaches when there's a really oppressive thunderstorm on the way. I don't know why it happens, it's just so it does. It's really to do with the atmospherics.
Here is Rushworth into Bracewell, fiddles for one outside the off stump, but the ball passes back by perhaps half an inch.
Bernard's emailed, he says, I have osteoarthritis in both my knees and I know when inclement weather is on the way because of the feelings he gets in his knees. He said, I haven't heard of thunder headaches, but I wouldn't be surprised if some people like your mother do react when thunder and lightning threatens. He said, for a long time I've told people who have back ailments to wear an extra vest or a t-shirt on the grounds. You can always change a vest or a t-shirt, but you can't change a stiff back.
Rushworth from the far end, bowls to Bracewell, who lets one go. Wasn't too far away from the off stump as it seemed back. It probably would have gone over the off stump had it been a touch tighter.
I was just waiting for the bail to dislodge there. The bails look at an angle there, don't they, Alex? They're going downwards from left to right, you think?
I think the bail on the left is a slightly darker shade than the one on the right,
Right.
which perhaps just gives that impression that it's a bit bigger than its partner, as it were.
Bail shades, I hope they haven't mixed the bail shades up.
3 slips for Rushworth, who's in past umpire Peter Hartley, strikes the pad, huge cry for LBW and gone. Bracewell is gone for just 1, and Rushworth has got a 4th wicket, and this is turning into a very difficult day now for Northamptonshire in a crucial promotion battle. 139 for 7 now, and that brief respite that Rossington and Proctor provided just before tea. Once again, Northants back in real bother. Bracewell can't contribute anything at all, well, apart from a single, but it counts for not much. 139 for 7.
Well, that didn't hit back, didn't it? And it was one of those where as soon as it hits the pads, you know, the batsman's in peril, just instinctively expecting the umpire's finger to go up, and so it did. And that's the end of Bracewell. Proctor, by the way, that was a good wicket for Durham to get, because he has got a decent knock against him in what was a fantastically close match at Southport and a red-hot week in 2016. He made 122 for Lancashire in that game. Durham just edged across the line in the last half hour of that match with Ben Stokes at the crease.
And back next to Northamptonshire, Gareth Burke.
Still plenty of time to come in the day.
Rushworth for 1.
Loads of overs
yeah,
left,
47 overs old, so well, we're moving to a situation where Durham might have to come out and bat in some of these conditions as well tonight. But for the moment, not looking like they're going to have too many to respond to, because Northants 139 for 7.
Berg's just returned to Northants, hasn't he? They're halfway through this season. He was originally here a few years ago, 2004 to 7. Played for Italy. Was that in T20 or something? Hampshire, Middlesex, Western Province. It's 130th match.
Initially on loan here, starts a 3-year contract over the winter.
I remember seeing him play for Middlesex against Durham a few times.
Yeah, solid career for Middlesex and Hampshire. 38 years of old, 8 years of age, sorry, as faces Rushworth here, and he defends from a length down towards backward point for no run. So Chris Rushworth suddenly has 4 for 35. He's gone through the Northants, initially the top order to start with, getting rid of Rushworth, Curran, Wakely, Keogh, and now Doug Bracewell. A bit of seam movement has been available all day. Durham didn't locate it in the morning session, but much better after lunch and finding their rewards. Conditions couldn't be more tailor-made, really, for Rushworth and the Durham attack. As he moves in again, past the umpire he goes, and Berg in his crease is pushing down towards mid-wicket. No run available there. It's a huge test here for Northants to try and scrap away under huge pressure now.
If Rushy gets another wicket here, this will be his 25th fifer. How many has he had this season? Be his 4th this season.
Hush around the ground. Home supporters are very nervous as Rushworth is into Berg, who's driving a ball that seems back at him. Thickish inside edge, runs away to mid-wicket, and there's no run to end the over. So the tea break, if anything, has done Durham a favour. Just been able to regroup, put the field up for 20 minutes or so, or half an hour we were off, because we went off at 2:48. But the conditions have just been perfect. The light has been poor enough, but good enough, if you know what I mean. It's just been on the right side of playable throughout the day. And Durham have been able to put Northants under all sorts of pressure since lunch. 139 for 7. Rossington still there on 13. If ever Northants needed a captain's innings, now is the time. Still needs 61 for a batting point. Rain in, Rossington down the pitch. Oh, has a slash down the ground and misses a ball that seams away. So maybe Rossington is going to try and respond with a few shots here, perhaps. Immediately deep square drops back to our right hand side. He was advancing down the pitch there, aiming at this Ken Turner stand. Didn't get to the pitch of the ball, and it seamed away and beat the bat.
Did you mention live league tables? Have you mentioned that recently?
No.
Bernard's wondering, did I hear somebody say there's a website that has an updated league table for the games being played? Well, Cricket Info update them once bonus points have happened, so you can look on there and they're live.
Rain goes in again. Rossington in his crease. Leg glance on the before. Rain just lost his line. One nipped into the pads this time. And Rossington staying tall in his crease. Just flicks one away towards the Wilson stand for a most welcome boundary for Northamptonshire. Rossington goes to 17. 143 for 7. They desperately need a partnership here, Northants. Lower down the order. Still got Hutton to come, who can hang around. But Durham with ambitions here to run through Northants for a very cheap total and take the early whip hand in the game. Rain is in once more. Rossington, a short arm pull here, just gently turns a back of length ball through square leg. Fieldsman Cameron Steele is back on the fence to our right, so they jog through for an easy run. Rossington goes to 18, 144 for 7. And he'll bring Gareth Berg on to strike. Could only make 5 in his only innings last week at Grace Road.
Do you think the weather's just starting to clip the tops of those trees again? Looks like it's starting to come back down again.
Possibly. It took so long to get to us before, didn't it?
Yeah.
We were saying for ages how
Can
bad
see
it did
there
look.
is a mast on that hill which we can see, so that's a good thing, I suppose.
2 slips in place. Berg in and driving, edged away to third man. Third man has been in place all day, and it's been a tremendous decision by Ned Eckersley. It has saved best part of 20 runs. But Berg off the mark there. 145 for 7.
Got to protect that short boundary, haven't you?
But it's been in from both ends. That's
Yeah.
what's been most impressive, really. Been prepared to have it even when the bowling has been from the Wilson end of the ground across from us towards the longer boundary, probably the longest boundary on the ground. Away to the members to our right today. Rossington is back on strike. Deep square retreats again. Rain goes in. Rossington well forward here, pushing back up towards the bowler's left hand. And there is no run.
BBC Radio Northampton with you, BBC Newcastle. It's been a on and off, stoppy-starty sort of day one here. But the weather for the rest of the week looks quite nice and get warmer and a bit of sunshine. So today could certainly, looks like it's going to be the worst of the conditions to have to bat in.
So perfect when you got the chance to bowl first automatically, as Durham have here, and Rossington is pushing a single wide of mid-on. Again, Rain ever so slightly too straight allows Rossington to dab and go out on the onside, and they go through for the run, which will keep Rossington on strike. End of the over. Rossington is 19, Berg is 1. Northants 1, 4, 6 for 7. Already here after tea have lost Proctor for 8 and Bracewell for 1.
I'm sure there's only been one toss at Durham this season. Everybody knows they're going to put Durham in the moment the fixtures come out in New Zealand in November.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sold about the toss rule with the improvements that have been made to pitches in the last couple of years or so. It was necessary at one stage because it was getting a bit of a toss lottery with sides preparing seaming pitches as Rushworth resumes from the far end, and Rossington driving off the back foot here, backward of point, just goes wide of third man. Cameron Steele is across to collect. Again, third man proving its worth, and they get just a single. Rossington goes to 20, 147 for 7. But we've definitely seen a big improvement in the quality of pitches, and we've seen games being taken a lot deeper than in previous seasons. Sort of 2015-16, we had a few shootouts really, and games were being done and dusted very quickly. Certainly this summer, batsmen have come back into things as Berg is on strike and driving at Rushworth down towards mid-off, and there is no run as far as Bryden Carse in there.
You know, these stands in the northwest corner and the northeast corner of the ground here, were they seats that came up from Surrey?
No, these were seats that came from
these
Surrey.
were?
Yeah,
oh, right, okay.
These ones in the Ken Turner stand. You can still see the odd Surrey sticker on. In fact, yeah, these seats were sat in still have Kia Oval stickers on the back of them. Yeah, haven't quite got round to removing them all. Yeah, the old Peter May stand that was renovated. The seats came up here to Wantage Road a few years ago now as Berg defends from a fourth stump line just in front of point, and they jog through. In fact, they don't take the single, I beg your pardon. 147 for 7 Northants.
Well, last week at Lord's, they are knocking down the Edrich and Compton stands. Now, you would have thought all those plastic seats in there could have been unscrewed and taken away and sent off somewhere else. And they didn't. They just sent a digger in. The digger just ripped them all out the ground. There was just piles of smashed plastic being taken away by the builders.
Huh.
I felt it was such a shame. Surely they could have been recycled and gone somewhere else.
Rushworth once more. Berg forward, thick outside edge, runs away towards backward point, where Scott Steele is doing the fielding to his left, and there's no run.
When they knocked the Roker Park down, one guy came and bought all the wooden seats in the clock stand and did them all up and sold them off in flat packs.
Huh.
My dad bought 10 of them, so they've been in his garden for 20 odd years. And then he's the amount of people who used to come past and stop and look at the seats. Oh, I used to sit in the clock stand. He's just moved, so he sold them all to some of the collectors, but they're still going to be used elsewhere.
Rushworth once more, full of length, and Berg a little slow to come forward here, but does drive successfully. Only as far as the bowler's left boot, who kicks it away inadvertently out towards Carse at mid-on, and there's no run. 147 for 7 Northants.
I think Sunderland replaced all the seats in the Stadium of Light last year, in the lower bowl, and people could just come and take as many away as they wanted. So they were sort of wrapping them in cling film and then take as much as you want. You know?
Who would feel the need for plastic seats? I can understand the old wooden benches as deep mid-wicket drops back here for Berg, and he's beaten. One that just holds its line away from the right-hander, trying to defend from the crease. The ball goes through to Eckersley and the over comes to an end. Probing stuff from Durham since the tea break. 147 for 7 Northamptonshire. Rossington 20 and Berg on 1.
Well, I'm just thinking if you've got a Northern League team or your team in the Wearside League or something, football, got a little stand. Just seems a shame to just see them being ripped out and chucked away, doesn't it? I mean, some of them probably need changing because there'll be the odd crack in them or whatever, but the reason I think generally they changed them at Durham, at Sunderland, was because they've gone pink after 20 years in the sun. They were red originally. Ben Rain then into the attack from the pavilion end here, and that's played out to Salisbury at mid-off, no run. What's Rain bowled so far this afternoon? Where is he on there? Scoreboard's changed again. Where is he? Rain 4 for 43. 13 overs, 4 for 43. Not sorry, 2 for 43. That's a maiden, isn't it? Here he comes again and bowls. That's played off through mid-wicket for 1. Is that first column a W or an M? They both look like 2 W's there. Is that an M?
Yep.
It's all of his maidens.
The usual.
Wickets. Yeah. Right,
Yeah.
Okay. So 13 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 44. Rushworth's taken 4 for 36. Rain, after tea, got a wicket with his first ball. Of Proctor, caught behind, just feathered it on 8, and then Chris Rushworth got praise for LBW for 1. This is defended on a length by Berg, who is on 1 run from 10 deliveries. Is that an ice cream man down the bottom end there?
It is, yeah, taking up his usual residence.
He's quite ambitious on a day like this.
I think he'd already booked himself in for 4 days. I thought, to hell with the weather. Last chance to get business here this year, so I'm going to make the most of it.
Yeah. If you're into cricket and you like ice cream, you're laughing, aren't you? Rain again to Berg, comes in and bowls. Ooh, that's left just beyond off stump. Rain stops with his arms crossed and his hand on his chin in disbelief that he didn't get a wicket there. So he started the day, Ben Rain, on 47 for the season. So he has 2, and if he gets another one, then he'll have 50 for a season for only the 2nd time. First time he did it was 2015. Berg on 1. Rain from the pavilion end comes in and bowls. It's batted off down towards third man to Chris Rushworth with his wide-brimmed hat on, fielding at the north west corner of the ground with the orange stand behind him. Orange seats in the Abingdon pub, just across the car park.
Oh, it's the county down there.
Is that the county pub, is it?
Yeah, the Abington's
Oh,
behind
the
us.
Abingdon Street. Yeah, it is. It's the other end, isn't it? But isn't that Abingdon Road down there?
That's Abington Avenue.
Abington
that one,
Avenue,
yeah.
right. So the Abingdon pub is behind us, right?
That's towards Abington Park, you see.
Yeah, that's it. The park's out the back, isn't it? Yeah. Rain comes in, bowls. Oh, that was a heavy noise, wasn't it? It's played up to mid-on. No run there. That is the end of the over. I only think I've been in that county once. We going in after a Friday night match once?
I think we did slip in, yeah. To be honest, have I been in this year? I think I went in the very first game of the season. I think I went in there for a beer.
Gets packed after a T20.
It does, yeah. Does a lot of good business. The club still hold the freehold to it. They consider selling it a few years ago, but that's still on the club's books. Brings in a few quid.
Sell it, it'll end up being a block of flats.
Well, that's the thing, yeah. They took the long-term view.
149 for 7. Rushworth starting a new over. From the Wilson end, that nips back sharp. He's a bit too high. Inside edge under the thigh pad. From Berg, who's on 2. Just drifts off towards the slip cordon. No run. The indoor cricket school at the far end's now got 2 huge TV studios at either end of it.
They've probably been used
Yeah.
3 times at best.
Well, it's better than having that massive green shed right in front of us blocking 2/3 of the pitch.
That's true.
Rushworth coming in and bowls. That's played up to mid-off. Bounces awkwardly, but it's collected by Cars. Mentioning earlier this afternoon that there's so much worn grass on the square now and so many lumpy bits, and if the ball hits a used wicket or an old foothole or whatever, I've seen the players missing a few today, and it is the kind of conditions where you could end up getting one in the mouth inadvertently. Rushworth turns. He's got 66 wickets in the championship now this season. Right arm over, bowls, and that leaves the off stump and is played down to third man by Berg. That brings up the 150 for Northants. A ripple of applause, but
It's always a curious milestone to applaud, isn't it, 150?
50.3 overs. Especially when you were looking at a scoreboard where they were 99 for 1. 150 for 7. That's a bit of a surprise. Rushworth turns. Comes in the bowl. That's left alone just outside the off stump by Rossington, the skipper. 21 he has to his name.
Yeah, if you'd have said at the start of the day Northampton's going to be 150 for 7 after tea, you'd have probably thought, yeah, fair enough. Given how gloomy it was, 10:30 start in September, you may have thought fair enough, but given the fact that they got themselves off to a really good start. I mean 99 for 1 was a huge bonus for Northampton. I think Durham, they still could regret that morning session.
In comes Rushworth, he bowls to Rossington. Rossington defends, goes short on the offside. Andrew Tong's been on, he says, I've got some of those Stadium of Light seats in the garage. They'll hopefully make a bench of some kind in the garden. And Bernard says, is it possible those seats at Lord's, destroyed by a mechanical digger, were gone beyond saving due to corrosion of the metal used to fix them? To their concrete base, he wonders. I don't know. There were only a few of them left by the time we got there, and the digger had this little mini digger going up the steps and just ripping them out. It was sad to see, that was all. And Ross Cheel says 99 for 1 to 139 for 7. Very Englandy that, he says.
Yes, quite, yeah.
Yeah, what you all going to do for your England batting collapses now. Rushworth bowls to Rossington. Oh, that pops slightly, and he plays it one-handed. They've got a short mid-wicket in there, and that nearly found short mid-wicket in the air as well. Just dropped beyond Alex Lee's end of the over. 154-7. Rossington 21, Berg 3. Commentary of day 1 here at Wantage Road in the County Championship. Division 2 from the BBC. Durham on a dark, miserly morning put Northants in, and in the conditions they did get off to a great start. 50 on the board for the first wicket, and then 99 when the second fell, but then they struggled after that. There's still loads of overs left today, 43 in theory. It's a long session, this.
All the more reason for Northants to try and scrap it out and get the bowlers coming back for third, fourth spells.
Oh, rain inside edge onto the pad there from Berg, and just rolls off towards the covers.
But it was the type of morning, and we have had a few mornings, well, not like it in terms of the conditions, but we have had mornings at the first day of this season where sides have gone collapsing away. Northants here against Glamorgan were blown away for scrapping up to something okay, which in the end proved inadequate. Happened here against Sussex and Worcestershire as well.
Rain bowls, driven up towards mid-off, no run there. Who are Scotland playing today?
Haven't got a clue.
Well, I'm glad I asked you.
Must be some kind of World Cup qualifier, I would
Yeah,
imagine.
well, it's, let's find the scorecards. Tri-Nation, Scotland, Netherlands. Wow! 185 for none after 13 of the 20 overs. Kyle Coates, formerly of this parish, of course, and Durham, is on 87. His partner Munsey has 91 at the other end.
Wow.
And that is a record stand for them. Rain in. This is played around about off stump out towards the covers. Dot ball by Berg. Now Kent were struggling.
I think Kent have put on some ridiculous partnership, haven't they?
Well, Kent was something silly like 85 for 5 or something like that. They're 316 for 5 now. Well, when was the last wicket? 39 for 5. Darren Stevens has got 191 and Sam Billings 87.
24 fours and 7 sixes for Darren Stevens.
Rain in bowls. Oh, he's got him! And that is his 50th wicket of the season. And a bit of an inside edge there, I think, onto the bails. And they've gone, and that is the end of Berg for 3. And that is the second time that Ben Rain has got 50 in a season.
Bit of bounce, a little nip back as well. Again, seam movement doing the damage. I think he may have chopped it into his own stumps there. He was trying to let it go, and the ball was deflected back either off the shoulder of the bat or the bottom edge, or maybe even a bit of glove into his bails. So Berg falls for 3, and Northants slide further Only one batsman of any reasonable repute to come in Brett Hutton. It won't be easy for him either. Only 150 on the board here for Northants. Batting points looking very unlikely all of a sudden. And what have been a tremendous run until this point. Suddenly, their strong position slipping alarmingly. Captain Rossington still there on 21, trying to scrap it out. But absolutely nothing at the other end, since T. Proctor for 8, Bracewell for 1, Berg for 3.
Gareth Berg, bowled Drain for 3, scored off 19 balls.
So yeah, that stand there at Headingley is 277 at over 5 and over. And Stevens has been going along above a run a ball. And, well, could get past his first class best of 208. What a tremendous achievement that would be.
What is he? How old is he now? 42?
I think so, yeah. Sam Billings is 87 at the other end. Oh, what a turnaround there that has been there. 43, Darren Stevens. Is going to be released by Kent at the end of the year. That news is
Well, haven't they just changed
confirmed.
their mind on that?
Have they really?
I'm sure I saw a tweet the other day saying we are entitled to change our minds.
He took 10 wickets in the match at Trembridge last week and also scored important first innings runs and is now going very well again.
Right, the last time Ben Rain got 50 in a season was in 2015 for Leicestershire when he got 61. So this is the second time he's done it. I'm sure I was on the train on Friday coming back from London. I'm sure I saw a tweet saying Kent had changed their mind and he was going to stay on. Because he was loaned to Derbyshire for the...
It was, for the T20, yeah.
But I'm not even sure he played in any of the games. He certainly hadn't played by the time Durham played them. Rain bowling now to Hutton. And that's a long way. The bat from the body there, leaning a long way outside of off stump. He steers that, the bottom corner of the bat down towards fine leg for 1. It's his 55th game, Brett Hutton, in first class cricket. What's his highest score? 1,351 runs. Oh yes. His highest score, 74 against Durham for Notts in 2016. I think that was a game where Durham had a massive first innings lead and then collapsed in the second innings and lost at Trent Bridge.
No news I can find about Darren Stevens. There's certainly nothing confirmed yet.
Rain. Oh, he's come down the track and he's lobbed this up just wide of Scott Steele at mid-on, who chases it out towards Cow Corner. Didn't connect with that very well at all there, Rossington. It was heavy, that was a heavy bat. And that is the end of Rain. Rain heads off. At the end of that over. And 152 for 8. I'm going to switch positions next. I've got to go and do update for BBC Newcastle. And it's quite a tight top of the hour at 4. So I shall call Kit in and I'll talk to you all later.
Thank you, Marty. Martin Emerson alongside myself, Alex Winter, and Kit Harris is here this week as well. A little commentary trio for you this week at Northampton, which at the moment is going very much in favour of the visitors. The pitch and the conditions fallen perfectly for them so far. Did wonder whether Northants may try to prepare a pitch here to negate Durham's really strong bowling attack. But if anything, they couldn't have prepared a better pitch here for them. And they've been punished by a combination of Ben Rain with 3 wickets and Chris Rushworth with 4. Brodden Cast has taken the other wicket and he's back here from the Wantage Road end, and he's been pulled away over mid-wicket all the way for 6 by Adam Rossington, dropping his length short and getting hammered away into the bank of yellow seats to our left-hand side. Rossington a couple of times now has been keen to try and go on the attack, to try and boost Northants' flagging innings here. That was a rank pull ball ready from Cast, dropping in short and getting pulled fiercely by Rossington to the short side of the ground, it must be said, to our left. Deep point and deep square are both out here. 158 for 8. Cast is in again. Rossington goes down the ground this time, has picked that up beautifully as well. And I think that might have carried all the way for 6. It does. Superb clean striking from Adam Rossington. Cast, having been pulled for 4 the previous ball, goes just full of a good length, and a sweet strike from Rossington through the line of the ball out towards the ice cream van down there. Back-to-back 6s. Trying to get a few while he can maybe here for Northants. Rossington is 34, 1-6-4 for 8. As Kit rejoins us. Hello again.
Hello, Alex. That's overtaken a shot down the ground, along the ground by Proctor earlier on as my favourite shot of the innings, because it was just so emphatic. He got everything behind the ball and absolutely launched it, dispatched a rocket over the boundary. And well, if Northamptonshire are going to get anywhere near batting point number 1, he's going to have to do that a couple more times, isn't he?
Yeah, Martin and I were talking about batting points when you were upstairs, and Northampton and Gloucestershire had the most number of batting points in the entire country, 34 of them.
Well, if Northamptonshire are going to produce tracks like this, good batting pitches without being an absolute match-destroying road, you had an incredible graveyard shift, didn't you, earlier in the year on an absolute road? Was it at Gloucester?
No, it was at Cardiff. It was miserable, that was. The field is now spread as Cass comes in again to Rossington, who tries to swipe it leg side and misses. Cass had gone length outside the off stump, and Rossington was down on one knee to try and slog sweep, and he got only fresh air, and the ball is through to Eckersley behind the stump. So now there is a slip and a gully in place. Third man is still back. There's a backward point. Deep cover point has retreated. Extra cover, long on and long off are both back, but the only other man on the leg side is out at deep space there for Rossington to try and hit into. Cass moves in, and Rossington does slog sweep 6 more. What a strike that is. Down on one knee again, and this time picks it up and over the covered stand. So Adam Rossington, the Northants captain, launching a counter punch here with wickets falling regularly at the other end. 3 sixes in the over here from Cass, and he's quickly up to 40, 170 for 8. But that was hard and flat and way back over deep square.
He's not riding his luck at this point. These last 2 sixes, the ball was in the slot for hitting. One full, hit straight, one short, hit square on the leg side. It wasn't, weren't shots of great risk, they were shots of confidence and reward.
So 170 for 8, Northants encroaching on okay-ish territory. If you're fired out for 130, 140, you've almost got no chance in the game. If you make 180, 190, you've got a sniff. As in comes Cass again, outside the off stump. That should be wide that it is. Yeah, he's so scared about being whacked again to that short boundary to our left. He's gone way outside the off stump and just dragged it too far. That was off the cut strip. And umpire Peter Hartley extends his arms at the far end. 171 for 8. Northants still need 29 for a first batting bonus point. Meanwhile, at New Road, a good start of the game for Gloucestershire there, bowling out Worcestershire for 2-2-1 inside a couple of sessions. Cass in once more. Rossington goes leg side again, down towards long on. Fielder coming around. I don't think he's going to get there. No, he doesn't. Durham have got to put a man across here, surely. Why have they got a 7-2 offside field with Rossington smashing away into space on the leg side? He's struck 3 sixes and now a boundary in this Cass over. Again, it was a real leg side slug. They got enough on it. It looked rather agricultural. But as I always say, they don't paint pictures in the scorebook.
No, absolutely, and we're treated now to the rare sight of the gully coming out, and the man himself, B.J. Watling, international wicketkeeper for New Zealand, is now at mid-wicket on the single.
175 for 8. Rossington is 44. Cass moves in again, and Rossington is edging one past slip. He gets 4.
He's done it on purpose. He's done it on purpose. You heard the wonderful boom as it cannoned into the boundary boards. The ball was wide outside off. Not too wide, but he just presented the edge to it. Cracking stuff there. 20.
I think
off the over.
He might have been trying to run a single to third man, but he got an outside edge and it flew away for another boundary. So yeah, what an over that is for Rossington, who suddenly has got 48 now. 149 for 8. An FM update now for BBC Radio Northampton FM listeners, so bear with. I'm watching Adam Rossington, the Northants captain, launching a fine counter-attack as Northants have been plunged into huge problems here after tea. They got a really good start to the game, having been sent in. They were 99 for 1, but went sliding away just after tea to 150 for 8. But Rossington has just launched Bryden Cars for 20 runs in a single over and has taken Northants now to 179 for 8. Rossington 48, Hutton on 1, but Northants losing, Rossington rather, losing partners pretty quickly here with the ball seaming around. But can the Northants captain blast them up to something that will give them a chance later on in the match? Doing okay for the moment. Northants 180 for 8. With a leg bye taken from Hutton, first ball of the over. But now the situation changes, Kit, because Rossington has got a long boundary leg side if he wants to have a dip in this over.
It's us that I'm worried about, frankly, Alex, because we are in his range here. If he gets one that's fairly straight, television used to call it a half volley, but I noticed this year half volley has been rechristened the slot.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
It will be coming, straight onto your head.
So what have we got? Third man, deep point, long on, long off, deep mid wicket and long leg are all back. Rain goes in and Rossington works it leg side through square leg. They should get back for 2 here, they do. Mid wicket was having to run around to his right hand side. They sprint back for the second, and that raises a fine counter punching 50 for the Northants captain Adam Rossington. He raises his back towards the dressing rooms to our left hand side, then over at the Wilson stand across from us, and now takes the applause from the members to our right hand side as well. A 55 ball half century for Adam Rossington, realising that he was vastly quickly running out of partners. But a great counter punch has taken Northants to 182 for 8. Need 18 for a batting point. Rain into him again, and he pushes a full-length delivery out to mid-wicket, and there is no run, and the sunshine has crept through. There is watery sunshine across the ground.
There's a real shadow, not just a floodlit shadow, but one of the pylons itself is now rendered in shade across the ground, because there's just a sneak of sunshine, almost as if to herald the successes of this brief cameo so far from Rossington.
Rain goes into him once more, and Rossington just in his ground, covering up, playing back towards the bowler. Now if he's sensible here, Rossington, he'll see out the over, because he knows that he's got the long leg side boundary to hit into. He could go over mid-wicket if he wants. There's a lot of space between long on and deep mid-wicket, but 3 from the over so far. 2 balls to come in the over. Just now try and work the single. Field comes up to try and prevent that single, but there are still gaps on the leg side, and the run to third man is also on.
I think he'll try and clear the field this ball.
Rain in, but Rossington does cover up, trying to dab a single out in front of point, but can't get it wide enough of the fieldsman. Yeah, I was with you actually there. Mid-off and mid-on had come up as a deep cover, and I just wonder whether he was going to have one dip before trying to take the single. But because he knows that leg side fence, if you're facing bowling from the Wilson end, is so clearable, why not just bide your time? Changing the field now. Deep square is coming up, which is a good move, and mid-wicket is coming across to a gully, really, just to try and prevent that little dab and go that Rossington may try and play. Rain desperately trying to keep Hutton on strike for the start of the next over. Rossington here, edges away, past sculling, gets his single. It was just a push forward here. It was most fortuitous. The ball squirting away through wide of the gully down to Rushworth at third man for a single, which will mean Rossington retains the strike. He's got 51 and Northants are 183 for 8. And already I think here, Kit, they've got an okay-ish score, because the wicket has done plenty. Northants got a good attack, and they'll feel that they can have a decent response to this kind of score. But if you fight out for 150, you do very, very well to get back in the game. But from this position, it's possible.
Yeah, they're on the map, you're right. And I suppose that's why the English and Welsh Cricket Board feels that 200 is worthy of a batting bonus point, because 17 more runs will feel Northamptonshire as though they've got something
Rushworth.
You can hear from the stadium PA that they've forced a bowling change that Durham wouldn't have wanted to make, which is very, very quickly after being given a rest. Chris Rushworth has had to come back 4 for 37 off 18.
3 fielders back on the leg side. Rossington on strike. Rushworth is in, and he slog sweeps over square for 6 more. Lovely clean strike from Rossington. The ball cannons back off the signal box to our left-hand side. Just a normal length delivery from Rushworth on a 4th stump line, perfectly respectable. And Rossington once again is down on one knee to lift it up and over deep square. The fielder was back there. Rain at deep square to our left, but Rossington has gone straight over his head. That's what I was talking about in the previous over, because that boundary is so clearable. Just give yourself a chance, and Rossington has struck his 4th 6. Got 57 now, 189 for 8. The batting point 11 runs away. Rushworth is in again from the far end. Rossington is walking at him, but he cuts through point. He's going to take the run. Just out the deep point to our left-hand side, so Hutton will have at least 4 deliveries to try and survive. There is a very capable player, Brett Hutton, but still, any batsman new to the crease in these conditions likely to find the going difficult. Rossington 58 not out. A wonderful counter punch from the Northants captain. Has at least put a little something on the board for his side. 190 for 8. And now for Hutton, a couple of slips coming back in. Third man, point extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and long leg. So very orthodox once again. Rushworth in from the far end, right arm over. Hutton is slashing at a ball outside the off stump. Plays and misses.
No, not you, Brett.
Indeed, yeah.
You stay there, that's the plan. He hasn't quite tuned in to his captain and a batting partner's scheme here. You stick around and let your captain score the runs, Brett. That was a wild swish. He's got 2 slips in for a reason, Brett Hutton.
Yeah, don't do your captain a disservice here by getting out to a loose shot. 190 for 8. 3 balls to go in Rushworth's over. Searching for a 5-fer, and Hutton driving at him loosely. More control though this time. Thickish inside edge down towards mid-on the ball runs. Mid-on comes around to his left-hand side to collect. And there's no run. 4 for 44 Chris Rushworth today. Superb stuff. Finding prestigious movement really from this wicket. For the moment, the light fine.
Yeah.
Rushworth once again. Past Peter Hartley he goes, very full. Not quite the Yorker though, and Hutton able to drive pleasantly, but with no real timing, out towards mid-off. And there is Matt Salisbury to collect. I was pondering also, just when Martin had stepped off and before you came back, whether Northants may have gone down the route of negating the Durham attack with a flat wicket here this week. Because, I mean, today they've had all they could have asked for, Durham really. Half-10 start, heavy cloud, a pitch that's done a bit. Rushworth in, last ball of the over. Hutton cutting outside the off stump. They're going to take a single to third man here. He's going to jog through for the run. So Hutton, or rather Rossington, are happy to let Hutton have the bowling. He's got 2, and Northants are 191 for 8, and a batting bonus point. Only 9 runs away now, and within reach. Northants have let slip a couple of batting points, slipped this year, but still their haul of 34 has been very good. Batting has been much, much better this season as opposed to 2017, where they won 9 matches and still didn't go up. At the moment, they've only won 4, but they're still right in the hunt for a return to Division 1.
Talking about returning to Division 1, Sussex now have Derbyshire all out. That didn't take very long. They started an hour after everybody else. 138.
Oh, goodness.
Derbyshire made the top scorer. It's number 9 Dahl with 35.
Ben Rain to resume from the wanted road into Brett Hutton. Flicked off his pads pleasantly, but it will be cut off at long leg. In the distance. Throw again. It wasn't particularly good back to the wicketkeeper Ned Eckersley. Just reinforcing the point that Durham's ground fielding today. I almost said out cricket, but I hate that phrase. Ground fielding hasn't been particularly good. 192 for 8. Hutton is 3. Rossington has the bowling back on 58, and the field goes back. Slip remains, but third man, deep point, long on, long off, deep mid-wicket, deep square and long leg are all back now. Extra cover is the only man saving a single. Rain goes into the Northants captain, who steps down the track and flays away to the leg side. The ball in the air for a long time, but it's bouncing down in front of him, away to our right. And they get a single, so Rossington goes to 59, 193 for 8. But he was looking to take Rain downtown there initially, took a shimmy down the wicket.
Yeah. This first innings, it's been a drama in 2 acts, Alex.
It has, yeah. But
a sedate first 100 and then a tumultuous second 100.
Hutton back on strike. Ben Rain going in and bowling too straight again, but Hutton can't take advantage. Trying to flick that one down the leg side, misses, and it's taken by Eckersley outside his left hip. Now, if Rossington is prepared to trust Brett Hutton now trust him. The field goes back, they're giving you easy runs, so take the easy runs. Don't then give it away trying to play the expansive shot. If you think you can't trust the fella at the other end.
You can trust him though. I think Brett
Yeah,
Hutton. You don't get a first-class average of 18 without being perfect. I mean, Jack Leach's first-class average is about 12.
Indeed, yeah. Rain is into Hutton again, this time on around about the 4th stump, and Hutton is pushing from the crease, only as far as Burnham at extra cover, and there is no run. And you can just play on the opposition in these situations as well, because if they think, oh, we're only bowling at one end.
Yeah, exactly. But then he's not turning down singles, he's not trying to farm the strike. Yeah, he's trying to dominate the strike because that's how the runs are coming, but it's not quite the same thing as Rossington trying to protect Hutton by shielding him. Anyway, there's only 1 ball left in the over now, I think. 2 left.
Rain in, and Hutton driving and missing, a gentle away swinger. It was up there, the drive, right in Hutton's eye line. He took a keen stride forward and drove lustily, but the ball singed away, beat the bat, and Rossington just comes down the pitch to remind Brett Hutton here that they're only 7 runs away from the batting bonus point, which should be a significant milestone to achieve, having been 150 for 8. Something on the board here for Northamptonshire. Largely thanks to Adam Rossington here after tea, who waits as Rain runs past him, goes into Hutton, and Hutton is defending in the crease. The ball's going to run down here to long on, and they are going to take the single. Fielder pushed back for the last ball of the over, but Hutton is being trusted, and Hutton will retain the bowling, and Northants go a run closer to the the batting point they seek. 194 for 8, the Northants score. Rossington is 59, but Hutton will keep the bowling. He has 4.
A couple of other games in Specsavers County Championship Division 2. I told you that Derbyshire are all out, so 3 bonus points for Sussex with the ball. Worcester did get 1 batting point, 221 all out, but Gloucestershire have their full complement of bowling points. Glamorgan have a point on the board against Leicester, 218 for 3. Top scorer David Lloyd so far with 66. As in comes Rushworth to Hutton, who's hit on the thigh pad. Ball going over the top of leg stump though, and the appeal is modest at best, no run. And then Lancashire against Middlesex, having had a terrific start, 126 for 3 was pretty solid. Now 229 for 9 as they slip away. Stephen Croft is not out, 38. Liam Livingston was done for 84. So now Middlesex have their full complement of bowling points as well. Lancashire just 1 batting point. Rushworth again now, short of a length, and Hutton plays a back foot defensive shot. But the really crazy game, and this is bonkers. It doesn't really have much to do with this division and the pressing matter in hand, but this is a real cricketing curiosity. You may remember Kent with 39 for 5. Well, they haven't lost another wicket, and the partnership, the 6th wicket partnership, is now worth 301. And I'll tell you why in a moment. Rushworth again to Hutton. This one is, he plays, misses out. On the up, he tried to hit that through the covers. Didn't get anywhere near it though, and it went through to the keeper.
Naughty, wasn't it?
Sam Billings, quite a stroke maker, you remember. Number 5 he is. He's just reached his 100 with 102, so he's made a third of the runs in this partnership. Darren Stevens, whose release from his Kent contract at the age of 43 was announced about 10 days ago, he is not out 200. His highest first-class score ever is 208. And he's made it at a run of ball. Rushworth again to Hutton. Oh, he's just edged it onto his thigh pad and it's dropped safe outside the off stump. So Hutton, who is determined to keep us as interested as Rossington is keeping us, but for all the wrong reasons, survives. And I think the director of cricket at Kent, Matt Walker, said a few days ago, and Stevens had taken 10 wickets in the last championship game. Well, we're allowed to change our mind, you know. Stevens is I mean, it must be the innings of his life, and it's only 9 runs off being the highest innings of his life. Well, I think Darren Stevens might have earned himself a year's extension at this point.
Well, you would think so. He's after a player-coach role.
Now, it's Rushworth again. Always chipped it in the air. This one, Hutton. He's going to be caught at point. He is indeed. He wasn't really playing much of a shot there. I think he tried to sort of just guide it down into the leg side, close the face on the bat. And the ball hit the top edge, ballooned in the air, and it was a neat running catch backward of point. And the 9th wicket goes down. There are the 3 bonus points then for Durham. 194 for 9, and Hutton, who never looked secure in that partnership, is caught by Alex Lee's backward point off Rushworth. He's gone for 4, and, well, hardly surprising. It seems to happen more often than not. Rushworth has his 5 for 45 in his 20th over, and once again he is the man to do the job for Durham. 99 for 1 they were, 50 for none and 99 for 1 Northamptonshire, now on the verge of a closure of innings, 194 for 9.
Yeah, loose from Hutton. He just tried to turn him on leg side, didn't he? It straightened on him, ballooned up, and for a moment I thought he was going to get away with it. But the catch was taken at point. Northants are still short at this batting point, 194 for 9. And Hutton, as we say, has a very solid technique and can hang around. It's just been
New batsman is Ben Sanderson, sponsored by Wentworth Alexander.
dismissed a bit loosely there. I don't try and compete with the PA system here.
No, very sensible.
So Rushworth is going to have 1 ball. In fact, the batsman crossed, sorry, as the ball was in the air. So Rossington will have the bowling. And now surely he will try and farm the strike off Ben Sanderson, the number 11. Does he have 1 more, at least 1 more, big shot in him to get Northants up to the batting bonus point? They won't mind as much if he does it this ball, because it will mean that Ben Sanderson will have all 6 to take from Ben Rain at the other end. But cracking stuff from Rushworth, another 5-wicket haul, 5 for 43.
Right, the field is set for Rushworth to Rossington, square on the offside. He's going to bowl a wideish ball on the offside here. He bowls a short one. Rossington pulls it high over the single box for 6. It's out of the ground. And there is the bonus point. Rossington clearing the boundary rope once again, 200 for 9, and Northamptonshire have got a point on the board. Rushworth dropped short. Rossington, who's been playing baseball out there, absolutely nailed another one. 65 he now has off 63 balls. And, well, a riposte and a pretty emphatic rejoinder there from the captain. And there you go, you're on the board, Alex.
Was that the biggest?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, no kidding at all. It's the first one to go. He's aimed before at the signal box with 14 panes of glass. It's a wonder that he managed to hit the building without breaking one. But that one went straight over the Blues, I believe it's called. Straight over the players' pavilion. And I think someone has just got a garden ornament they may not necessarily have wanted.
So indeed, yes, Northants on the board and do have at least something to show for this first innings that was badly listing at 150 for 8. Still work to do when Hutton was dismissed in that over. But you wonder whether Rossington would leave nothing to chance and try and take Rushworth over the short leg side fence with that delivery. And he duly delivered with his 5th, 6th. What an innings this has been from Rossington. 65 and 63 balls now, and he's got his side a valuable batting bonus point, and more than that, that's a reasonable number to work with when they come out to bowl.
Okay, here comes Salisbury into the attack now to Sanderson for his first ball. Full, attempted Yorker, Sanderson digged it out. In my head I've created a little a little game within a game here, the battle of the number 11s, because I've just noticed that Sanderson's career first-class batting average is 8.84, and Salisbury, his opposite number with the ball and at number 11, his is 8.82. So it's all to play for who is statistically the worst batsman in this game. Salisbury, who has been parsimonious, going for 11 off 8 overs, deserves a wicket here. He might get one as he gets the ball past the edge of Sanderson's flashing blade.
Ben Sanderson does have the ability to block and does have the ability to try and hang around, but he chooses not to. The sort of rebellious Yorkshireman in him comes out when he's when he's at the crease, and he tries to slash and drive, and particularly against spin he can never resist himself. But he's got Rossington at the other end. Just try and hang around.
Okay, here is Salisbury again, striving to get in the wickets column. That's a good ball, well blocked. On off stump, a little bit of seam movement back into Sanderson, who keeps it out very well. Sanderson proper Lazarus though, isn't he? He's at Yorkshire for 4 years, 2008 to 2011. And then he spent 4 years out of contract in the first class game, and then you guys picked him up in 2016, and since then someone spotted something, didn't they, and thought this guy doesn't want to be in the scrap heap. Next ball is full. Going for the bold there, Sanderson props forward in defence again.
Yeah, he's just been immense. He passed 50 wickets for the 3rd time in 4 seasons at Grace Road last week.
Yeah, releasing Ben Sanderson from his first professional contract was a moment of great folly, as he's demonstrated. He got 223 wickets at an average of 20, and that is, that's worldy stuff.
Plucked him out of minor counties cricket.
You've got to keep him out of the hands of greedy Division 1 teams unless you turn up being one yourself. This one is blocked again. Nice straight ball. This is what Salisbury has been doing so effectively and proficiently throughout the day so far, just making himself the stock bowler. But, he's now got 1 ball left to try and get rid of Sanderson before Rossington can have another blitz.
Well, Northampton did the same with Richard Gleeson. He came from minor county cricket and developed into a superb bowler. But yeah, he was back to his home county.
Last ball of the over, then it's full, and it kept it a little low, or at least Sanderson thought he was going to play back and came forward at the last moment, just keeping it out. And he's reasonably comfortably played out a maiden there, which is great news for Rossington, who will now face Rushworth, striving for his 6th, 200 for 9. And well, the keeper batsman for Northampton now has carte blanche to play a couple more big hits over that short boundary on the leg side by the signal box.
We've still got a tremendous amount of time left in the day. 36 overs scheduled in the day, because we started a bit late. The morning session was then curtailed briefly. We didn't get out after lunch on time, and we also had a slightly elongated tea break. So it's taken a while to click into gear with the heavy cloud that's been around. You would not think at all that the weather would hold to allow all 36 overs to be bowled.
Right. Every single fielder is on the boundary right now as Rushworth goes to Rossington, who picks it up high. It's going to be 6 more. This one goes into the football style stand. Both of the fielders on the line there were interested fleetingly, but you kind of had a feeling from the noise off the bat, as much as anything else, that it was going to clear the ropes. Well, there are 4 men on the line on the onside, 5 men on the off. Okay, extra cover is about 15 metres in from the line, but it's an extraordinary field. But it doesn't matter to Adam Rossington. 71 now off 64. He knows if he gets the ball off the middle of the bat, he can clear the line on the onside. Here's Rushworth again. Bowls to him. He picks it up this time once more. Very fine 6. Another one into the Turner Pavilion, where the players are right underneath the balcony. And that was more touch than power. But again, Matt Salisbury, who's at long leg, just couldn't get anywhere near it. Even if he'd been in position, it would have just evaded him. Another 6 to Rossington, 77 from 65. This is wonderful stuff.
Counter-attacking batting at its best.
But he's not taking risks here. The ball's in the slot for the pull. 6 to start the over. Here's Rushworth again, a sweep this time, and be just 1 to deep forward square leg, and
That's where Rushworth has got to bowl. He's got to go full outside the off stump, because if he bowls any kind of length, Rossington is just going to clip him up and over the leg side. He's got to go full and make sure that he doesn't have the time to really swing his arms and pick the ball up. He's got to go for the old Tim Southey, really, the wide Yorker.
Now he turned down the run, in fact, on that occasion. He took a long stride down the pitch. Next one, he's pulling again, forward of square, turns down the run again, deep mid-wicket this time, cow corner if you like.
Well bowled.
The man to pick up. So we've had 6, 6, ... The 2 dots being declined singles as Rossington decides to keep the strike. And now ball 5 is always great in this situation, because ball 5 is where you could go for a 6, you could go for a single as a batsman, and the fielding captain thinks, well, we could bring them up now. 2 overs ago they did do that. They brought the field up, and I said to Alex Winter, I reckon Rossington will go over the top now, but he didn't. He tried to get the single to keep the strike. Well, they're keeping. What's that? The field is coming in.
The problem is now you go for the hybrid. In fact, they're all coming up. They are pretty much all coming up, because, this is the right move. Because too often in these situations you can just, as I say, go for the hybrid field and bring a couple up, which does nothing at all, because it still leaves plenty of gaps.
2 men out square on the boundary on the leg side for the pull, but everyone else. Oh no, there's a 3rd man as well, but the other 6 fielders are up in the ring now to prevent the single. 2 balls to go in the over. Rushworth bowls now to Rossington, who drives the ball back over mid-off for 4 runs. Long off came in, the ball was length, and Rossington, all he had to do really was half-time it and hit it over the top, and it rolls over the boundary. 4 more, and Rossington, 81 off 68 now. This is terrific fun. He's hit 6 4s and 7 6s, and, well,
this is shades of both of them in 81, isn't it, really?
Northamptonshire both.
It is. It's that type of stuff, and Hutton and now Sanderson playing Graham Dilley.
Last ball, and he goes for the single. He sweeps this time. He might get 4, but Salisbury's onto it pretty well down there at long leg. A textbook over there. 6, 6, ... 4, and the single to keep the strike. And a healthy and cheerful crowd here at Northampton are pleased with Rossington there. 82 he has now, 217 for 9, and still Sanderson is being denied the strike.
That was very sporting from Matt Salisbury, because he could have easily let that go for 4, because the ball was 10 yards or so away from him, and he could have easily just taken a couple of lazy strides out towards the ball.
Not least because he now has to bowl himself.
Yes, quite, I suppose he does know that. I mean, where will Rossington try and go here? Because the field is all back on the leg side, and the boundary is huge out there, and you can't miss time 1 for 6 towards that boundary. I think you've got to be a bit clever. Do you try and go for? Well, he doesn't really have the scoop shot, Rossington, but if you can get it fine, in fact, long leg is just been moved a bit finer now out there. But there are 5 out on the leg side now.
So Salisbury now bowls to Rossington. And it's stunned high in the air. It's a diving catch. What a great take! It's a backward point coming in from the boundary on the line. Wonderful catch there. It was short outside the off stump. Rossington tried to carve it over the offside. Went high in the air. 82 he's made off 70 balls. 82 from 70 balls. Superb catch then to conclude his innings. And 207 all out.
FM update now for BBC Radio Northampton listeners. Perfect timing. Better now for Northamptonshire, thanks to a tremendous counter-attack from the captain, Adam Rossington, who was just smeared 82 in 70 balls. Northants had slumped to 150 for 8 before Rossington went on the counter-attack. He took 27 from 1 Bryden cast over. He then hit 3 more slog sweeps off Chris Rushworth over the short leg side boundary, and it's pushed Northants to 217 all out. Rossington last man out, trying to go for another big hit, eventually caught in the deep, but his 82 has given Northants something to bowl at here in the second innings, because batting has been very, very difficult today. There's been low, heavy grey cloud that's clung over the ground all day, and the wicket has done plenty as well. The bowling conditions have been tailor-made for Durham's seam attack, and Chris Rushworth, the master, really has responded with the 5 for 68. His haul of wickets for the season extending into the high 60s now, but Rossington has at least rescued his side. It's given them a batting bonus point in the process as well. At this stage of the season in particular, with 2 games to go, both these sides battling it out for promotion, every point really counts, and that batting point could make all the difference for Northants. And now Northants have 34 overs to go in the day to try and make some inroads into the Durham first innings. They'll have a 10-minute turnaround, and then Northants will be bowling, having been bowled out for 217. Back with you online. So 217, it's a number to work with, Kit.
Yep, it's a score, isn't it? When you consider how quickly the wickets fell, and we were talking a while ago about, well, it's about 174 for 9. For 8 it was, and it was a tricky ask, but 217 is a fighting total. And in the context of today's scores around Division 2, the Specsavers County Championship, it's almost respectable. I'll just give you a roundup before we take a short break. There's Derbyshire 138 all out against Sussex. And, that's a very good start for Sussex, who will also be in the mix for promotion. David Wiese taking 4 for 18. Glamorgan 225 for 3 against Leicestershire, with David Lloyd top scoring 66 so far. Lancashire still 9 down against Middlesex. Liam Livingston's 84 leading the North West team. Oh no, in fact they're all out just this moment as I speak. 259, then all done. And 2 batting points for Lancashire, Middlesex 3 bowling points. Northamptonshire here, well, their 217 is almost on a par with Worcestershire's 221, all out against Gloucestershire, who are 21 without loss. Well, that's Division 2. Just take you up to the top of the county championship, because it's all building towards a really exciting final game at Taunton next week between Essex and Somerset. Somerset bowled Hampshire out for 196 and are 23 for 1. And now 23 for 2, as Kyle Abbott has bowled, got rid of both openers. So that game is moving on apace. Surrey 88 for 2 against Essex. That's the tea break. And then 2 really interesting games in Nottinghamshire against Warwickshire. Nottinghamshire already 360 for 5. Steve Mullaney 179. Joe Clark 125. And then this crazy game at Headingley, where Kent are now 369 for 5 against Yorkshire. That's a partnership of 330 for the 6th wicket. Sam Billings 109 not out. Darren Stevens out of contract, a career best 223 not out, ploughing on. Really entertaining set of matches in both divisions, Alex Winter.
Cracking stuff, isn't it? Yeah, great to see the county championship now getting the limelight it deserves in these last couple of weeks of the season. Interesting to see a couple of the Northants bowlers here running out to mark their run-ups. Obviously didn't get time to do it before play started, because the covers were on for some time, and Northants obviously knew they were going to be sent in first, so didn't think it was necessary first thing, and I suppose they would have been hoping to bat the day, but haven't managed to do so. But they have been able to post 217, and it's thanks to Adam Rossington. Good work earlier in the day as well, though, by the top order. Ben Curran 36, Rob Newton 26, Alex Wakely 28. And in the circumstances, useful contributions battling away, and that top 3 occupied a good chunk of time. Wakely getting out in the 30th over, so to get that far into the innings, to see off the new ball was a good effort by Northants. But 217, a number to work with, batting point on the board, and their own fine bowling attack to wheel out here. Northamptonshire, Ben Sanderson and Brett Hutton were superb, particularly in the second innings at Leicestershire last week. They needed the run really in the first innings, particularly Berg and Bracewell. They haven't played too much cricket in recent times. Proctor also very much did his job in the first innings for Northants, was the pick of the attack ball. A pretty quick spell did Luke Proctor in that first innings, picking up 3 for 54, and came back to finish off Leicestershire with the final wicket to fall in the second innings. But 217 on the board here for Northants, and they'll be feeling, I think, with what they've seen from the wicket so far, confident, Kit, of mounting a bit of a response.
Yes, I mean, they ideally wouldn't have batted in conditions like this, but of course, having won the toss, having declined any toss and decided to take the opportunity to bowl first. In that situation, bowling the other side out in 2 sessions for 217 is what you want to do. So Durham will have to do it better. The conditions haven't really changed particularly. It is a touch warmer, maybe it is a touch lighter, but the pitch is still you see movement, but it's by no means an emerald top. The conditions are there for Durham to guts it out and score 300. That would be a great result for Durham halfway through the game, but my goodness, they've got to guts it out.
Yeah, they've just got to go well here, and if you can at least get parity here on first innings, then you're very much in the game, because the wicket just tends to get a bit better here at Wantage Road. Sometimes that nip that's there earlier on can just die, and we've seen sides, Middlesex, Leicestershire and Lancashire all, and indeed Northamptonshire against Sussex, all batting through the final days of matches pretty comfortably to secure a draw. Haven't been too many results here this season. I think there's only been 2 results actually here this season. Glamorgan destroyed Northants when Northants put in a wretched performance back in May, and then Northants did likewise to Worcestershire, really wrapping that one up also by an innings, not quite in an innings. There were a few runs to knock off for Northants against Worcester, but 10-wicket victory it was inside 3 days as well. So two wins that sides have achieved here from 6 games so far. Just reinforces that point that it has been a pretty good place to bat here this year. So we'll see what Durham can provide, but it's not a batting lineup that's gone overly well this year. Only 19 batting bonus points on the board, so Northants will be quietly confident, I think, down there, because they've just taken a bit of momentum into this innings now, haven't they?
They'll be Northamptonshire will not be feeling in sort of. There won't be trepidation. They'll be thinking, right, our turn now. We've seen that wickets can fall in clusters. We've seen that a batsman really does have to bat either very, very watchfully, which is what Ben Curran did, or very aggressively, which is what Adam Rossington did. But on the whole, the bowlers are going to have it most of their way. You're listening to BBC Northampton, BBC Newcastle, and of course BBC Online Cricket on the website and on the app. My name's Kit Harris. You've just heard the voice of your host broadcaster, Alex Winter, and Martin Emerson, the visitor, is with me too. Durham's innings, well, they have had difficult times with the bat, and there's this kind of pessimistic side of you as a Durham follower that thinks, they could be 40 for 6 here. These conditions aren't great, but on the other hand, the Durham of the last couple of weeks will be eyeing, well, I think the target here, ideally, at the end of this innings, 300 would be a cracking effort. A really good lead which could make the difference.
Suddenly hearing lots of starlings. Where have they come from? Are they up in the lights, perhaps? They put 2 50s on these 2 last week in a low-scoring game at Lord's.
Yeah, I mean they're both solid contributors. This is the thing. Durham have a lot of people who, well, on paper it's at least as good a batting lineup as Northampton's. And it's going to be Hutton who's going to open the bowling. 3 slips in weight as he bowls now to Lees. The first one outside off stump, immaculate line and length, but just a tiny touch too wide for Lees to have to play, and no swing. He's happy to let it go through. It's his 109th first-class games, and if he gets 5 runs today, he'll have 6,000 first-class runs. 34 his average, Lees. Good signing from Yorkshire. 1500s, 27, 50s. It's not often a player like him comes on the market. A little bit of shape back in this time, but Lees left it alone. And the roars of ooh and ah you heard from behind the wicket were more because the ball shaped, not because it nearly hit the stumps.
Yeah. So he needs 5 for 6,000, and Cameron Steele needs 31 for 2,000. It's only Steele's 36th game.
Here's what he's got. Well, they both scored double hundreds, both averaging in the 30s. Solid pair. Little bit of movement back in this time, and this was close to the stumps, but Lees has left that alone on length as much as anything else.
Hutton's got 28 wickets this season, best figures 6 for 57.
Yeah, well, when you have I still think
That was against Worcestershire and Northampton.
they have. You got a bowling average in the 20s. You're a high quality first class cricket bowler. Here is Hutton again. Fourth ball to Lees. Leaves it alone outside off. Little bit of shape back in.
Hasn't played in any of these. Has he?
The first ball didn't go. 2, 3 and 4 just shaped back in, and Lees seems to know where his off stump is, which is a good early sign.
Did you see these Northampton caps that they're wearing here, bright red with a gold flashing on them, and they've been presenting all the former England coaches with caps this week, and they're in a very similar design.
Here is Hutton again, this one. Oh, he leaves it on length and it goes over the top of middle and off. So he's read that very well, Lees.
He's judging this on length, isn't he? That's all.
The piping is for those who've been awarded their county cap, isn't it, Marty? For the uninitiated, most counties still have a system where when you make your debut in first class cricket, you receive your playing cap, which is the cap with the badge.
Well, Durham just give a cap as soon as they make a debut. So.
And then you get the county cap, which is a special award. Last ball of the over beats the outside edge. This time Lees does think, I better play at one. And he does. That's a lovely, lovely over from Hutton. Yes, it's a kind of... it's a hierarchical thing, isn't it? You've got little targets to aim for. You have a good season or a good performance and you're awarded your county cap. The Northamptonshire one is particularly nice. Melton wool, baggy style, nice vivid maroon, but with this 6 yellow pipes down the side. So first one up is a maiden over.
Ben Sanderson to bowl from the pavilion end.
And to bowl from the pavilion end, Ben Sanderson.
Best bowling in 2019, 6 for 37 against Sussex at Hove. 50 wickets in a season 3 times. Got 60 wickets last year. Made his first class debut for against Durham for Yorkshire in 2008.
Bowls to Cameron. Steele is hit on the thigh pad. Maybe a little bit of bat on it as well. No appeal. Just an anguished.
Like a pirate.
There we go. So, yeah,
we're
talking about, just before you came on air, Alex Winter and I were talking about Ben Sanderson. This
50 this season as well.
Great Lazarus who's come back, been out of contract 2012 to 2015, and now he has 223 first-class wickets, an average of 20. He bowls now, full and driven, back down the ground. There's going to be a long chase here, all the way down to the long-off boundary, but it's a chase that will be successful, and Sanderson has conceded 3 runs there to Steele, and Durham are away. Those starlings have, as soon as the sun started peeping through, the starlings have really woken up.
Well, I think they must be in the lights. Well, in fact, look, the middle floodlight, there's loads of them on there, isn't there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6 rows of lights, and they're all on the bars going acrossways. The transoms.
Waking up. We starlings waking up at 4:45. I didn't think starlings went to university. Left-handed Lees now facing his first ball from Sanderson, is straight and driven, and this time it might be 4. You know, it's racing down towards the long-on boundary, and it is indeed 4. Just bowling the good delivery to the right-hander, to the left-hander by mistake there, Sanderson, and now Lees is off the mark. 4 to him, and it's 7 without loss.
What's Lees got runs-wise this season? Needs 170 for 1,000 for the 3rd time. So goes into this game 830, highest score 181, 350s, 300s, and averaging 39.5. Joined Durham initially on loan from Yorkshire towards the back end of last season. It was the end of August when he made his debut in a game at Cardiff.
His next ball to Lees is outside off stump. Lees plays it into the offside. Takes a few strides for the single, but decides the better of it. 3 slips, all in short-sleeved sweaters now. It's a chilly day, not cold, but by no means mild. A short leg, we haven't seen one of those at all in the game up to now. Northamptonshire doing something that Durham didn't feel like doing. Mid-off, mid-on. The other man in the ring is a point, and there are 2 fielders on the boundary. 3rd man and long leg.
Got a short leg in there as well.
Yeah, next ball is outside off, swinging back in a little bit to Lees, who's again judicious in leaving alone.
Don't think we saw Durham use a short leg.
No, not at all, not at all. But then there wasn't, I think that was reasonable. There wasn't a lot of bounce. was a little seam movement, little swing movement. The swing went away after about 15-20 overs. There was always a bit of seam, but the pitch is light. Straw coloured, you can see the mown strips on it up and down. Next one from Sanderson has hit the thigh pad again, just beating Lees, but hits him well above the line of the stumps. So that's an over of light and shade. 7 runs from it in 2 shots, but also a little bit of seam movement from Sanderson. 2 overs gone, 7 without loss. Lees 4 and Cameron Steele. Remember, they're both of them, both unrelated Steels, are in the lineup today. The 3 changes being made to this Durham order. Watling replacing Hanscom as the overseas player. Scott Steele getting a second first-class game, even though Jack Burnham has been shaking off his niggle and come back in. He's come back in at the expense of Hart. Next ball from Hutton, whistles past the outside edge of Steele and is beaten.
That had some bounce on it, didn't it, on a length?
And then Remington was rested and replaced by the metronomic Salisbury. Those were the 3 changes.
Salisbury's been out for some time with an injury. Can't remember what it was now. I think it might have been knee. And there was talk a few weeks ago he was going to try and play some minor county stuff for Northumberland just to get back into the swing of things.
Here comes Hutton again. His next ball is squirted just past point and a diving stop doesn't come off. So they're going to get at least 2 here. Steele is racing back from the second. And Lees has had to catch up with him a little bit there, and it is just the 2.
That backs up what I was saying earlier on when you were on it. I think, was it you or Alex mentioned the misfields, and I said that square's now an impossible to field on. There's too many bumps and lumps. It's
just
ragged,
covered in dust.
Covered in dust,
Yeah.
and you know, there he came diving in to try and stop the ball. It clipped a foothold from a used wicket and popped past him, and that happened so many times to the Durham fielders as well.
Big square here too. Steele goes to 5, 9 without loss as the next ball. Ooh, big extravagant swing there. Pitched outside off and headed towards the first slip after that. Steele leaves alone. So you'd say that no criticism or slight intended in the direction of Gareth Hart, but a gesture in the direction of reinforcing the batting for Durham. And having bowled out Northamptonshire using but 4 bowlers in order to do it, it seemed like a perfectly decent move.
Should have been a lot less, that Adam. They just let the pressure off Rossington, just started treating it like a T20 innings and smashed it all over the park. That really poor over from Bryden Castle went for 27 runs, 3 sixes, 2 fours and a wide. But it's a short leg side boundary if you're a right-hander, and he was just sweep slogging everything into the stand. And he decided when they were about 8 down, that was it, he was going to attack. Off he went after the bowlers, and so I think Durham will feel that Northampton's probably got 50 too many.
Right, third man and long leg have swapped. There must be a method behind what appears to be a faintly eccentric decision. So now Hutton is coming in again, and it's clipped away off the pads. A straightening ball there for Cameron Steele to claim a single to that long leg fielder. He has now 6, 10 without loss, and the field switches round for the left-handed Lees. So a positive start being made by Durham, and the ball is swinging rather a bit more than it did for Northamptonshire at a similar juncture in their first innings. I shouldn't have thought a great deal of time left in the game. I'm not going to get 30 overs surely today because of the light. This next one is outside off, and there Lees once again leaves it on length. I haven't seen an opening batsman be as aware of his off stump.
Well, he stands as he's waiting for the bowler to come in. He turns and stares at his stumps for a few seconds, then looks back at the bowler again. Alex Wakely left one, didn't he? Which came back, and it was more of a length ball, I think, from Chris Rushworth, and took his off stump out the ground. So the way this is nibbling around, you are going to be a candidate for the bad leave.
Next ball, Hutton to Lees, and it just clips him on the thigh pad, outside leg. The slips looked interested, but not for any justification. And that concludes the over then. You see, the one thing that Lees doesn't do, I was talking to an ECB man up in the press room just now about this, is he doesn't trigger across his stumps, and it's very rare to find an opening batsman who doesn't do that at the moment. Usually when you see an opening batsman, watch it on the highlights whenever you get a chance. Any match, any first class match, as the bowler is gathering to bowl the ball, the batsman will take his guard outside leg and then walk onto his guard, one step, back foot then front foot. They call it the trigger movement. But Lees doesn't do that. Next ball is defended into the offside by Cameron Steele.
Neither does Steele. The person who I think got a bit silly with that was Michael Yardy, and he just used to walk all around his crease, and I remember talking to the Durham lads down at Hove, and they just said he's an absolute certainty for an LBW, and Onions used to get him time and time again in LBW. Mark Cosgrove did it well in Durham's last game at home a couple of weeks ago when Leicestershire batted out the final day for a draw. He was all over the place, even headed one delivery off Ben Rain.
Next ball is a very straight one, a little bit too straight, and Steele is just able to knock it into the mid-wicket region for a single. Strike is rotated again. But 7 he has now, 11 without loss.
That was the week where Durham came, final day, needed 7 wickets to beat Leicestershire and didn't get them. They ended up 8 down, and they were about 50-60 ahead when the game came to an end. And on the Sunday I tweeted Durham only needed 7 wickets to beat Leicestershire on Wednesday and didn't get them. Who will be England's Mark Cosgrove today? And it turned out to be Ben Stokes at Headingley.
You do need, you need to know where your off stump is. That's the key thing. Lees now gets hit on the thigh pad again. It's going to be a leg by as the ball bounces high over the slips without any speed. And it's 12 without loss now. You know where your off stump is, then you're less likely to play at a ball you shouldn't play at. You're less likely to leave a ball you should play, and you're less likely to be LBW. That's what cricket has taught me.
That's a basic, so isn't it?
But all the international players reject this. It's a thing, this trigger movement, so I can't be right, can I? Next ball to Cameron Steele. It's just defended into the onside. But whenever you see a team being bowled out for 60 on highlights, they're all walking across their stumps. And here we see Alex Lees leaving 2 or 3 balls alone just outside the off stump, or leaving them alone on length, and the ball's going over the top of the stumps. And he leaves very, very well, and he doesn't move an inch once the bowler is bowling. Interesting. Anyway, Cameron Steele it is facing, comes forward. As Martin Emerson said, he doesn't move across his stumps either. Now, what's all this cheering for?
Don't know, got no idea. It's really steely skies, but the cloud base has lifted quite substantially compared to where it was this afternoon with the drizzle. The sun looks like it's trying to poke through behind us, crossing the west, but it's, as Dave Bradley at BBC Hereford Mustard would say, the sky's the colour of a welder's flannel.
Last ball of the over then from Sanderson to Steele. Rides the bounce and defends it into the offside. So, 4 overs gone, 12 without loss. 4 to Lees, 7 to Cameron Steele. There's a little bit of development in some of the other Division 2 games. Sussex are 16 for 2, in response to Derbyshire's 138, and that will lighten the pressure a touch on both of these teams. Gloucestershire 37 for 1 in response to Worcester's 221, and Middlesex are underway, 8 without loss in response to Lancashire's 259. Lees now faces Hutton, leaves the ball alone outside off, and meanwhile all these games seem to be in about the same stage.
How many did Darren Stevens get? Is he still there?
Well, the tragedy is, I'll tell you in a minute, Division 1, but Stevens has gone.
Right.
Glamorgan meanwhile are bucking the trend, still batting first, gone off for bad light, and it's 250 for 3 there. And yes, a great tragedy at Kent is that Darren Stevens has finally gone for a first class best of 237, 406 for 6. Hutton's next ball to Lees is pressed into the offside, and here is his 6,000th first class run. He moves to 5. Well done, that's a nice landmark. Every 1,000 should be celebrated. 13 without loss. That partnership at Kent, 39 for 5. And the next wicket fell at 385. Billings watched Stevens score every one of his 237 runs, and he himself has a mere 118.
They were 37 for 5 when they came together or something, weren't they?
Next one from Hutton is left alone by Steele. Very good judge of his off stump there. And, there's no run. Meanwhile, Essex have had a couple more breakthroughs. I don't like focusing too much on Division 1 because that's not the game we're in, you know. But the top of the championship is always something to look at this stage. Well, Essex have 2 more wickets, and Surrey are 103 for 4. Somerset 23 for 2, responding to Hampshire's 196. Here's Hutton again. Steele defends on the back foot this time.
Got an email from Michael Gordon. He says, I bumped into Matt Salisbury when walking around the Durham ground a couple of months or so ago. He said he'd had a hernia operation a few days previous and he hoped he would be back for the last 3 or 4 Division 2 matches. So it was a hernia up that he had.
Wow. Not a nice thing to have at any age, but you're unfortunate to get it that young. 3 slips crouching now as Hutton bowls to Steele. A bouncy ball, well wide, moving wider. Steele just lets it go through.
Michael also emailed to say, I was going to send you an email about my first visit to Lords last week for Durham Middlesex, but on my way home on the train on Thursday afternoon, Durham ran through Middlesex to win. He said, I love the atmosphere in the ground despite the demolition work. Seats are nicely padded. Durham could do with some of them because their seats are thin and plastic. I'm not sure you're in the grandstand, they're padded in the grandstand, but not all the way around.
Last ball of the over then as Hutton comes towards us, bowling now. It's a very straight ball and Steele just taps it to leg to conclude the over without a run. 13 without loss, 5 to Lees, 7 to Steele, and perhaps now the announcer will say that was 6,000 first-class runs for Lees. I'm just turning round to look at the announcer, but the message... He's not in the same room as the scorers at this ground, so he hasn't got that message. But nevertheless, trust me, it is true.
Michael Gordon goes on to say there were quite a number of Durham fans in London and were well rewarded with a victory. And he said, we got a nice welcome from the Lord's ticket office lady who guided us up to Abbey Road to the Beatles zebra crossing and advised me Sir Paul McCartney lives in a street nearby.
Sanderson starts the next over, bowling to the left-handed Lees. And he plays late, round the corner, down to long legs, going to take a single. Lees moves to 6, 14 without loss. Well, that's all for me, Kit Harris, for the time being. Alex
Well, just hang fire for a second, because I've got to go and do a 5 o'clock,
Yeah,
so I'll just wait there for now. And
so does Alex, mind you.
Yeah, but I'll be, if you just sit here for a few more minutes, and I'll be back after 5. It's at 5 past 5 I've got to do, so.
Okay, Alex is going to have to do one in a few seconds.
Do you want these headphones, Alex?
So, here comes Sanderson again. Say bye-bye for a moment, then off to do your update, Martin Emerson. This one is edged and caught at third slip. A lovely diving effort, low to his left, and it just held its line there. Steele expecting him to come back in just a touch, and it didn't. So he ended up reaching for it a little bit, the bat away from the body, and there's the first breakthrough for Northamptonshire. As Cameron Steele is out for 7, and Sanderson is rewarded for some inquisitive bowling, accurate, nagging away, and we're just switching off the effects, Mike, are we? Is that what we're doing? We're switching you on, are we? There we go. Alex Winter, welcome back.
Hello, yes, yeah, that's better. Good catch. That's a really good catch down low. I think by Brett Hutton, full length to his left-hand side. Northampton were guilty in the first innings at Grace Road last week of shedding a few chances. It is Hutton with the catch, but that is a very sharp chance. Went quite quickly down low, healthy edge, well held, and a settler for Northants. Runs to work with, 217, doesn't sound a lot, but something to work with, and a good start here with an early breakthrough.
Here's a man that not everybody will have seen a lot of, Angus Robson, coming in at number 3. Decent enough to keep BJ Watling out of first slip in the field. In fact, he was at first slip throughout the innings, first innings for Northamptonshire, and even got the New Zealand wicket-keeper out fielding at mid-wicket at one stage. Good slipper, took one catch.
Yeah, he's a solid cricketer, Angus Robson, I always thought. Saw him play quite well for Leicestershire for a time. He had a disagreement with the old coach there. Went down to Sussex, didn't quite make it down there either. So on trial at Durham, and good luck to him, really.
Another one of those fellows who's averaging early 30s, but he does have first-class 100 under his belt. He's facing his first ball now from Sanderson, which is straight, and he walks across his stumps, plays around his front pad to mid-wicket, and there isn't a run.
Emilio Gay there doing the fielding, by the way.
Who's only just joined the professional ranks.
Correct.
Of first-class cricket.
Correct, yeah. Signed his first professional contract earlier in the summer. Had a little chat with him. Seems a very, very nice fella. And scored some good runs for the second team this year. So a homegrown youngster for Northants to try and work with in the coming years. But Rob Newton off the field.
Sanderson now bowls on-off and defended by Robson. And we're going to go over to FM for another update from Alex Winter.
We are indeed, so bear with. Northants have Durham 14 for 1, having been bowled out for 217 a short while ago, and the fact they got that far is thanks to a murderous counter-attack by Adam Rossington. He made 82 in an innings where he was by far the highest score. Northampton slumped to 150 for 8 before Rossington launched an assault of 60 runs in just 22 balls, striking 7 sixes over the short leg side boundary, helping Northants to what could be a vital batting bonus point for getting past 200, and something to work with now with the ball. Conditions remain good for bowling here, floodlights on, a heavy layer of cloud remains over Wantage Road, and in theory we've got 27 overs to come in the day. I strongly doubt we'll get those in, because the light should close in at some stage, but Northants want to stay out there now for as long as possible, because they've got Durham 14 for 1. Ben Sanderson with the opening wicket as they try to respond to 217.
You missed a dot ball. Sanderson has now bowled another one. This one is played. The last one was left alone. So a nice, neat little wicket maiden there for Sanderson. 1 for 9 he has of 3 overs. That's his first maiden. 14 for 1. Northamptonshire now feel that they are on the move. They're underway. Robson yet to get off the mark. Lee's 6 of 16. Yes, and Emilio Gay, not just a summer contract, which sometimes the academy players get at the start of the season. We'll sign you up for a year and see how you go. Don't go and work in a supermarket. But no, they're giving him a proper 2-year job, which means, no, we believe that you have a role to play. Right, fresh from his really good third slip catch, here is Hutton coming in now to bowl to Lees. A little bit of in-swing to the left-hander's wicket. Lees is positively forward. Just a little bit more zip and movement from the keeper, Rossington. Feeling good now, not just because of the runs he scored, the 6s he hit, 7 of them, but also he's now got his team that first wicket. And contrary to the vernacular of wicket keepers, he is not a small man.
No, he's not terribly tall, but...
Hutton's next ball.
Oh,
no, I don't think not sure he did leave that one on length, you know. Went right over the top of middle stump, and Lee's played inside the line, either by accident or by mistake.
Yeah, not a bit of it he left there. Definitely pushing down the line, and it straightened on him. Superb stuff from Hutton. And if Northants can respond here with the ball, they could yet have the better of this first day.
Okay, Hutton in again. He's feeling very confident here. A little bit of tail in, but this time Lees closes the face on it forward of square and is able to take a quick single to where mid-wicket wasn't. So on he goes steadily to 7. 15 for 1 now. 202 behind Northamptonshire's first innings, 217.
Just a matter of survival here for Durham, because they know that it may only be half an hour's batting before bad light closes in. It's definitely going to close in at some stage. There's absolutely no break in the cloud whatsoever. Floodlights are on. They know we're going to go off way before the 26 overs are bowled here.
Robson's first look at Hutton, outside off. He rides the bounce and just guides it off the face down to third man, where Gay gets his first in-play action of the game. Single is all that's scored. Robson now is off the mark. 16 for 1.
If they can survive, weather forecast much better for the next few days. I think tomorrow we're set for lovely sunshine, so bring your shades.
Now I had a look at where Emilio Gay grew up. Next ball from Hutton, left alone on length, goes over the top of middle and off. Lees.
Very good.
Because I've always had a keen interest in how many professional cricketers, by that I mean county cricketers, in England were born, this is merely trivia, nothing relevant particularly, just trivia, were born in Northamptonshire. And to my enormous disappointment, he is, I believe, a Bedfordshire man.
Yes,
He's in
indeed.
the hinterland, very much part of your catchment area. Hutton's next ball, a little bit of shape away this time off the seam. You swing it in and you seam it away. That's what all goes together with the same action. The way you swing it, you seam it the other way. Lees has left it, 16 for 1. Lees 7, Robson 1. Yeah, you've got Milton Keynes's, you've got Bedford's, you've got Hertford's, but you know there are only 3 players in the first class setup who were born in Northamptonshire. Hit me.
Are there 2 Currans?
There are 2 Currans. He's perfectly so good, isn't he? The other one's a bit more difficult, but he will get it.
David Willett.
Oh, he's so good! Broadcast Journalist of the Year. And next ball from Sanderson is very full, and Robson defends. Broadcast Journalist of the Year. Can you believe that? No one else would have done that quickly. Can you imagine Marty Emerson getting it that quickly? Unless the answer was Sunderland.
Quite.
Terrific. Yeah, there we go. That's really good. People don't use it. When they look up this...
I'm pleased I got them.
Because that's not a cricket question. That's just it's an ephemera. That's a trivia question. And well done. Well done. He's got hit for a 4 and a 3 earlier on, but he's really got his line tightened now, Sanderson, as he bowls another dot ball to Robson, who leaves alone. Robson, by contrast with Steele and Lees, is on the move constantly as the bowler comes in. He starts well outside leg, and as the bowler goes through his action, he moves through his guard, and his pads are really in front of off stump by the time the ball reaches him. The bat is held so high in the backlift that it's well above his head. This time he's squared up just a touch as the ball is angled down to backward point. No run.
Weather forecast for tomorrow, we've got some nice sunshine throughout the day. A little bit of cloud coming in the afternoon. Northerly breeze again, so maybe a touch on the chilly side, but some nice sunshine tomorrow. Wednesday's forecast looking perfectly clear for the moment, and Thursday pretty good as well. And yeah, weekend looking nice as well. Getting a bit warm again.
Sanderson again to Robson in front of his stumps, walking across, and this ball is leg side-ish, and he's going to collect a very quick 2 to long leg. Whistle the throw in there, and well, Robson goes from 1 to 3 then. 18 for 1.
24 degrees on Saturday, which is
shush.
good news for T20 finals day. Well, certainly here it is, and I'd imagine if it's 24 degrees here, then Birmingham will be very similar.
Yeah, oh good, there you go. Well, yes, virtue rewards the virtuous, and I think that's everyone's deserved a good 2020 finals day. Well, this year's patterns would suggest that there's going to be a tie in the final. Outside off stump this one. Robson lets it go through. There's a little bit of gamesmanship in the slips there, as every single perfectly secure leave is greeted with agonised cries from the slip cordon. I think really there's only one in the last over from Hutton bowled to Lees that actually went through the batsman. All 3 of the Durham batsmen so far have left well. This next ball, there's a second beaten. Wow, that was great. Just held its line and seemed away at the last moment. First time Sanderson's got one to go away off the seam. And Robson was beaten. That concludes another good over. 4 from each of them. Hutton and Sanderson, 18 for 1, which Lees has 7. Robson 3. That man out, Cameron Steele, caught Hutton at third slip, diving low to his left off Sanderson for 7.
Lees Durham's leading run scorer this year, 830 runs at a nick under 40, 3 centuries, so it's been a steady campaign for him. The former Yorkshireman already in this innings has shown good judgment to lead the ball well, but Hutton's now going to come round the wicket to him, which just changes things slightly and brings LBW into play a bit more. He's on his way from the far end and strikes the pad as he lets it go, surely too high. Yeah, umpire shakes his head immediately. Straight away there, a different challenge, change of angle.
Yeah, it was like you say, Alex, makes him play. He can't leave it alone if he feels it's coming into him. It's a good decision because he has been left quite a lot outside off and almost getting his reward first up.
But look at where he's standing.
What is going on there?
He's taking about a fifth stump line here, a fifth stump guard. He's covering,
standing on off.
Covering all three. This is at the leg stump though, and as a consequence, he gets pushed through mid-wicket for a couple of runs. Sort of Steve Smith-esque playing around with the bowlers there from Lees, as he gets a couple of runs and goes to 9, 20 for 1. He
wasn't batting on off. He didn't take his guard on off stump. He was standing on the off stump guard.
You could see the leg stump as Hutton ran into bowl.
The block hole there was outside off. That's extraordinary. Now, what's the rationale there? He's trying to get Hutton to bowl for the LBW, bowl at his pads, and clip it away into the leg side for 1.
He knows that if he stands there, then anything outside his eye line he can let go because it's not going to come back enough to hit his stumps.
That's it, isn't it?
As Hutton comes in once more, back of a length and pushed back up towards the bowler for no run.
You're right, that is what it is. That's got to be.
What he doesn't want to do is leave Hutton a target, and it's forced the bowler to go back over the wicket. Because Hutton so far has been probing away quite nicely on that off stump and forcing Lees to think quite carefully. He's left on length well, but so far.
Yeah, and there he is, and now he's back on his middle.
Yeah, forced Hutton to go back over the wicket. Comes in, past the umpire with 3 slips and bowls full, pushed away, thick outside edge. Third man, as it was in the Northants innings, has been back from the off here for Northamptonshire in the Durham innings. And they get a single, so Lees goes to 10, 21 for 1. In the 9th over of the Durham reply to Northants 217. But listing horrendously at 150 for 8 before Rossington launched a murderous counter-attack. 16-22 balls. He's slugged and has given his side something to bowl at. It's that kind of total that Northants made against Glamorgan earlier in the year, so they have at least avoided their lowest score of the year. How valuable is it going to be? Hutton to Robson, very full delivery, and pushed gently here through mid-on. There'll be a couple of runs. Gareth Berg is having to retreat out towards the Wilson stand, and they come gently back for a second run. Just ever so slightly over pitch there from Hutton, and Robson eased it back from whence it came for a couple of runs of his own now. Goes to 5, 23 for 1.
This is the kind of watchful accumulation that we saw from Northamptonshire at the beginning of the day, and it got them to 99 for 1. And look what happened then.
Hutton to complete the over, and Robson getting one down the leg side here. I think there may have been a flick of pad as Rossington tumbled away to his left-hand side to take it, and the over comes to an end. So 23 for 1 Northamptonshire replying to Northamptonshire's 217. And what Northants will do here is they will back themselves to bowl much better than Durham did in that morning session, because there were some loose deliveries, and Durham rather allowed Northants to jump off to a really good start. They made up for it after lunch, most certainly, in taking those, what was it in the end, 7 wickets for 51 runs just after lunch. But now Sanderson into Lees, the left-hander, and Lees struck on the pad, a cry for LBW, too high. It was only briefly conjured from behind the stumps, that appeal. Bowler never got involved.
Sanderson and Hutton, there's been a little seam movement and a little swing. Not a lot, but you don't need a great deal if you're going to bowl accurately. They've bowled a very, very patient line and length. There hasn't been much width at all. They haven't overpitched. 23 for 1. They haven't got running through the Durham batting order, but they have been very patient.
Sanderson in again, full of length, and leaves drives for 4 runs. That was a poor delivery. Sanderson was going for the tempter outside the off stump, but just got it much too full, and Lees took full advantage to strike it nicely out towards the concession stands to our right hand side that have been packed up for the season, haven't been wheeled away yet. There'll probably be a specific day in the coming weeks where some kind of lorry comes along and ships all all out of the ground for next season. But still down there is the sweet stall and the coffee bar and 2 bars that sell beer and a couple of burger stands as well. None of them in use for this game now. But fine shot there from Lees. He goes to 14, 27 for 1.
Tunbridge Wells earlier on this year, there was a concession stand that was selling filet mignon with a raclette cheese on top of it, and it was the most delicious thing I have eaten for years.
Sanderson goes in again. Lees forward, pushing just wide of cover. They take a sharp single here, nicely done. A nudge and go from Lees, slightly angled back to steer it into the gap. Lees goes to 15. Confident start, very confident start here from Lees. Already you can sense he may be a big wicket here for Northants to try and take. 28 for 1.
He knows what he's doing. I like the way he's not busy at the crease. His technique's really good. He stands very still. So his technique I was pretty pleased with. His patience is good. I like that he leaves instead of feeling he has to play everything.
Sanderson to Robson, the right-hander, and Robson gets one that comes back. He lets it go. He was leaving it on length, and the ball did indeed bounce probably over a 4th stump maybe, but some seam movement there. We saw plenty of seam movement earlier on today, and Northants now enjoying a bit of seam movement of their own here with the new ball. We're in the 10th over, and Northants trying to respond with the ball to one of their weakest efforts with the bat this season, but probably in the worst conditions in which they've had to bat this season. Sanderson in again, down the leg side though, and Robson gets his arms and bat out of the way, and it carries through to Rossington around hip height.
It's not just patience and technique that I've admired from Lees in this innings. It was to begin with, but the intelligence, the wit with which he managed to prevent Brett Hutton from bowling around the wicket at him for, after only just a couple of deliveries by batting outside off stump. He's a smart cookie.
Sanderson on his way to complete the over, wide on the bowling crease, and Robson forward, edging down and away past 3rd slip, out to 3rd man and Gareth Berg for a single. So Robson is on to 6, Lees is there on 15, and Durham 29 for 1, having lost Cameron Steele to a thick outside edge that was nicely held by Brett Hutton at 3rd slip, down low to his left. He went for 7. Elsewhere, the Gloucesters are 50 for 2 at New Road, having bowled Worcestershire out for 2-2-1. So in a steady position there, Gloucestershire trying to respond after being beaten by Sussex at Hove last week. That win has brought Sussex right back into the promotion shake-up, and they've had a good day, a very good day at Derby. As Hutton moves in from the far end, bowls to Robson just outside the off stump, and he leaves it well alone. Derbyshire ball up for just 138 earlier on. A catastrophic innings for the home side, who have, well, 2 eyes firmly fixed on T20 finals day at the weekend. Derbyshire there for the very first time, but Sussex actually now are 25 for 3 in response. They've lost their top 3 very cheaply there, so they need a partnership to get going in response. Hutton in, Robson very soft hands, pushing forward down towards point, and there is no run. Middlesex now 15 for 3, replying to Lancashire's 259.
Wow.
So Lancashire, as ever, they just find a way to cobble together something useful, don't they, even when they're under pressure.
It's the reason why they're top of the division.
Correct, yeah. And they've got a tremendous bowling attack. Middlesex, whose promotion prospects ended really with defeat to Durham last week, struggling there. Hutton is in with 3 slips, and Robson is defending in his ground, back up towards the bowler for no run. And the other game going on also involves a side with promotion ambitions. Glamorgan 2-6-6 for 4 they are against Leicestershire, sent in there at Cardiff, but they've enjoyed a good day with the bat. So Glamorgan on top. They've got to win their last 2 games and hope beyond hope that other results do go in their favour there, having lost their last couple of matches, Glamorgan. Here, Hutton is in, and Robson again is playing very late with soft hands, just working one around the corner, and he will get a single to long leg to our left-hand side. Sanderson is down there. Robson goes to 7, 30 for 1 here, Durham, in the 11th over of their reply. Division 1 boards, Kent 4, 50 for 6. Who'd have thought back when they were 39 for 5?
Amazing.
Absolutely incredible stuff. If you want,
All hail Darren Stevens.
absolutely.
What a
237, a career best Stevens made. So a 10-wicket haul and a career best with the bat for him
He's 43
in the space of a couple of weeks.
He's
Remarkable.
43.
Yeah. Of perhaps more interest, maybe towards England, maybe Sam Billings there, not out 137. Also going very well at Headingley. Notts relegated but enjoying a good day against Warwickshire at Trent Bridge. 399 for 6 they are. 179 for Stephen Mullaney and 125 for Joe Clark. A very welcome return to runs for he. But for Ben Duckett, another failure, making just 8. But Notts going well there. 399 for 6, but playing only for pride. Hampshire ball out for 196 at the Ageas Bowl by title chasing Somerset. Somerset 30 for 2 in reply. But bad light there, down somewhere near Southampton.
Yeah. Yes, Southampton does appear in the address line, but it is distant, isn't it?
And at Chelmsford, delayed start there today, but they are underway now. And Surrey are 126 for 4 against Essex, who need to really pick themselves up if they want to win the title. Surrey chose to bat first there, but here the ball's going to be changed. Brett Hutton had a look at the ball after that single was taken to long leg and showed it to umpire Peter Hartley, and Northants have a change of ball with the score at 30 for 1 in the 11th over. Ball changes can be significant. You'd think, well, would be a very, very new ball that they've plucked out of the box. And the light's okay for the moment. Floodlights have been on all day, but some sunshine is trying to peek through. There's some bluish sky to our left-hand side. 30 for 1 then, Durham, having lost Cameron Steele for 7. Some birds fly around the ground over this Ken Turner stand. I'm no good with bird identification at all.
Well,
so
those are pigeons. Come on, Alex.
Were they really? We're back underway. Hutton's bowling to Lees, who's driving out to mid-off, and Gareth Berg makes a good save to his left-hand side for no run. I just looked up and saw birds.
Well, the one that flew past us was a pigeon, but Marty Emerson says that the birds that have been on the effects microphone until very recently are starlings.
Okay.
He knows about these things. He's a man of nature. He wears woad at the weekend and that sort of thing. Although he's disappeared, is he hibernating?
Hutton to complete his 6th over on the spin from that Wilson end. Comes in and Lees lets one go just outside the off stump. Very smart leave indeed. The latest from Alex Leaves.
Alex Leaves?
Oh goodness.
Brilliant.
Full of length on a full stump line. Going across the lefty. And he shoulders arms and allows it to pass through. So in theory, 21 more to come tonight. We will see how long the light will hold for, because in theory, if the light were to hold, we'd be here until quarter to 7ish, really.
You don't know if the light's holding totally, do you? Because it looks great for playing, but I think more of the good light now is coming from the floodlights. And it looks almost sunny out there. It's kind of hard to tell. Gareth Berg. Italian passport, don't you know? Another man, not quite at the vintage of Darren Stevens, but another man whose playing career just won't be betrayed by time.
Here he is, going into Angus Robson with 3 slips. And he's immediately driven away off the back foot, but off the toe. It sounded awful, didn't it, as the ball runs to long leg, to a third man, sorry. And they pick up a single, so Robson goes to 8, 31 for 1.
I think Gareth Berg is 38.
He is, yeah.
But, again, released by Hampshire in the way that Stevens has just been released in what must be contractual mistake of the decade by Kent. And it was a bit of a crossroads at this point. Well, will you get an offer? Peter Trigo at 38 is being released by Somerset, and well, Berg gleefully snapped up here at Northants.
Goes into Lees, he's on the back foot, pushing him back to his left hand, and there is no run.
Well, I happen to be part of the school that says that Berg, like Stevens, still has plenty to offer.
Yeah, I think so.
In all formats of the game.
Yeah, definitely. Particularly as Berg was a late starter, didn't really get his career going until he was sort of 26, 27. So fewer miles on the clock, perhaps, than you would think. And enjoyed a decent debut at Grace Road, picking up 4 wickets last week. Goes in here right arm over with 2 slips, and Lees again on the back foot. Is punching this time out to Emilio Gay, who's still out there as 12th man. He's out at extra cover, and there's no run.
What's up with Rob Newton?
Well, when he misfielded a ball at point, the ball just bobbled on one of the ends of a used wicket, and I think just caught him on the finger, or whether he dived and his hand got stuck in the pitch perhaps. But straight away he turned and walked off, so may have a problem there as Berg is in again and gets one to go away from the left-handed Lees. Nicely left again by the lefty.
Yeah, that was a point at which Martin Emerson was on commentary, and he said, you know, we talk about misfields, but the square, especially on that side of the pitch, is really worn, and there are parts of it that are rough. There are parts where the bounce is uneven, and there's also a lot of dust, and he slipped as he went for the ball.
Said he went for one. Berg is in and again gets one to go away from the left-handed Lees, and this time he was playing. Definitely followed one there as it nipped away, and fortunate maybe to have one that went past his outside edge by half an inch or so. But a bit of seam movement now for Gareth Berg. Bracewell waiting in the wings as well, offers a bit of pace, both Berg and Bracewell, more abrasive bowlers. Berg it is going in again, and once again beats the bat with one going across the left hander. That's a bright start for Berg. Applause from the home supporters as the conditions get a bit brighter now as well. Sun shining from the west over Northampton Town Centre to our left hand side, and we now have probably the best conditions of the day. It's going to keep us out for a bit longer, but a sunshine. 31 for 1 Durham, responding to 217.
20 overs left. We may have to introduce a third interval, dinner. Do you remember we had a dinner interval last time you and I worked together, which was here. It was the floodlit,
of a pink ball game, yeah.
Game. Great game of cricket we had here. Leicestershire against Northamptonshire. 2-run win for the home team.
Sanderson here is changing ends and coming into Robson, struck on the pad, some toing and froing, but eventually they do go through for a leg bye. Good call from Lees. Sanderson's touch too straight first up to Robson. And they take the extra, takes the score to 32 for 1. So Sanderson 5 overs, no maiden, 1 for 17 from the wantage road end. And now replacing Hutton at the Wilson end of the ground after a 6-over burst. Sanderson in past the umpire, bowls a full delivery that just goes across the left-hander, but again he's showing good judgment in allowing one to pass through to Adam Rossington. If you are just joining us, produced a tremendous counter-attack earlier on. It was wonderful, wonderful hitting. Just picking up everything up and over the short leg side boundary to our left-hand side, and made 82 in the end before being last man out to give his side something to work with. Sanderson's going to come round the wicket to Lees, and Lees again is going to go right across his stumps here.
Good.
Just try and cover the angle a bit.
I wonder if Sanderson will be put off as quickly as Hutton was when Lees tried this.
It's going to be 3 slips. Third man is coming up here, is he? Yes. Gareth Berg's being called across to mid-off. So 3 slips, no third man. Point, there's going to be a mid-off, mid-on. A pretty orthodox mid-wicket. Long leg, and a man catching around the corner at, well, he's pretty much a leg gully, isn't he, in there? Yep. Ben Curran, where Ben Stokes took Steve Smith yesterday, really. FM update now for BBC Radio Northampton listeners, so bear with. This is down a leg side from Sanderson, no run. We're watching Northamptonshire try to respond here with the ball, having made 217 earlier on today, and that was thanks to their captain Adam Rossington, who rescued the innings with a wonderful counter-attacking 82 in 70 deliveries, including 60 of those in just 22 balls. He struck 7 sixes, picked up over the short leg side fence out towards the Clark Road to our left-hand side. It was tremendous hitting and rescued the Northants order, and now they've got a second wicket. Ben Sanderson has changed ends and has got Alex Lees caught by Alex Wakely at first slip. So the day, almost for the moment, turning Northamptonshire's way, because Rossington's counter-attack picked Northants up from a perilous 150 for 8 to make that 217. picking up what could be a precious batting bonus point in the process. And now they've picked up 2 wickets, and both to Ben Sanderson, who had, Cameron Steele caught at third slip for 7, and now Alex Lees caught at first slip for 15. So 32 for 2 Durham, replying to 217, and we wait how long the light will hold to try and get a few more of these 20 overs that are still scheduled in this opening day's play.
Alex Winter there, BBC Northampton. I think he swallowed a bee. And it's wonderful for him to get through that. Now, I can tell you how it was that Lees was done for by Ben Sanderson. It wasn't just Ben Sanderson. It was Ben Sanderson and his captain, Adam Rossington. What happened was that as soon as he took his guard up outside off stump again, with Sanderson coming right arm round the wicket, Sanderson and Rossington put 3 fielders close square on the leg side, as if to say to Lees, OK then, knock it off your pads into the leg side if you want to. It then created this sense that Lees wasn't sure whether they were going to bowl straight for the stumps or outside off. And he got the ball outside off stump, and he tried to play it not square on the leg side, but I think he tried to drive it straighter on the leg side, and in so doing it snicked the outside edge, and he was caught by Alex Wakely at first slip. And it took tactical acumen as well as technical skill to get Lees out, and he's been sawn off for a disappointing 15, having batted so well to get to that point. 32 for 2, and here's fun because it's a championship debut for the latest in the endless conveyor belt of 3-week-long contracted overseas players. Watling, BJ Watling, in at number 4, leaves his first ball alone from Sanderson, and I think now he's better. And back on the microphone, Alex Winter.
I am indeed, yes. Almost lost my voice during that update.
You've got to press on, haven't you?
My throat was getting drier and drier and drier, and I was thinking, oh, please get the words out. What we got there? Sun shining brightly across Wantage Road.
See, in normal play, as the next ball is pad in front of off. No, it's just the bat and pad together, and I think he may have been outside the line for that LBW appeal. Otherwise, great. It's all right, isn't it, when 2 men are on the microphone, the other one can take over. But when someone is talking down the line, as we say, to their local FM radio station, they start coughing, you can hardly jump in as the extra voice, because the people listening on the FM station will think, well, who's that? They've been promised it was Alex Winter and not me, Kit Harris. You're listening to BBC Northampton, BBC Newcastle, BBC Sport on the website and the app here at the County Ground Northampton. 32 for 2 now, Durham. Watling and Robson, number 4 and 3. Our batting, Martin Emerson of BBC Newcastle is going to take up the talk.
Comes in right arm over from the pavilion end, and that's through to the keeper. Watling is Bradley John Watling. And have you done his career stats or not?
I haven't done his career stats. No, we were over on FM.
Oh, okay.
There were 63 test matches, I can tell you that.
Yes. 8,866 first class runs, 1600s, 53 50s. He's just been playing for New Zealand in the test series in Sri Lanka. Berg, again, the former Middlesex man, comes in. That's pushed off behind point by Angus Robson, and that goes down towards third man for 1. We've got sunshine.
We did
through the gap in the cloud here.
It's just been closed off now, Mark.
Take my sunglasses off again now. And really grey sky sort of drifting towards us once more.
Yes, here comes a low cloud, and it's raining.
Yeah,
this low cloud, and I think it might just miss us, the rain, but it's going to.
It's drifting to the west of us, you think?
It's going to eclipse the sun, though. You can suddenly, all the players have 4 shadows from the floodlights again.
Berg in, oh, that swings in sharply, that's out. That is out. Watling has gone for a third ball duck, and that came in really sharply. Durham are in a spot of bother here now at 33 for 3.
Yeah, that is not a ball that you want to receive third up. Berg was getting the ball almost to talk. It seemed off the pitch, it was seeming away from the left-handed Lees. You know, at one point it seemed like the ball was capable of stopping halfway down the pitch and making a cup of tea. And this time, Watling has got a huge in-swinger, this wobble ball that Berg can bowl, And the poor man on his championship debut as the overseas player has only got 4 innings to achieve something, and he's got a really, really difficult one. And Watling is gone. LBW Gareth Berg for naught, and oh dear, 33 for 3. Now, Jack Burnham in at 5. Scott Steele was in that position last week while Burnham was just shaking off a niggling injury.
Yeah, a bit of a back spasm.
He's shaken it off now. A promising but not electric start to his first-class career, but certainly a player of promise and one who deserves to play regularly at number 5 for Durham. So Burnham comes in. After him, well, the thing is, 13 overs to go. It's a bit early for a night watchman. And it's tricky for Durham because for all they know, they could bat all these 13 overs after this one, but they could also go off for bad light in 2 overs. So it isn't a night watchman anyway. Burnham comes in. And he's having to face some really wobbly bowling from Berg.
Berg in, Burnham forward to that one, pushes it off towards the covers. In his last championship match, he got
an 80, didn't he?
86, I think it was.
I believe that's his first class best.
Yeah. No, he's had a century before. At the Oval.
Oh, jolly good.
Back in 2015, 2016. So he was the 3rd youngest Durham centurion.
His last knock was his highest of the season.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Berg bowls him now, and it's clipped away outside leg stump, down to long leg for a single that gets him off the mark. That was a nice, easy one on offer there. And 34 for 3 now is the score. And, well, I'm looking forward to seeing Robson, who's got 9, facing the bowling of Berg, because Berg is making the ball not just swing, but positively bend back into the right-handers, and Robson is on the move every time from well outside leg stump to right in front of off stump. This will be fun.
Here's Berg, bowls. Oh, that leaves Angus Robson just beyond the off stump. We're right behind the bowler's arm here. What an over that was. And the ball is doing a lot here. Durham under a lot of pressure. Adam Rossington racing up to give his bowler a pat on the this year, initially on loan, and then I think they said a 3-year deal.
2 years, I mean.
2 years. It would take him to 40, won't it? So he goes for a little jog off towards the corner, down to our left. Short sleeves.
There's a very enthusiastic young female fan there.
Well, she's just been sitting behind us a couple of minutes ago and was applauding everything.
Well, she's absolutely, she's delighted for Gareth Berg. She must be a blood relation.
Don't know.
She's giving him the biggest possible reception. Teenager with a ponytail. Absolutely delighted to have Gareth Berg to
34 for 3. New over then from the Abington Avenue end. Sanderson bowling here. What's he bowled so far? What is his figures? 17 runs, 2 wickets, 6 overs, 1 maiden. Berg 1 for 3 from 2 overs.
Now, Doug Bracewell must be thinking, what do I have to do to get a bowl in these conditions? The ball's swinging everywhere. I'm the overseas player.
Well, Doug Bracewell went for 1 and Watling's gone for none. Both New Zealanders. As Burnham goes forward to this one and just steers the ball back beyond the stumps at the bowler's end, he'll get 1 run. 22-6 on this day 1. What's the date? The 16th of September. So matches this week. Derbyshire, Sussex, Glamorgan, Leicestershire, Lancashire, Middlesex, Northamptonshire, Durham, Worcestershire, Gloucestershire. That's this week's games. It will go down to the wire next week before we know who's going up and who isn't. As Sanderson comes in and bowls to Robson, he leaves that one. Next week's matches: Durham at home to Glamorgan, Gloucestershire, Northamptonshire, Leicestershire against Lancashire, Middlesex against Derbyshire, Sussex against Worcestershire.
Okay, it suddenly got darker there. It's like it was so quick as the sun went behind the clouds. It was a bit like that moment just, you know, when you're in a cinema and you're sitting there starting on your popcorn, and then suddenly the lights start to fade and everyone goes quiet.
Oh, big appeal
Too
here,
high.
and
No,
it's been
sure.
given. I thought there was a lot of bat in that. Durham are collapsing here, and that is the end of Robson for 9, and Sanderson has got the wicket, and the light meter here is jumping around a bit at the moment, but
It's dark.
Yeah, it's down to about 300. That's normally when they go off. The umpires are now having a word, and Durham could really do with them deciding it's too dark to be batting, even with the floodlights on. Robson's gone for 9. This is difficult. This is so difficult for Durham here.
My reaction to immediately, you heard me say it was too high, and Marty said he thought he got some bat on it. Well, if you, by process of elimination, you can conclude, listener, that it was very straight. That it definitely was. It was certainly going to hit or go over the top of leg stump, but it was straight. Well, the umpire has the best view, and I think you'll find if you look at the online score or the newspaper tomorrow that it was LBW. And Sanderson now has 3 wickets for 18 in his 7th over, and Durham are in a pickle. So you don't need a cricketing term anymore. 35 for 4, and in the absence of any obvious indication about how many overs are left, Scott Steele comes out at number 6. Well, number six is a good position for the youngster, making his early forays into the game. That's where the young Tyro should bat. But he's only made 1 first-class appearance so far. That was last week against Middlesex, in which he scored 2 and 39. Enough to get him a second opportunity. He's got a summer contract just for this year. There will be discussions at the moment about whether he will be given a permanent professional contract after this year, but what a time to have to come in. He would love for there to be a night watchman. It's very dark. There are 2 balls left from Sanderson. 35 for 4, facing Northamptonshire's 217, which at the moment seems like quite a lot.
Here he comes. Oh, Steele's gone after one. That's left him, and it's gone no movement of the feet there, and that's gone way across past the off stump and towards first slip.
Yeah, Scott Steele would have had his heart in his mouth there. Yeah, well, it was the sucker ball, I think. I imagine it was intentional. Massive gap, you see. 3 slips, point, mid-off. So that huge gap with the width. They thought, let's get the youngster flapping at this, and Scott Steele obliged. He was lucky to miss it.
Plays at this one, and that's right out the middle of the bat, and that's racing away past mid-off, and being chased down the field. He'll get 2. He holed out at Lord's the other day. It was about 32, straight to mid-on. It was an easy catch, and I asked what had happened, and he said it was the only one he'd middled. I think the lot had come off the toe. Are the umpires having a chat here or not?
Phil Hartley wants a chat. He's just wandering across now.
Peter Hartley.
Peter Hartley, I'm so sorry. Where's he going? Oh, he's going to school.
I do know of Phil Hartley, actually.
He's quite keen to have the dialogue.
Well, he's having a look at that cloud that she's drifting in from the west here, hanging above us, and slow it is to progress.
So we don't have the equipment that the umpires have, but Martin has his light meter, and he knows that 300 on his light meter is usually a good indication. We're also often told that once the players have 4 shadows underneath the floodlights, that's a good indication that artificial light has taken over from natural light, and that's when they come off.
Well, I think Durham will be pleased with this, because they're in a right mess here at the minute. Ball's doing quite a bit, and they're struggling. I think certainly the Northants bowlers have got the Durham did earlier. Durham put Northants in. They were expecting this kind of carnage mid-morning. It didn't happen. It was a fairly flattish track, really, and Northants got 99 on the board, 1 down before they then started a struggle, and Adam Rossington decided the best form of defence was attack, and slogged a few shots to get him up to 82 and them to 217. But at the minute, at 37 for 4, and quite rightly, the Northants players don't want to go off because they're on their upper here. We saw a similar situation to this last week, where in a murky period on day 1, Durham lost 4 wickets at Lord's, and there was a bit of passing drizzle as well, but off they go. And yeah, the light meter basically has 1,000 flux on it. It's an app. It's not the best science in the world, but generally you can tell, and I get it out, when it gets to 300 out of 1,000, that is normally around about the time they go off. And if I hold it up there, it's down to 250 now, and they went off earlier today at 300, didn't they? So
I mean, you haven't got the same thing that the umpires have, but the umpires always make these decisions based on a specific threshold. Well, so if Martin Emerson's up, if he has his own threshold, then it works. Now, finally, reluctantly, but with some satisfaction for a job well done. Northamptonshire tearing themselves off the field, and the way that they are clapping each other and slapping each other on the back suggests that they realise that the day's work is done, even though 15 overs remain.
What time is it? Where are we? 5:47.
Now, we would of course have been done by now had it not been for the bad light delays, 2 of them that we had earlier on. 15 overs left to be bowled. Don't think we're going to come back, but for the time being, here on BBC Northampton, BBC Newcastle, the BBC Sport website and online, this is Kit Harris, the neutral commentator, bidding you farewell, or at least a bientôt, on behalf
What does
of
that mean?
me, and see you soon, on behalf of the rest of us, Martin Emerson and Alex Winter. May not be today, but it may be tomorrow at 10:30, if not today, 10:30 tomorrow morning, to resume this battle in this exciting game in the promotion stakes in Specsavor County Championship Division 2. We'll look forward to your company when we're next on air. Thanks very much for being with us.